again, I want to reemphasize this. That does not mean there's a bucket of 8,410 votes ready to be counted. That means that there are 8,410 votes that could have been postmarked on Tuesday and could be received by the elections official today. So, as I said earlier, it's going to be more than zero and less than 8,410. So it'll be somewhere in that range. We don't really know how many that is. I do have a county by county breakdown of available ones. I'm going to give you some of the highlights, and we're going to try to put this into a release to give the details following this press conference. So, y'all usually want the big ones, so we'll go with that. Bibb, where Macon is, 86 are still out there. Chatham, where Savannah is, 395. Cherokee, do you choose Woodstock? Yeah, Woodstock, why not? 171. Clayton County, 241. Cobb County, 569. Columbia County, 247. Coweta County, 99. DeKalb County, 802. And I want to take a note of personal privilege for a second for the Yankees in the room. It's DeKalb, not DeKalb, not DeKalb, it's DeKalb. So we got to pronounce these things. Doherty, another one of those, where Albany is, they're 74. Douglas County, 111. Fayette, 149. Forsyth, 153. Fulton, 956. And that's the single biggest number, I believe, right there. Gwinnett, 741. Henry, 238. This is another fun one. It's not Houston in Georgia, it's Houston. Houston County, 196. Liberty County, 173. There's a military base there, so there's a little outweighted to its actual size and population. Lowndes County, where Valdosta is, 141. Muskogee County, where Columbus is, 323. Paulding County, 105. Richmond, where Augusta is, 244. Home of the Masters coming up soon. Rockdale, 88 is 80. And I think that's all the biggest ones. So you can take those, add them together, and the balance will be probably about 4,000 for the rest of the 159 counties that I didn't name. So after that, we have the provisionals. And I do have an initial provisional report from Fulton County, which is obviously the largest one, which had the biggest potential impact. Their total provisional ballots received was 4,869. They accepted 3,603. So that means they rejected 1,266 of the provisional ballots they had on hand. The biggest chunks of those were the eligibility was verified, means the voter brought their ID in, and that was 1,205 of those. And they voted at a precinct, which means they were inside the correct county. They were Fulton County voters, but they were at the wrong precinct. That's 2,398. Now, the unfortunate part for some of those voters and some of those candidates means that they voted out a precinct. Essentially, they could only vote on the things that were on the ballot that affected the areas that they shared with the other precincts. So things like president, senator, those votes will count, but state house, county commission, those races would not. That's the difference when you have to vote out of county like that. We don't like seeing voting out of county. We try to encourage people to be told to go to their correct polling location. Now, the rejected ballot justifications we saw on this is out of county, 673. You can only vote provisionally inside your own county. Not registered. So these people were not registered voters, 573, and non-citizens attempting to vote was 13. So that's the initial provisional report from Fulton. I expect that to change somewhat. I was talking to our Fulton County monitor earlier. He said there were some other changes moving on that, as well as some of the absentees that were damaged, they were duping. I don't have a final number on that, but somewhere south of 300 that they were cut when they were using the openers and things like that, that they had to redupe, and they're going to be scanning those, and those will be added to tallies today. Let's see, not that one. You know, you start to get crazy looking at all these spreadsheets.
Those included in the already counted numbers?
They are not, as I understand it, they have not scanned and uploaded those yet. So Justin, you're getting ahead. Let me get through all this, and you can come back later. All right, so the total number of provisionals in the state. This is not the total number. We have the numbers from 134 of the 159 counties, and we have a lot of the large ones, but I don't think we have all the large ones. Like we have DeKalb. Okay, Clayton. I think we might have all the big ones in here now. Again, this is a moving target dealing with elections workers who are doing lots of things at one time. We're very happy when we're working together to get this information to the viewers and the voters out there. And guess what? Gabe didn't hit the sum on all these things yet. So we're going to take a second while he does that on live television, because that's the exciting television y'all came for today. All right. 13,012 is the total number of provisionals we're seeing right now. That includes the Fulton County numbers, so you can back those out from what I just gave you. So it's really closer to 9,000. And they have these fun things called codes. And these are the different states a provisional can be in. It can be for curing your voter ID. There's two different versions of that. There's a general voter ID, like you forgot it was a first-time voter ID, but didn't have a good voter ID on file. Then there's a provisional not registered, which they couldn't prove your registration at the time, but you can come back and cure that. Extended hours. As y'all may know, we had a handful of precincts around the state that were extended past the 7 o'clock hour. Under law, all those votes are provisional until just in case the court adjudicates that they shouldn't have been open, but they will all get counted. Then you have out of precinct, which I was describing before, where you can be in the right county, but you're in the wrong precinct. Not a citizen, pretty self-explanatory. And then we have what we call incomplete registrations, where they have a partial registration in the system, but they don't have enough information to identify the voter. They have the opportunity to come back and cure those. We will again try to work on getting a breakdown of those out to y'all. But the biggest one is going to be the, let's see, the out of precinct voters, and that's going to be column G. So let's see how many of those there are. These are ones that will be counted and ended up being included into the count, 3,908. And you don't have to take the subset of the Fulton out because we didn't include that. So the 3,908 is of the counties we have, not including the Fulton ones, which I gave you those numbers earlier. We're seeing uploads every 20, 30 minutes as the counties go through the final stages of trying to get everything done today with the UOCAVA, the absentee cures, and the provisionals being verified. So you're going to see lots of uploads. And what we've noticed is it goes up 3 on the margin, goes up 3, goes down 2, goes up 7. I mean, so nothing is moving the needle a lot on these things. So we're still hanging around that 1,500 number right now. But the larger chunk of provisionals could potentially move it some. The UOCAVA could potentially move it some. The duplications of damaged ballots could move it some. And again, it depends on where they're coming from. And we're still trying to get everything closed out today. It could slide to tomorrow. And again, when you have my entire high school, I think, was about 2,000 people, and we have less than that involved in the margin here. So every one of these votes is important. And the job of the elections officials in this office is to assure that every single legal vote is counted and that the will of the voters of the state of Georgia is met on this very, very important election. Now, Justin, you can ask your question. Okay.
When we're looking at a timeline here, we are not talking about knowing who's won this election in the next few days, are we?
Given the strong probability of a recount, we will not be able to ascertain it. Now, we're going to go through our legal processes, which means we have to certify. And I do anticipate that there could potentially be lawsuits from both the Biden campaign and the Trump campaign, depending on where they are and what they're looking at, that a judge could order the counties or the state to do different specific things. But right now, we're operating the laws of the state that we currently have, the timeline we have. We're trying to move to the risk limiting audit as fast as we can through county certification, and then following the risk limiting audit, the certification of the state, and then likely whoever is in second, their initial request for a recount.
So with all the talk about legal voting, is there any specific evidence of illegal?
As I said earlier, in a situation where the margin is, so small, you don't need to have anything that's rampant. There's irregularities that you can see that's very, very common in nearly every election. But in this particular case, every single one of them is very important. Every insight we've gotten, every report we've gotten is going to be investigated fully. And we are working hard to protect the integrity of the vote, regardless of who makes a complaint about any of these things. We can't say that, sir, yet because they're still under investigation. Yes, sir.
Sterling, a few hours ago, President Trump said, well, where are the missing military ballots in Georgia? What happened? How do you respond to that?
Well, we still have a few hours to see what will be coming in from the U.S. Post Office that has to be postmarked by Tuesday. So we feel like that we will have an answer to, quote unquote, not missing ballots. There are ballots that are going to make it. There's ballots that are not going to make it. And we're going to count all the legal ballots. Legal ballots have to be here by close of business today and have to have been postmarked by election day. Yes, ma'am.
Have any military ballots arrived here?
Well, if you notice the difference on the amounts that I said here today, we had about 17,500, give or take. Yesterday, I have 18,000 today. So 500 of them have already come in the last few hours and been processed by the counties. Yes, John.
Just to clarify, do you anticipate a situation where today, tomorrow, Sunday, Monday, the Secretary of State is going to stand here and say, this candidate won and this candidate lost?
Again, we report the results from every county. At some point, the legal process continues that the counties have to certify. Once the counties certify, we look at their paperwork and make sure it is all clean and legal, and then we will certify. That is the point at which the Secretary of State would stand here or stand wherever he might and say, this is the winner of this election as it stands right now. And then we, of course, we anticipate a recount coming.
And then,
In prior to that, will there be a point at which you say, all the votes, all the legal votes that we know about have been counted?
The process we have is what gets us to that point. We certify. That means these are all the legal votes we have, and all the legal votes are counted. That is the legal process been set up in the state for many decades.
But that's the 13th for the counties, right?
It's the 13th for the counties, and at the outer end, the 20th for the state. Our intention and our hope, and working diligently with the counties, is that they will certify faster than that, so that we may begin the RLA process, the risk limiting audit process, so we can certify before then. So we have a little bit more time and wiggle room to deal with what we know will likely be a recount.
And just one last
John,
follow-up,
yeah,
I'm sorry.
Hold on,
Will
ma'am,
be
you
some
can go.
time between now and the 13th?
Yep, ma'am, you can go ahead.
All of the legal votes being counted has been the general message from you across the board. Even in the Secretary of State's speech this morning, that was his language as well. But this afternoon, there was an added phrase, all illegal votes will not be counted. Why the change in language?
I think just for clarification, because by definition, you count all legal votes means you're not counting illegal votes. Yes, ma'am.
Council, 13,000 provisional ballots is counted yet, and it's not for the
What they're doing right now, you have to verify all of those first. They will likely be scanned today, and they could even be part of some of the uploads we have seen today. I'm giving you the latest information we have, and I do not believe most of these have been scanned yet, because usually the intent is you don't want to go through scanning a bunch of stuff and have to do like 8 more later on. It's easier process-wise to do everything at one time than to do it in bits and pieces when you talk with a smaller amount. Yes, sir. Hold on. I know I'm getting a risk limiting audit question. This is always my geeky time.
Given the guidance on risk limiting audit and given the closeness of the presidential race, would you prefer not to do them as the RLA because that would be tantamount to a weekend?
If you look, well, we're doing a recount anyway, but you're right. Unfortunately, with the way as I pointed out to you yesterday, the day before, it's all together for me at this point. One of the rules is for ease of use to a degree. And obviously, he's pointing out that in a risk limiting audit, the point is you're trying to use the smallest number of ballots available to get you to a point of confidence that the outcome has been reached. When it's, at this point, I think it's 0.03% difference. He is correct. It would essentially be a recount, which would be extremely difficult on the counties to do. So I think that might answer the question for you itself. Yes, ma'am. Our hope would be today. They could slip into tomorrow because, again, everybody's exhausted. It's Friday. There's a Georgia game tomorrow. It's kind of a big one. We got to focus on the really important things in this state sometimes in order to recover, to be prepared for dealing with what.
One additional thing. Following up on President Trump's tweets about quote unquote missing military ballots, the deadline is actually at 5 p.m. today. Is the Secretary of State's office concerned about that misinformation that needs to come out from the White House, from President Trump specifically?
Well, I think what the President Trump is trying to encourage is the hope that as many of our military heroes, men and women across the seas, have turned in their ballots and they will be arriving under the legal deadline to this state. Yes, ma'am.
I was going to ask you about military ballots. Is this 26,000 or so a pretty typical number in Georgia?
As I understand it, that's pretty normal. Yes. Yes, sir.
So you said that you guys would not be.
We'll come back to you in a second.
Potential investigations into irregularities. Can you tell us how many you are investigating without going into specifics?
I really couldn't answer that because frankly, I just don't know. I'll try to figure out something for you. We'll talk Chief of Investigations. I need some water.
A quick numbers question about the provisionals, 13,000 provisionals, correct?
That's what I said, but it's probably correct. Let's see.
And I wonder.
Yeah, 13,012.
Are those provisional ballots that have been accepted, or you broke it
That's what I was
down?
gonna ask.
No, this is all provisional ballots, accepted, not accepted, discard. I mean, there's, none of these have been, again, latest numbers we have. None of this is either for sure going to go in except the number I gave you, which was the out of precinct ones. Since everybody's ballot has president on it, all of these will go towards that, and that is 3,908. And again, we're also missing about 20 counties out of this, so that number will be bigger at the end of the day. Your follow-up.
So you have proper ballots. Do you guys have a breakdown of how many are overseas and how many are military? Do you break them down at all?
They're treated the same way. Yes, sir.
Are you confident you're getting those numbers for the county? Because the counties, because it's what you said, 3,500 ballots left in the next county. We went out to Gwinnett and they said at least 75.
Okay, there's a difference on this particular thing because you noticed they pushed out results. What they've already uploaded, okay, And then they had a bucket of things that were the new ones that came in Tuesday, essentially. And then there were some other ones that were there from the earlier time they had to rescan. So the 7,000 is what they were scanning, but the only new votes that will be uploaded are in that 4,000 to 3,500 amount, if that makes sense. Okay, I'm going to try. They pushed out a little over 80,000 votes in a single upload. And there was an issue because of the adjudication where they basically said, we're going to push out the results, just the results that we have right now. We're going to rescan. It was sort of decided internally there by their elections board. They had an option A and option B of how to do this. They wanted to get the information out because that was the most important thing at the time. So
all right, everybody, we
inside
are
that
listening to
7,500
Gabriel
seat,
Sterling. He
are the
is the
results
Votum
that we
System
all already
Implementation
seen.
Manager there at the Georgia Secretary of State's office. I want to bring in right now Priscilla Thompson in Atlanta and also NBC's Mike Memley, who's been covering the Biden campaign. He joins us now from Biden headquarters at the Chase Center in Wilmington, Delaware. So Priscilla, we're going to start with you. We got a lot of numbers thrown our way. Do you anticipate hearing any results in the next few days, today, tomorrow?
You know, Lindsay, one thing that he mentioned there is the fact that the number of ballots still needing to be counted here in the state has not changed from what they released earlier today. I think the focus now is really shifting to those military and overseas ballots. As a reminder, folks had to have those postmarked by Election Day in order to get them in. So they had up until close of business today to get those in. And there's been a lot of conversation around those today with the president tweeting, where are the missing ballots? When in fact, these ballots are not missing. They have been coming in to the counties over the past several days. And today is the final day for them to do that and to get a tally on how many of those they're expecting. And one of the things that to note here, and that you heard the voter implementation manager really emphasizing, is that there are around 8,900 of those that are still outstanding, that are perhaps not yet in. And they're not sure. It's unclear if they are going to get all of those 8,900 by the deadline, but that's just sort of how it goes. Just as on Election Day, if those absentee ballots didn't get in for whatever reason by 7 p.m., they were not counted. The same thing applies here. And so you heard the Secretary of State who spoke at the beginning really emphasizing that people are monitoring this process. And while he is aware that the country may be watching right now to see what is going to happen in Georgia, they are really focused on taking their time and making sure there is an accurate count. And so we don't necessarily know a specific timeline on when we should expect to have more information or results. But as he said there, these results do have to be certified. November 20th is the deadline for Georgia to do that. And so we will know something at that point, and then from there we move into the conversation about a possible recount, and either candidate will have the opportunity to ask for that recount if the margin is still within that 0.5%. And one other thing that I just want to make note of here that my colleague Monica Alba reported out just a little while ago, the Trump campaign and the RNC has announced that they do have lawyers and a legal team on the ground here in Georgia prepared for any sort of challenges. And as we heard there in the presser, the Secretary of State's office saying that they do anticipate legal challenges. So things are far from over here in Georgia. Lindsay?
Yeah, so Mike, where does that leave the Biden campaign? We know that Georgia's another one of those states where Biden is pulling ahead, but the Georgia election official we just heard from said we expect a recount.
Yeah, Lindsay, every time more data comes in, it shows the former vice president gaining ground in the states that could put him over 270 electoral votes, especially Pennsylvania. The problem is that data is coming in very slowly. As recently as about 4 or 5 hours ago, the Biden team was really full speed ahead on telegraphing a speech tonight here at the convention center behind me. We've seen the Jeeps that were part of the election night scene, red, white, and blue Jeeps for a drive-in celebration return tonight. Now it's looking like they're now going to potentially have to wait again. If no news organizations are able to project 270 electoral votes for Joe Biden, we won't see him here tonight. But the mood among Biden officials that we've been speaking to all day has been really jubilant. Today, they really did think, especially once Pennsylvania margin flipped from narrowly for Trump to now narrowly for Biden, that they were on a track to victory here. But the story of the week, what they've been pressing all along is patience, asking everybody to be patient about this vote count. But now everyone's patience is really being tested given the slow pace here.
All right, Priscilla Thompson in Atlanta, Mike Memley in Delaware. This just keeps changing by the hour. Appreciate both of you joining us. I believe we're going to now go on to Nevada. Again, another state where the count continues. NBC's Jacob Soboroff joining us from North Las Vegas. So Jacob, you know, I feel like we've heard John Ralston on our sister network MSNBC all day saying, why haven't media organizations called this? Doesn't sound like we have Jacob yet. We will get him for you right after the break. Stick with us. Oh, Jacob? Do you hear me? All right, we'll be right back.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school. What do you guys think? We're excited? Or back to work. We're keeping you safe. I love being back. Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school. What do you guys think? We're excited? Or back to work. We're keeping you safe. I love being back. Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10.
Says every county, as they get the ballots after Election Day, has been sequestering those ballots too. So the count that we're seeing right now does not include any mail-in ballot that has arrived after Election Day. A lot of the people on the president's team, the president himself, and these demonstrators here say that all those ballots that came in after Election Day are illegal. That's something the court hasn't decided yet, but we just want to drive home the point that right now those ballots are not part of the total where Joe Biden has the lead. There's also a few other smaller lawsuits that have been filed about first-time voters that provided identification a little bit after a deadline. And of course, we saw the legal back and forth about Republican poll watchers in Philadelphia, where some people, including President Trump, had said they weren't even being allowed in the building. Then they admitted in court that they were allowed, but they were being kept at a distance. A judge there in Philadelphia said they need to be allowed to move within 6 feet because of the pandemic. There's an ongoing challenge there, and ultimately a judge has dismissed the notion from the Trump campaign to stop the vote in Philadelphia, which is why today we've seen a good chunk of votes come in from the Philadelphia area. And they say, election officials, that there's still 2,000 or 3,000 mail-in ballots in Philadelphia that will likely be reported today. There are tens of thousands of provisional ballots, and we're also waiting on overseas military ballots to come in too. But overall, right now, Joe Biden is in a tremendously strong position, to the point where even some Biden surrogates say if Pennsylvania had played out the way it's played out to this point on election night, if it wasn't stretched out over the course of days, if President Trump had not made accusations of voter fraud, they think that this state would have maybe already been called for President or former Vice President Biden already. So we are in a state where Biden is in a very strong position. Certainly his campaign is looking here to see if they clinch the presidency, but we are going to have to continue that slow trickle of votes, as Pennsylvania is now at 96% reporting. It's not quite yet 100%, Diane.
We sure will. We will keep watching until that last vote is counted. Trevor, thank you.
Patience, the watchword there. Georgia is now one of the critical states in this election. It was also the home state of the civil rights icon, the late civil rights icon, John Lewis. He fought for the right to vote, for everyone's right to vote throughout his life. Let's take a listen to John Lewis's powerful words.
My dear friends, your vote is precious, almost sacred. It is the most powerful nonviolent tool we have to create a more perfect union. Many people marched and protested for the right to vote. Some gave a little blood, and others lost their lives. We have a moral obligation, a mission, and a mandate to empower all of the American people, not just a select few. We must do what is right, what is fair, and what is just.
The words of the late, great Congressman John Lewis at Barack Obama's first inauguration, first black president. John Lewis walked up to the president and asked him to sign the inaugural program. And Barack Obama signed it's because of you, John. Let's bring in our virtual roundtable for more analysis. Now joining us, Republican strategist Sarah Fagan, Brennan Center for Justice President Michael Waldman, and ABC News political contributor LZ Granderson. LZ, let me begin with you. We just listened to John Lewis. As you take a look at how the votes are coming in right now, and how much does the work of John Lewis matter in what's happening in this election?
I mean, it's everything. It is absolutely everything. I personally was wearing a John Lewis t-shirt when I went to go vote, trying to not only honor the work that my mother and my ancestors did in this movement, but also honoring the life of John Lewis and his work. And you have to believe that I lived in Atlanta for years. I worked for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. I know how Atlantans feel about John Lewis down there. And so it is somewhat heartwarming to see that the citizens down there, in honoring John Lewis, did exactly that and took their rights to vote to the polls and made their voices heard.
And Sarah, I want to ask you about the president's statement. He released a statement through his campaign saying in part, "From the beginning, we have said that all legal ballots must be counted and all illegal ballots should not be counted. Yet we have met resistance to this basic principle by Democrats at every turn." Have Democrats resisted that?
I don't think they have. I think there's a process that goes on every 2 years in this country, every 4 years in a presidential year or the presidential cycle, where communities and county workers and volunteers come together and count the ballots. You know, I do think that, there's been some irregularities. There's been reports that Republican poll watchers were not allowed to be, inside the counting centers to watch the counting, not close enough to see what's happening. That's concerning, but it doesn't mean that there's some kind of widespread fraud either. And so I think we have to choose our words carefully. Everybody wants all the legal votes to be counted, and people should not want any illegal votes to be counted. And most people would agree with that, regardless of what party you identify with. So I don't really understand the president's strategy here, so I can't really defend it.
Well, let me turn to Michael Waldman. In addition to the work at the Brennan Center that you do, you were President Clinton's speechwriter. So as you think about what's happening right now, what message should President Trump and former Vice President Biden be sending to the nation right now?
Well, I think that Joe Biden's message, which is stay calm and count the votes, has been what he should say. In terms of Donald Trump, no president in American history has come close to treating an election like he is treating this one, saying that it's illegitimate, saying that it's riddled with fraud, the kind of language you expect from the enemies of the United States, not from the president. And it's hard to, he ought to say, count every vote and I'll abide by the results, whatever they may be. It's important for folks to understand it was an extraordinary achievement for this country to have this election in the middle of a pandemic, to have the highest voter turnout since 1900. And a lot of that was because people were able to vote by mail or early. And it's important that we all remember these are not votes that are trickling in. These are votes that actually were among the very first votes cast. They were cast before Election Day. We're just counting them now. And the reason they're being counted now in Pennsylvania is a state law there, Michigan and Wisconsin, that said you couldn't start counting the votes until Election Day. And so we all knew it was going to take a little bit longer. And, in any other election, this would be kind of the most boring thing there is. My worry is I don't know if Trump believes this nonsense, but a lot of his supporters believe where there's smoke, there's fire. And it's a grievous harm to undermine the public's confidence in our democracy, in my view.
LZ and Sarah, when you look at where the count is right now, what do you make of the close races in historically red states like Arizona, North Carolina, and Georgia? I mean, even as recently as yesterday, the Biden camp itself wasn't super confident about his prospects in Georgia. So, LZ, what do you think?
Well, first, I would like to just add to the previous conversation. I think it's important to remember that the president actually put together a commission to research voter fraud back in 2017, and it was co-chaired by Vice President Mike Pence. And after 7 months of research, that commission came up with nothing. they had to say there was no widespread voter fraud, and that was concluded in 2018. So I think that's an important note to mention as we talk about the president's rhetoric. As far as your question is concerned, I can tell you from experience living here in Scottsdale, in Maricopa County in Arizona, it's not just about policy that the voters seem to have cared about. They really did care about character. They cared about the type of person who was going to occupy that seat. And the reason why I say that isn't just because they look to have rejected President Trump, but they still supported other Republicans in this state, and they rejected other Republicans who were sort of mimicking the rhetoric of Donald Trump, including one council member here in Scottsdale, Guy Phillips, who during an anti-mask rally made a joke out of the death of George Floyd. Many people in this area found that to be distasteful, and they did not want to be represented in that way. So while I can't speak specifically as to why there are close races in North Carolina and what happened in Georgia, though I can make assumptions based upon the research and the efforts of Stacey Abrams and others, I do know here in Arizona, particularly with Maricopa County, they did care about the rhetoric that was said about John McCain. They cared about the flirtation with white supremacy. They cared about the character of that person. And I do believe you're seeing the results of that care.
Sarah, what do you think?
Well, I think
voting here in Wisconsin, it seems clear that people wanted to try to avoid the polls as best they could on election day. So we had 1.9 million, as they say here, absentee ballots, which is basically just early voting, which are huge numbers for Democrats here. They wanted to run up the score in Milwaukee and in Madison. They say to us, the Biden campaign told us here in the state that they actually designed their campaign around the pandemic to try to get people to vote early, those who wanted to vote to avoid the polls. So I think you have both the sort of polling on it, it being a number one issue, who handled it better, and then secondary to that, the way that people actually voted this year was different.
Yeah, and Dr. Torres, listening to what Cal's saying, it's such an important issue right now to Americans, but one of the most important mitigating factors you say is human behavior. So especially as we look at a time right now when people are experiencing pandemic fatigue, but Thanksgiving is around the corner, what is your word of warning to people?
And the main thing to know is that coming into Thanksgiving and into December holidays, what some experts are calling are going to be the darkest period of the pandemic, because we're starting to get close together with family. We want to visit them, which is what we typically do this time of the year. But we also know that those small family gatherings are one of the important drivers of the pandemic right now. We're seeing them spread the cases of coronavirus because of those small gatherings. So you have to be very careful. And the one thing I tell people is this is just one Thanksgiving. This is just one December holiday season. And so if you have to avoid family members this one season, just think of it as doing a favor for them and a favor for you. You could possibly be saving a life. But if you do go somewhere, number one, know where you're going. Is it a hot spot you're going to or coming from? Number two, is anybody there vulnerable? The elderly, they have pre-existing medical conditions that you have to worry about. And the bottom line is, if you're sick at all, if you feel any symptoms, even as one expert put it yesterday I talked to, even if you have allergy symptoms, don't go, because those allergy symptoms could actually be coronavirus. Instead, you want to be extremely careful. Think of other ways to celebrate, because getting together and passing on coronavirus to somebody else is going to give you that worst feeling that you've ever had, because you're making other people sick and potentially putting them in harm's way.
An important warning, Dr. Torres. Thank you. Cal, live for us as well. Thank you both so much. Of course, we continue to monitor the election. We don't expect to get final results from North Carolina for a while, but at this hour, more ballots are being delivered 4 days after Election Day. MSNBC correspondent Tremaine Lee joins us from Greensboro, North Carolina. So right now, you are in front of the Guilford County election headquarters. And what's going on in there?
That's right. So of the 116,000 outstanding absentee ballots, thousands of them have slowly been trickling in to county boards of election like the one behind me here in Greensboro, which is Guilford County. Now, officials say they won't begin counting any of them until November 12th, next Thursday, which feels like an eternity for a lot of people, but the rules are the rules. As long as that absentee ballot was postmarked by 5 p.m. Election Day. But again, right behind me, there are already a couple thousand in there, but experts believe that only a fraction of the 116,000 might actually make their way back to the State Board of Elections. So they're under lock and key until next Thursday.
And what do we know about potential postal service delays, whether that could impact any of these races that have yet to be called? Are you hearing any worries of that on the ground there?
You know, initially there was a lot of concern after the federal judge ordered that the USPS sweep all their facilities, and then word came out that the Greensboro facility only had an on-time delivery rate for those absentee mail-in ballots of 72%. There was a lot of concern, but we talked to sources who say, you know what, it's kind of messy, but it's not as bad as it may appear. So while we won't know until November 12th how many absentee ballots have been returned and what the problems may have been, there's a little concern, but they were a little overhyped in the beginning.
And Tremaine, right now, we know everybody's kind of watching Pennsylvania, everybody's watching Georgia, Nevada, and Arizona. It also feels like nobody's really talking about North Carolina because it's going to take us so long to know. But what else is happening right there?
Yeah.
What other races are undecided that could be pretty consequential?
Honestly, that's the big one. For Joe Biden to win would have been amazing for a lot of people here. But there's also the Senate race between incumbent Tom Tillet, who is a Republican, and Cal Cunningham, the Democrat. It was pretty close, but now the lead is about 100,000. But that's a biggie there. When we talk about control of the Senate, right, if the Democrats get the White House and then have the Senate and the House, that obviously would have been a big deal. But right now, it doesn't look like the margins may budge much. Again, they don't expect, they expect only a fraction of the absentee ballots to actually be returned. And so while folks are in a holding pattern, there was some, there was some excitement about what could be, but until November 12th, we don't know.
All right, Tremaine Lee in North Carolina. You have a new episode also of your podcast, Into America. Everybody should go download that. Thank you so much, Tremaine. We appreciate it. And we will be right back.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school,
What do you guys think? We excited?
or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school,
What do you guys think? We excited?
or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell. Weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Just have different deadlines for how long they can be counted. The military also had different ways to vote as well. They could do it online with a election. They've sent 26,500 ballots out. In Georgia, about 8,900 of those were military ballots. This year, that is double what they sent out in 2016. So there is a lot of interest, obviously, even in overseas and U.S. citizens and the military overseas. Those U.S. citizens, probably many of those are family members of U.S. military, either deployed or, living in South Korea. It doesn't mean necessarily in conflict zones. But the military has been at the center of a lot of things the president talks about. He says, you've heard him again and again say, the military loves me. I've done great things for the military. I think you'll see that not everybody from the military voted for Donald Trump. It is a diverse institution. The military is diverse. Everybody kind of thinks it's this monolithic thing that every single person is conservative, but it is kind of a picture of the country as well. I mean, there are very fervent Trump supporters in the military. There are very fervent Democrats within the military. And I would say, if you've noticed the number of letters that have been signed by former military supporting Joe Biden. I think that was in the 500s. And President Trump also had support as well in letters from former military officers.
It should reflect the nature of our country. That's healthy for the military and for the country. And Martha, you know, we've heard a lot of baseless allegations, frankly, and kind of wild accusations from the president and his surrogates as this very regular, ordinary process of counting the votes continues. So how do you think these allegations, we've talked a little bit about this, are being seen around the world, the impact it'll have on us around the world? What do you think?
Well, you and I know very well, for having traveled around the world, how this is probably going over, and how we know it is going over with some allies, and particularly our allies are looking at this as chaotic. They want a decision. They've waited for a decision. Our enemies, our adversaries are also watching, and they are likely delighted by this. This is exactly the kind of thing Russia wants, certainly, to see this sort of chaos, and that, you know, will half of the Americans really think this is an illegal process or it's fraud? I doubt very much half of Americans will think that. But on a real practical level, Terry, every day that goes by that we don't have a winner is one less day for if there is a change, if Joe Biden is elected, for that administration to prepare to be president. So if you covered 2000, in 2000, they should have had 75, 78 days to transition in. Instead, they had 37. And the 9/11 report actually said, by not being able to get people in, by not being able to start that process early, it really did imperil our nation. So that's really something to remember. Transitions since then have gone very, very smoothly. In 2008, they called it the gold standard. When George Bush transitioned to Barack Obama, they had everything prepared. They actually did a lot of sit down and talk about what would happen if there was a terrorist attack. They walked them through several things. They gave them the intelligence. They did all of this. So that, too, is a real practical reason here for concern.
I'm not sure I can really see that kind of warmth and comedy.
I can't. Yeah, I think you got it, Terry. I don't know. It could take a while. The GSA administrator actually has to say, okay, I declare this person the winner before the Transition Act. You know all about this. It goes into effect. It will be up to her to do that. If she decides not to do that, if Donald Trump disputes all this, then it would be December 13th when the Electoral College comes together.
Martha Raddatz, we'll see. Thanks.
Thanks.
And we are still watching those final votes come in from Nevada, where Joe Biden's lead has widened slightly since this morning, but it's still a very slim margin. Let's go to ABC's Matt Gutman in Las Vegas for more. Matt, we're constantly getting updated memes about Nevada. Any sense of when we'll get an updated ballot count from Nevada?
You might get one in about an hour or so, but it's not going to make anybody feel really good about the situation here. It's going to be very incremental again. There has been significant confusion here, and there was a really big clerical error made by the Clark County Elections Commission behind me.
Smith. We are, of course, keeping a close eye on the Trump campaign this afternoon. While the president's path to victory looks increasingly narrow, he's not showing any signs that he intends to back down. Right now, we are going to go to our correspondent, Kelly O'Donnell, at the White House to talk about some of the looming legal battles. Kelly, what are we hearing from the campaign and their confidence? You know, we're going to go to Kelly O'Donnell in a little bit. First, we are going to go to NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter. Of course, the world right now watching what is happening here. And leaders have been pretty careful not to endorse one candidate over the other. But as this counting continues and drags on, have they felt more comfortable going on the record?
Hey, Lindsay, sorry about that. It's pretty noisy here. Yes, everyone is watching, as you can imagine. It was on the cover of every British front paper here today. But one of the most interesting things in the last couple of days, the tone has shifted. So in the first couple of days, world leaders certainly watching, certainly not endorsing either candidate, reticent to really get out in front. But we've heard a tonal shift, and now we're hearing a lot about democracy and a lot about how important that democratic process is, Lindsay. Take a listen to UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson earlier today.
the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom is always going to work very, very closely with whoever is the Prime Minister, the President of the United States. And that's going to be the case, whatever the outcome of this election. And Sam, I repeat my point. I don't expect any foreign international leader to comment on the democratic processes of a very friendly country. That's just not what we do.
And no one's really on that. No one really wants to interfere. I'm going to run you through a couple other tweets that we saw. The German Foreign Ministry, for example, we have faith in America's legal system. People in the U.S. and Germany share a belief in democracy, the freedom and dignity of every individual in their right to vote. I'll share Scotland's First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon, tweeted out, Lindsay. She said, as we're seeing across the Atlantic just now, politicians who rage against democracy don't prevail. Power doesn't belong to politicians. It belongs to people. And Lindsay, she later added, as Joe Biden took the lead in some key states earlier today, she actually tweeted, the world can be a dark place at times just now, but today we are seeing a wee break in the clouds. So certainly not seeing any world leaders come out and support or endorse or commit to one candidate yet, but a lot of talk about democracy, Lindsay.
Yeah, and it's so interesting, too, when we heard from Boris Johnson, you wouldn't expect me to comment on the democratic process, but we also know that this process has been rife with disinformation. How is that being perceived there?
With some sort of shock, actually, Lindsay. But look, certainty is good. Allies like to see certainty. Alliances like to see certainty. And actually, the uncertainty, the misinformation is giving America's critics around the world a real opportunity to point fingers. So whether that's from China, China has pointed its finger at the democratic process, the free and fair elections, calling it a failing political system. And you've got Venezuela President Maduro, who has talked about how rich it is and how interesting it is. Of course, the U.S., who has lectured many countries about free and fair elections, and that maybe the U.S. is no longer in a position to do so, Lindsay.
Interesting. All right. Thank you so much, NBC's Molly Hunter. We appreciate it. All right, now let's get the latest from the Trump campaign this afternoon. Joining us is NBC's Kelly O'Donnell at the White House. Kelly, good afternoon. Right now, what's the confidence level here in some of these legal fights that the president's team is waging?
Well, part of what they're trying to do is lay out a strategy that shows that there is a reason to wait a bit more and to have patience. So by talking about legal options, in some cases it could be a recount when the margin comes at a level that a state allows an automatic recount, like Wisconsin, for example. In others, like Pennsylvania, there are questions about the extra time that had been given for the return of certain mail-in ballots, and have those ballots been segregated to be counted separately, different kinds of questions like that. But the big picture of it all is buying time, as there is a sense of momentum for Joe Biden as the numbers have shifted, as his count in the path to 270 has been higher than the president's. You fill a kind of void with expectations. And so the campaign for President Trump, those of his allies here at the White House, want to keep their options open. And that includes signaling to their donors, their voters, Republican officials who are elected around the country, to not foreclose the pathways to the president, however narrow or unlikely it might be. It is about keeping the possibility of a shift in momentum open, alive, and active. That is certainly what we are sensing today. Now, that doesn't mean they don't recognize the numbers are looking tougher. It does not mean that they're not aware of how Joe Biden has been able to pick up a lot of additional vote in certain states, as was predicted. But the president is, we are told, in a mood to fight this. And so they put out a statement under his name that didn't really reflect some of the tone we've seen from him when he's appeared here in person twice since election night, where he has taken a much more pugnacious approach about fighting, about alleging fraud and things like this. The statement today was more about the importance of following elections through to their conclusion and making sure the rules are fairly followed. So that's where we are right now. And the Trump campaign is going to have one of their longtime allies, who was a part of the campaign structure in 2016 and has been a friend and advisor to the president in the years that he's been at the White House, David Bossie, who will be the front man, if you will, for the legal fights. And they, of course, exist in different states. What we don't have are a lot of details on specific cases or issues that will be alleged. But it's about this buying time to keep people from assuming that the race is over or being mentally ready to move on, or even giving the Biden campaign signals that they're ready to shut this down. The president believes he can still find a way to win this. He's talked about military ballots, provisional ballots that could be cutting his way, and their expectation that as the counting continues in a state like Arizona, where the president has consistently been picking up some of the greater proportion of the vote that's been coming in, that they could somehow secure those electoral votes. So however narrow, long shot it may seem, they're not willing to give up that possibility. And after a long fight, that is part of what you expect with campaigns. It's very hard to close the door on the expectations. And so they're going to try to pursue all the options they can. Lindsay?
Does the president have any allies who either privately are encouraging him to concede or are publicly saying that?
We don't have any indication of that. Now, that would come at some point. But at this stage, what we've heard from people close to the president is that the voting has not concluded. And meaning the tallying of the votes has not concluded. There are still cases in a handful of battleground states to be resolved of the first phase of counting, not recounts, not challenges, but in that first phase. It's been protracted for sure, different than a lot of other years. But until that is done, that there is a sense that the president has some room to play this out and to see what happens. If we get to a point when that is resolved, where it appears there is certainly enough electoral support for one candidate, Joe Biden in this instance, if that were to be the case, then you would likely start to have Republicans saying to the president, it's time. But they don't feel they are there yet, and that even though it's been a few days, that there's enough time to allow for this to play out a bit longer. That's the sense we're getting right now.
All right. Thank you so much. NBC's Kelly O'Donnell there live at the White House. Hi, everyone. I'm Lindsay Reiser. You're watching NBC News Now. We are, of course, taking stock of where we are this hour as we continue our election coverage. Let's take a look at the map where the states stand. Of course, you can see there still waiting on the same 6 states to resolve their vote counts that we were yesterday. We have Alaska, Nevada, Arizona, Pennsylvania, Georgia, and North Carolina. This is a look right now. Pennsylvania, again, still too close to call. This is a state that everybody is and will be watching today. You see the difference there, 14,000 votes with Biden pulling ahead there. We're expecting to keep getting trickling information from Pennsylvania. Of course, a Pennsylvania win would put Joe Biden where he needs to be, over 270. In Nevada, we're still, again, waiting on numbers as they continue their count. We heard correspondent Jacob Soboroff say last hour that this mail-in system is new to Nevada, so it's been taking a little bit longer. Still too close to call here, a difference of 20,000 votes. In Georgia, too close to call. Officials there expecting a recount. Look at that difference. Only 1,555 votes separate the two right there, with Biden in the lead. We heard from one of the voting officials there in Georgia who said, give us time. We're trying to do this accurately. We understand everybody wants a resolution, but they're still counting military ballots that were postmarked by Election Day, but have until the end of business today to make it to their offices. So both candidates right now falling short of the 270 electoral votes they need to win. But Joe Biden has already racked up more votes than any presidential candidate in American history. This is a look right now at the popular vote, 74 million for Biden, 69.9 for Trump, and Trump is right now on schedule to be just behind that and have the second most votes in history. So to guide us through the latest developments, the counts, the legal changes, and where all of this might be headed, I'm joined now by Sam Stein, the politics editor at the Daily Beast. So Sam, one thing I want to ask you before we talk about which states you're watching most closely, is this what we expected to happen?
That's tough. I mean, everyone had different expectations, right? What we did know is that what we did know and probably didn't adequately emotionally prepare for was that this would be a drawn out process, that we would not get closure on election night, that it would take, days potentially to count these ballots, in part because we were experimenting with an entirely new electoral system. Mail-in balloting has been used, but primarily in a handful of states, and now was being used in bulk. Obviously, we were heading towards record turnout as well. And then, of course, we were voting during a pandemic. So, yeah, a little bit of unexpectedness in that, but we should have probably expected it more. In terms of the results, I think when it's all said and done, we'll be a lot closer to what the prognosticators said than we initially thought. I mean, Biden was, according to most metrics, heading to a nice, robust win. And I think that's where he's going to end up. It was just that initially the margins looked really small, and they may end up being small, but ultimately it does look like he will prevail.
Well, this morning we got some new numbers from Pennsylvania, and kind of the feel on social media was that there was going to be a call soon and that we would have a president-elect. What are you keeping an eye out for in the next few hours here?
When that call will happen. If you look at the patterns, basically, and the vote that's still out there, there's virtually no avenue for Trump to make up the margin. The margin is expected to grow as we get more vote totals from Philadelphia as well as Allegheny County. There are questions about these provisional ballots. Steve Kornacki, superhero election forecaster, made note of that this hour, that these provisional ballots are not breaking down completely Democratic. But if you look at where these provisional ballots are actually coming from, they are coming from Democratic turf. So I don't think that will matter materially for Trump. So really the question we have now is, how quickly are they going to process these votes in Pennsylvania? And when will they hit a metric where the major news organizations are comfortable saying, yes, this is going to be Joe Biden's state, and therefore he will have the 270 electoral votes and be the president-elect?
Well, you said it looks like the prognosticators might end up being correct with a robust win for Biden. What about the House and the Senate? Because those same prognosticators are expecting big pickups there for Democrats.
So that's where they're off. And we're going to probably spend the next couple of weeks ruminating on why that was the case and general theses for it. I don't have a really concrete answer. The most simple Occam's razor explanation that I've come up with, although it's not that sophisticated, is that a bunch of Republican voters towards the end of the election were very much on the fence about Donald Trump and probably ended up deciding not to vote for Donald Trump, which explains why Biden ended up with the margins that he did. However, they enjoyed the prospect of a divided government. They're not naturally Democratic. They were going to see a Democratic president take hold. They wanted to check on that person. So perhaps they went to the ballot box and said, we're going to split our ticket. The other explanation that we have here is that there was just a general failure to estimate properly the turnout on the Republican side. We've seen historic turnouts on both sides of the election. There was sort of an assumption that historic turnout would benefit Democrats alone. In reality, historic turnout really helped Republicans in states like Texas. I mean, Democrats bested most recent, actually any number that they got in the state before, but Republicans went even higher. And so there was just a failure to truly understand how Trump could bring out those voters on the Republican side even more than he had in the 2016 election.
And the Arizona Senate race was called in favor of Mark Kelly today. So Democrats pick up a seat there, but we're still waiting on a resolution in Georgia. Do you feel like that would be impossible for Democrats to gain another 2 seats in those 2 races?
That's a good question. I mean, obviously, if they get both seats, they will have a 50-seat split, and they can break the tie with Kamala Harris being the VP, which would give them control of the Senate. The question is, who turns out in a runoff, right? I mean, we're talking about an election that's 2.5 months from now. The country's just been through this relatively emotionally traumatic election. How many voters are eager to go back out there and cast ballots? Where are we looking like in terms of the coronavirus pandemic as well? I think the only hope that Democrats have, because I would say it's obvious that Republicans start out as the favorites here, the hope that they have is that if Trump were to end up losing, and if he were to go out of the White House, and it's very clear that he accepts his loss, there's a potential that Trump-supporting Republicans, people who are drawn to the party, not because they're necessarily Republican Party fixtures, but because they like the president, there's a potential that they could be depressed and not come back out for a runoff election. That's probably what Democrats need to hope for. But either way, that will be offset probably by the Republican Party devoting tens of millions of dollars in resources to turnout because they want to protect the majority here.
Sam, I don't know what your bedtime is, particularly this week, but do you expect to go to bed tonight knowing who the president-elect is?
First of all, my body is like, it's all off. So I don't know if I can go to bed until it's 2 a.m. anymore. I've been like completely made nocturnal. I have a suspicion that we will eventually know in Pennsylvania. It's just a matter of time. As of now, Joe Biden is scheduled to speak later today. I would assume he's not going to make a grand address if there was no closure. But the only thing that you can take away from these past 3 or 4 days is that you shouldn't have any expectations at all, that your priors are bound to disappoint, and that you should just take things as they come. So the answer is, I just don't know.
I feel like that's maybe a philosophical metaphor for the rest of life as well.
We're at that place now 3 days in, so yes.
So we got some political advice and some philosophical advice. So we got our money's worth from you, Sam. Thank you so much.
Hey, thanks for having me. Take care.
Let's head now to Georgia for the latest on the ballot count there. NBC's Priscilla Thompson joins us from Atlanta. So Priscilla, we got updated in the last hour right now. Right now, we're still waiting on a lot of those military ballots. Are the military ballots the ones that have to arrive by the end of business today, or are those absentee ballots that were mailed on Tuesday?
So that is not absentee ballots. Here in Georgia, the absentee ballots had to be in by the end of day Tuesday. If they were not in the county registrar's office or a drop box by 7 p.m. on election day, they were not counted. And so absentee ballots are all the absentee ballots that Georgia is going to get are already in. But with regards to the military ballots and the ballots from folks who are voting overseas, those ballots had to be postmarked by Election Day, and they're given up until today, up until 3 days after Election Day to get those in. So by close of business today, we heard the Secretary of State's office saying that we should have sort of a universal number in terms of how many ballots overall need to be counted. Right now, there are somewhere around 8,400 of those military ballots and overseas ballots that are still out that have not been received yet. Throughout the morning, about 500 of those have come in. And so we're waiting to see how many of those 8,400 are actually going to make it in to be counted, because anything that is received after the close of business today is not going to be counted. And so that's sort of one of the things, one of the nuggets to come out of that presser. And the other thing that the Secretary of State talked about was really this idea of security of the election. The Secretary of State spoke for initially when that presser began, really making it a point to say that he understands that what's happening here in Georgia is extending beyond the confines of the state. A lot of people are watching to see what is going to happen, and that is why they want to make sure that they're getting this count right, that it is accurate. Again, reminding that there are observers who are allowed to watch this process take place. So we heard him there really working to reassure voters that this is a safe, a fair, and accurate count, and that they should feel confident in that.
Which counties are still in play right now there in Georgia?
So earlier today, Gwinnett County was the one that really had the lion's share of the roughly 4,000 ballots that are still out and remaining. And then there are a handful, maybe 3 to 4 other counties that have a couple of hundred that need to be counted.
Arizona is with us. Stick around for that. Also,
Office every couple of hours informing us of how many ballots still remain to be counted. And we haven't really seen that today. So we're really waiting to see, we're getting to the point where it's sort of that slow trickle. And the other thing that we're looking at here are provisional ballots that were cast on Election Day that needed to be verified. So folks who maybe showed up on Election Day with an expired ID and had to come back later to verify their identity in order to have their vote counted. There are also absentee ballots that needed to be cured. So people who maybe got their absentee ballots got flagged because there was a signature mismatch or something like that. So we're at the point now of really a slow trickle of different ballots coming in and being counted. And so the numbers are shifting a little bit, but the hope is that by the end of today, we have a clear idea of where things stand. Those ballots can be counted, and then the state will be able to move into the certification process where the counties will certify the results, and then the state will be able to certify the results and begin an audit of these results ahead of making an official announcement here.
Yeah, and Priscilla, when we hear these press conferences, we can hear these officials in their voice. You can hear how much pressure they're under. They know right now the country, the world is watching, but they're not working on our timeline. They're working on their own. But after all of this is said and done, you said the states will, the counties will certify, then the state will certify, and then we have a potential for a recount. So tell me about that timeline.
Exactly. So we could be in for quite a month of November here in Georgia. The state has until November the 20th to certify those results. And we heard in that press conference, the folks there saying that they would like to see the county get their results certified as soon as possible so that the state can begin that process. And I should mention within there, the state is also going to be doing an audit. So they're going to be picking a statistically significant sample of ballots. They're going to be reviewing those by hand. A group of folks is going to be doing that. And so they're going to be checking. The goal there, the idea there is that audit will produce 90% accuracy in the vote count, just another safeguard there before the state certifies those results and makes that announcement. And then what could happen is the potential for a recount, which the state has signaled could be likely. And so once the candidates see those state certified results, if the candidates are still within 0.5% of each other, which at this moment, Joe Biden and Donald Trump are tied, either candidate could request a recount, and that is when the state would begin preparing for that. Officials have said they hope something like that wouldn't take longer than a week. But as we've seen this week, those timelines can begin to drag out. So it could be after Thanksgiving, later in the month of November, until we really have an end and a bit of finality to the results here in Georgia.
All right, Priscilla Thompson there live in Atlanta. Thank you so much, Priscilla. We appreciate it. At this hour, former Vice President Joe Biden continues to lead over President Donald Trump in battleground Pennsylvania. As results continue to pour in, Biden's lead has steadily increased. Joining us now with the latest is MSNBC's Chris Jansing live from Harrisburg. So, Chris, what ballots are they still counting? And I'm going to ask you to look into your crystal ball and tell us when we might have some clarity.
Yeah, there's pockets, obviously, of ballots, certainly in Philadelphia and some of the counties surrounding that. We have gotten a few more trickling in across the day from Philadelphia. But the one everybody is watching right now, because it's going to happen at the top of the hour, is Allegheny County, which is Pittsburgh. And we were told earlier that 6,500 ballots will have been counted, and they will post those at 5 o'clock Eastern time. There are another about 26,000 ballots that only at 5 o'clock they're going to start actually processing. And the reason for that is that those are the ballots that were misprinted. And so they had them reprinted, and then people got to fill those out. But they have been segregated to make sure it's the proper ballot that's filled out. There was a court hearing about it, and they came to a decision that they would wait until 5 o'clock today to start counting those ballots. And of course, there isn't a single county right now in Pennsylvania that has a 100% vote count. And that is because of this new regulation that says you have 3 days for your ballot to be received. So 5 o'clock this afternoon is the cutoff, as long as your ballot was posted by 8 o'clock on Election Day on Tuesday. So very slowly results are starting to come in, but we should get a good number of them at 5 o'clock. And then we're waiting to see what else might come in. The Allegheny County folks, by the way, say that those ballot counters worked all day. They didn't stop for lunch, and they're expecting them to work well into the night. And so there are places, including Philadelphia, including Pittsburgh, across Pennsylvania, where the vote count is continuing and is likely to continue, not just into tonight, but beyond. Priscilla?
Wow. Another long night there. So, Chris, you kind of touched on one of the legal challenges right now there in Pennsylvania, but there are so many. Do we have any response right now from state officials on how they're responding to some of these legal challenges from the Trump campaign?
Well, the state officials have been very clear. They say that they believe in the integrity of the election, that they will defend the integrity of the election. But just today, the Republican Party again went to the U.S. Supreme Court. And the question that they're raising is exactly about what we were talking about, the legitimacy of counting ballots that have come in after the election night and segregating them. Now, most of the counties responded and said that's exactly what they've been doing. They have been keeping those votes separate from the rest of mail-in ballots, but not all of the counties. So they want to know about that. There are some, in a couple of counties, there's still ongoing litigation about whether or not people who got notified that there was something wrong with their mail-in ballot, let's say they forgot to sign the outside of the envelope, they were notified, came in and fixed that. Was that legit? The Republicans say it isn't. The Democrats say there's absolutely nothing in law that says that the Board of Elections can't let people know, hey, your ballot isn't right. But you can feel sort of the intensity of what's been going on. The mayor of Philadelphia at a press conference today suggested that President Trump put on his big boy pants and concede. Of course, this election has not been declared. But we're also seeing on the other side, Republicans, Pat Toomey, who's the junior senator here, the majority leader of the state Senate, who is also a Republican, pushing back against statements by the president and many of his allies that there is some sort of widespread fraud, that this election is illegitimate, and saying that's just not so. Lindsay?
All right, Chris Jansing, important update there. We appreciate it. Margins are widening in uncalled states for former Vice President Joe Biden as we await final tallies from those crucial states. NBC's Mike Memley has the latest from the Biden campaign. He joins us now from their headquarters at Chase Center in Wilmington, Delaware. So, Mike, we were supposed to hear from the vice president, assuming that when they announced that, they were pretty confident that one of the races would be called and we would have a definitive winner. What's it looking like now?
Yeah, Lindsay. I mean, that moment this morning when we saw that Joe Biden took the lead in Pennsylvania was seen, I think, by just about everyone, including us, including the Biden campaign, as sort of the end of the beginning or the beginning of the end, that we were moving towards potentially a projection of Joe Biden as the president-elect. But there's a lot of caution now, I think, based on all the conversations you've been having with our great correspondents in the field about the slow pace of those numbers, some of the variables in terms of provisional ballots, things that we still don't know about the count coming in. And so where the Biden team was very quick this morning to lay the groundwork for a speech tonight from not just the former vice president, but from his running mate as well, Senator Kamala Harris, we're now hearing from Biden campaign officials that absent a projection from news organizations that he has indeed crossed 270 electoral votes, it is unlikely that we would see Joe Biden here tonight. And there's an important reason why for this, Lindsay. From the Biden's view, that this speech tonight is the beginning of a process for him of doing what he has said is so important throughout this campaign, beginning to unite this country, to take the political temperature down a few notches, and to focus as he looks ahead toward governing. If there is not an independent assessment here that he has in fact won, then this just becomes an extension of a campaign style speech like we are seeing as well from the president, who continues to cast doubt upon the outcome. And so for a longtime veteran creature of Washington, he wouldn't like that I was calling him that, but Joe Biden, somebody who values the norms and traditions of our government, of our democracy, I think an interesting window into how he's viewing this, that there is some skittishness here of getting far out ahead when he's been saying all week that it's not for him to say who has won this election, it's for the American people.
Well, do you think that, well, maybe in the morning they were drinking mimosas, now they're really backing off? And I'm sure they're still hopeful, but maybe not quite as celebratory?
Well, I mean, across the board with the Biden team, there has been, some very reserved emotions about this situation. A lot of the staff, like their boss, is wary of getting ahead of things. As a close aide of Biden told our colleague Kelly O'Donnell, he is very Irish and he's very superstitious. And that sort of trickles down to a lot of his staff as well. Once Pennsylvania did show the change in result, I think it did change the thinking of the Biden team, and they felt more confident in coming out and being ready to declare victory. But again, it's a very tricky situation. These are very difficult and perilous moments in our democracy. We saw what happened in 2000 and the way different calls and projections went wrong and led to weeks of uncertainty. And I think everyone's focused both on our side and on the campaign side of getting this moment right.
All right, Mike Memley, with a good feel for what's happening there on the ground with the Biden campaign in Delaware, we appreciate it. And while, of course, it is perfectly normal to wait for votes to be counted right now during a presidential election, in a pandemic, no less, by the way, there's been a lot of seeds of doubt, of course, that have been sown. The actions and the words by the sitting president, they're affecting the way we will look back on 2020. So let's bring in Barbara Perry, professor and director of presidential studies at the University of Virginia. Barbara, I've got to ask you, Michael Beschloss, presidential historian, he tweeted, watch this night, last night, when the president was, I think it was either Watch This Night or Remember This Night, when the president was addressing the nation. Did it strike you also as something that we will remember for years to come?
Oh, it certainly does. We've written a book here just recently, and it will be published this coming year, called the Constitutional Presidency, and the subtitle is The Presidency at the Crossroads. And I think in the Donald Trump presidency, we have come to a crossroads. It's not the first that the presidency office has come to. Sometimes that's because of events that have overtaken a president, or certainly crises like the Great Depression and World War II or the Civil War causes a lot of power to accrue to a president. But this is one of the few times, thank goodness, I would say this and Watergate, where presidents take themselves down. And because of doing that, they take the office down at least a notch. And I've been making the case for a long time that one of the things the founders most feared in this new experiment that they had for a democratic republic, and the reason we have an electoral college, was that they feared the people and they feared demagogues who lie to the people or tell half-truths, prey on the divisions among people, and prey upon the base instincts of the people. And so I think it was an irony then that the Electoral College in 2016 would have selected Donald Trump, but I think that's the road that he's taken us down. And that's why I think last night, I hope it reached a crescendo. I hope it doesn't get worse, but I'm not prepared to say that.
And of course, right now, NBC has not called the race. We do not have a president-elect yet. But typically, when we do see this transition of power, there is a concession speech that really focuses on putting country over party and over self. And the concession isn't necessarily mandated by law. It's traditional. Do you expect this year, in so many other ways as it already has been, will be anything but traditional?
Well, let's put it this way. Should somehow Joe Biden lose this election, I think he would give a standard speech. That is, he would be gracious and graceful, and he would call for the country to unite. I think the opposite will happen, as it has over these 4 years, that Donald Trump will break the China. He will break the tradition that's been one of certainly the modern era of the presidency for the loser, including the incumbent president who loses for re-election, to give a gracious and graceful speech and to call the country to support the new president and to come together and unite. Sometimes that doesn't last very long, but even Al Gore, who saw his hopes dashed in 2000, as soon as the Supreme Court made the decision that in effect threw the case and through the election to Bush and put him in the Oval Office, Al Gore came out the next day and said, this didn't end the way I wanted it to, but again, he was graceful and gracious in his concession. I don't see that coming from the 45th president.
Well, you are the professor and director of presidential studies at the University of Virginia, so I want to ask you, in all of your studies right now, does it feel like we are at a period of time where we're more divided than ever? I know that Joshua Johnson posed that question to Alan Lichtman a few hours ago, and he said, well, we've had a civil war, but where do we stand right now in terms of where we've been as a country, and what your hopes are for maybe mending some of that division?
We have been split, certainly, and the founders feared that as well. They called these splits factions. And they said one way to get rid of having people split off into human nature factions and groups of like-minded people would be to do away with factions, to do away with liberty. But they said that would be like saying, well, oxygen causes fires and causes fires to burn. So I know what, to get rid of fires, let's get rid of oxygen. So they came up with this complex system that they thought would help to ameliorate the worst effects of these divisions, or factions as they called them. It seems that perhaps that's not working so well right now, but I wouldn't say this is the worst the country has ever been in terms of divisions, but I say we're getting very close, if not cross that line, that maybe it is the worst since the Civil War, and we certainly hope it doesn't go down that road either.
Ameliorate. I must have failed my vocab test when that word appeared, because it is not ringing a bell. But thank you for teaching me so much today, Barbara Perry.
Get rid of, ameliorate.
Oh, I've already got it pulled up. Thank you.
Excellent.
Magic
See,
of
you can
Google.
take that SAT and have no worries.
Thank you. When we come back, we will head to Arizona. Stick around.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, We're right there with you, whether you're back to school. What do you guys think? We're excited? Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school. What do you guys think? We're excited? Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell. Weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Hey, everybody, we're going to go to Arizona next, one of the states that we are monitoring very closely because it remains too close to call this afternoon. You see there's a difference of about 39,700 votes there with Joe Biden just pulling ahead. We want to go out to NBC's Gotti Schwartz joining us now from Phoenix, Arizona. Protests going on behind you. I've been outside that building many times, Gotti. I'm from there. What's the latest in the count and what are these people doing there?
Yeah, so let's just go through the full numbers right now. That 39,000 is the difference between Joe Biden and President Trump. Joe Biden ahead right now. And earlier in the week, we saw that dwindle from 60,000, a 60,000 lead to that 39,000 lead that we see right now. There are still a lot of ballots left to count in Arizona overall, and as well as Maricopa County. You know this building. This is where that vote tabulation happens. Right now, there's 120,000 ballots that are still outstanding. They are inside of that building. There are election workers that are going through them right now, doing a lot of signature verification. They are also adjudicating, which means that they are taking a close look at the ballots, and they have a person that's a Republican, a person that it's a Democrat sitting right next to them. And anytime they have a problem with the ballot, they pull the ballot up, and the Democrat and the Republican look at the bubble and they say, you know what, this bubble may be a little bit off, but it's clear that the intention of the voter was this this bubble right here. And that's when they will take another ballot, a clean ballot, and they will make sure, both of them in a bipartisan way, make sure that they are filing a clean ballot that can be read by the tabulation machine. So that's a process that's going on. We've seen a lot of that happening. So these last ballots that we're going to see, they take a little bit more time to process. 120,000 ballots that we're hoping to see in the next couple of days. But then overall here in Arizona, we're talking over 200,000 ballots that are still outstanding. So when you look at the discrepancy, or when you look at the length that President Trump has to go to catch that 39,000 to catch up to Joe Biden, it's possible. I mean, it's not. You cannot say that that's not going to happen because there are still 200,000 ballots out there, and that lead just isn't big enough that Biden has right now. So people here, they've been gathering. This is a small crowd compared to what we saw earlier. It actually came out here into the street. And being from Arizona, I mean, when was the last time you saw this blocked off in front of the Maricopa Election Center? You've got the road, the intersection blocked off by the sheriff's department. The sheriff has been keeping an eye on what's going on. The day before yesterday, we saw election workers. They were escorted to their cars by the sheriff's department because the crowd had gotten so big and the poll workers inside may have felt unsafe. Now, this has become somewhat of the new normal. Every single day we've seen these protesters gathered here. We're expecting more to gather tonight, but right now that crowd is dwindling a little bit. Back to you.
I've covered many elections there, and I've never seen a crowd outside that building right there. We've seen, of course, the president and his team mounting legal challenges in other states. Are you expecting the same in Arizona?
Yeah, interestingly enough, and we don't want to open up this can of worms, especially in front of that building, because they are done hearing the word Sharpie. But interestingly enough, both Republicans and Democrats seem to be filing some sort of lawsuit saying that it was either confusing how the Sharpies were used, or it may have led to votes being thrown out. The election workers that we've talked to, the Secretary of State, any official that you'll ask about this will very carefully explain why these Sharpies don't invalidate votes in Maricopa County alone. We're just talking about Maricopa County, and it's because they have a double-sided ballot that is offset. So when you fill something out and it bleeds through, it's not going to bleed through onto another bubble. That's the short of it, but it's gone into the legal sphere now, so it's going to be something that both sides are going to take to court, and we'll see how it plays out there.
Yeah, and there's a really great explainer on your Twitter page if people are more curious and they want to see you do a demonstration with your penmanship there. But also on your Twitter page, because I've been fascinated with what's going on right there in my hometown, you also talk about how quickly a conspiracy theory spreads. Can you go over what you were hearing in that crowd?
Yeah, let's take a walk real fast. I'll show you. Okay, so this is the crowd, and throughout the day we've had different speakers. We've had some speakers that say, "Look, we don't want to talk about conspiracies. We don't want to hear about conspiracies. We want to make sure that this is about keeping the ballots counted." And then we've had speakers that get up there and they start weaving all kinds of different conspiracies. Most of them are flat out. You can tell right away that they are things that don't make logical sense. But then what we saw earlier was a crowd of people from over here take off down here. Now this over here is the media staging area, right? This is where the media parks, because there have been thousands and thousands of people, and because there was all kinds of chaos the first night, the Maricopa County officials designated this as reserved for the media. You can see it right there. And then over here, you got these signs that say freedom of speech zone. So this is where the protest is supposed to be. This is where the media is supposed to gather. It's really just to try to keep things moving. And then you've got the live truck. I mean, you and I have both worked out of these things before. And this is where we bring in our equipment. Well, over here, there was a Fox News crew that was parked in front of one of these signs that says reserved for the media. The people right here, we're not going to antagonize them because I tried to tell them earlier what was going on. They were not interested in hearing it, but they're convinced that the media or people that pretend to be the media are taking ballot boxes and somehow putting them into vans, bringing them here to be counted. So they kept saying that they were extra ballots. That's not the case. We went in, we saw what was going on. It's just Fox News. They've got a tripod case in there. They've got camera equipment. They've got a live view. They've got the kind of stuff that we need to broadcast. So it's really interesting to see how fast something like that can happen. And really all it takes is somebody going over to that crowd saying, they've got ballot boxes. They're loading up ballot boxes. And then you come out here, and then you've got people that are parked over here in cars. Some of them have California plates because we're all renting cars as we're out here. And then another crowd comes over. They try to hear what's going on. And the next thing you know, a conspiracy theory is born.
Yeah, someone takes video, somebody posts it on Twitter, maybe somebody else retweets it. It gets amplified and amplified. All right, NBC's Gotti Schwartz, thank you so much for that explainer. Stay safe right there in Phoenix, Arizona. We're going to go now to somebody who knows very well how these conspiracy theories can grow and grow like wildfire. I'm joined now by NBC's Ben Collins, who unfortunately for some reason has chosen this as his beat. But Ben, let's talk right now. What are we hearing from, for example, QAnon about what's happening?
So Q specifically, so QAnon is this conspiracy theory. There is a government insider who is basically speaking on behalf of President Trump, and President Trump is secretly taking down a group of satanic child leaders within the Democratic Party. Now, this has been disproven over and over again. All of the, there were supposed to be mass arrests for the last few years. Now it seems like that's probably not going to happen. I think people are starting to realize that as the writing is on the wall for the president right now. So a lot of people are getting pretty desperate and pretty antsy. And actually, we have a little bit of breaking news on that. Last night, there were 2 men who were arrested outside of Philadelphia, actually inside of Philadelphia. They came from Virginia. And inside their Hummer, they had a QAnon hat. They had QAnon stickers on their car. And they also had 160 rounds of ammunition, an AR-15, and 2 pistols. So there is a lot going on in the fever swamp on the internet right now with these conspiracy theories, which you and Gadi just talked about. But sometimes this is leading to real world action. And that's what has law enforcement concerned right now. And I think, it's what has a lot of people concerned is it's kind of a tinderbox right now.
And so that was just an example where these 2 individuals were arrested. It doesn't appear to be much larger than that, at least in that specific instance. But I also want to ask you about something that is a lot larger, the Stop the Steal groups that are popping up on social media. How are these social media giants responding to these groups?
So Facebook put a stop to this pretty quickly. Now, Stop the Steal was a hashtag on election day before polls closed even. Right-wing influencers were accusing people of stealing the election. Before they even had a narrative, they just started accusing people of this with no evidence. This didn't really take off on Twitter on election day, but a couple days later, 2 days later on Facebook, it went bananas. There were moments where you would refresh this one group on Facebook called Stop the Steal. After a couple of seconds, it would gain a few followers or a few thousand followers. It was a wildly successful campaign, astroturfed by GOP operatives who have funneled people to this campaign. And what they were doing was bringing people to real world events, places like Harrisburg, where you'll see signs that say "Stop the Steal" outside in real life. And they were driving people to there. Now, Facebook eventually took this page down because of so many calls to arms, so many calls to violence, calls for the Civil War in the comments section of this page. And they were worried that they would, it would bleed through to real life. They were worried those comments, which were extremely popular in those pages, would bleed through to those events that were being posted on that page. So Facebook took it down. Initially, they just tried to throttle it and make it so it didn't appear in search, but they just removed it entirely. And now it's sort of dying off a little bit, but you still see the remnants of that in real life in Harrisburg where they're counting ballots.
Well, and also when I was discussing with Gadi how these theories can get amplified, all it takes is somebody with a lot of Twitter followers to retweet something or use that hashtag. Has Twitter been kind of working overtime right now to be labeling certain tweets from influential people like the president as potential dis or misinformation?
Yeah, I don't know what happened. They grew a spine very recently over the last couple of days. It's a full reconstruction surgery of the entire spinal column there for Twitter. It's a completely different thing than Facebook. They are not really taking things down. They're not stopping the spread of groups, but they are labeling tweets from politicians that are harmful, and they're making it harder for them to be shared. That includes the president, but it also includes the first QAnon congressperson, Marjorie Taylor Greene, who just won her election a couple days ago in Georgia. Her entire Twitter account is just filled with warnings about misinformation. So they are doing more to stop the spread of this misinformation, but there's just so much of it, it's hard to keep up.
All right. NBC's Ben Collins, we appreciate you and your reporting so very much. Thank you. As the Biden campaign waits for final results and the world waits for final results, we're also waiting on a lot of uncalled state races around the country. Right now, there's still a few open seats that could flip power to the Democrats in the Senate. We want to get out to NBC's Leanne Caldwell. She joins us from Charlotte, North Carolina. So, Leanne, good to see you. Right now, what are some of these uncalled races that we're still waiting on?
Hey, Savannah. So first, there's an update on one of those uncalled races, and that's Arizona. NBC News finally called that one this afternoon in favor of the Democratic challenger, Mark Kelly. He beat Republican incumbent Senator Martha McSally, and a really big win for Democrats. This is the first net increase that Democrats have gotten so far. Then there's two Georgia races, of course. The one with Republican Senator David Perdue, and the other with Republican incumbent Senator Kelly Loeffler. Both of those are going to a runoff, and the truth is, both of those seats where the runoff in January will likely decide control of the Senate. Republican groups, Democratic groups are already starting to pour money into these races in what is going to be a massive fight, which is likely to be about control of the Senate, not necessarily about these specific candidates themselves. Then in North Carolina, which is where I am right now in Charlotte, that's a race that separates the two candidates by 98,000 votes. We're not going to find the final outcome until the end of next week, but sources on both sides tell me that it's very likely that the Republican incumbent Senator Thom Tillis is likely to be reelected and be sent back to Washington, D.C. And then finally, there's Alaska, one we haven't talked a lot about. This is a very red state. Not a lot of ballots have come in yet because it's so difficult to collect those ballots from the dispersed offices and places from around that massive rural state. The Democratic challenger, Al Gross, he sent a memo to the media just yesterday asking that they not make a projection in that race until at least next week, when a good portion of these ballots will finally come in, Savannah.
And we know that the Democrats are going to maintain their control of the House. What do we know about House Speaker Pelosi and whether she's going to seek re-election?
Oh, and I'm sorry, Lindsay, I don't have return. I thought your voice was Savannah, so
That's
I want to
okay.
apologize.
Just don't call me late for dinner.
I know. If I could only see your face, I would know. Yeah, so you asked about Speaker Pelosi, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you. Totally thrown off track. So, Lindsay, Speaker Pelosi, yes, she is planning to run for Speaker again, despite a really disappointing night for House Democrats. They have actually lost seats in the House of Representatives, and this was despite really strong expectations that they were going to pick up an additional 10, perhaps 15 seats. So despite that disappointing night, she is confident that she's going to be able to win her race for Speaker again, something that the full House of Representatives will vote on in January when the new Congress is convened. But she's going to have to deal with a lot of uprising from her members who are very angry that they lost seats. And there's big battles between the moderate faction of her members and the progressives. So she has a big job on her hands if she's to be Speaker in the next Congress, Lindsay.
All right, NBC News correspondent Leanne Caldwell working so hard for us. It's been a long week for you. I hope you get some rest, but I don't think you probably will. So thank you so much. And the Trump campaign continuing with multiple lawsuits in battleground states, but lots of unanswered questions remain about the evidence backing up their litigation. Legal analyst Kim Whaley joins us now. Kim, it's good to see you. The Trump campaign not very clear, or very clear rather, that they're not giving up this election without every possible legal fight, but it also feels like there isn't a consistent message here. Doesn't sound like we have your audio, Kim, so I think we are going to try and fix that because we definitely want to talk to you and find out a little bit more about some of those questions in the legal fight. We will work on that and be right back.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school. What do you guys think? We're excited? Or back to work. We're keeping you safe. I love being back. Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school. What do you guys think? We're excited? Or back to work. We're keeping you safe. I love being back. Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Back with me now on the president's threats of litigation is legal analyst Kim Whaley. Kim, happy to see you, happy to hear you, I hope. What's the strategy here?
I think the strategy is to create the impression that there's widespread fraud or problems inherent in the electoral process. Right now, these lawsuits aren't alleging any serious fraud or any serious problems that could lead a court to actually change the outcome of the election, but it is creating a perception somehow of nefariousness or problems that I think is confusing a lot of members of the public and feeling like somehow this election is unfair to Mr. Trump, when so far, as we saw in your prior piece, the elections workers are working very hard, methodically, a lot of auditing procedures in place, and we as Americans can feel good and confident about the integrity of the system.
And the Republican Party has asked the U.S. Supreme Court to stop the counting of mail ballots in Pennsylvania that were received after Tuesday. What do you make of this latest move?
So that case has been pending since prior to the election. The Supreme Court declined to intervene beforehand, and now we have that still pending before the court. This latest maneuver, frankly, to sort of just segregate those ballots when there's already the question of whether those ballots should be counting before the Supreme Court, I think that is sort of an attempt to lure the court into the fray. One of the Trump campaign's lawyers yesterday said on air something to the effect of, "We hope only Amy Coney Barrett does the right thing for President Trump," suggesting that somehow this is a loyalty test when these justices are there to call balls and strikes on proper cases that are supported by facts and by the law. I think that, particularly the Chief Justice probably shuddered when he heard that, because the last thing he wants is to have the Supreme Court perceived even more as a political arm of the Republican Party rather than, again, neutral arbiters of justice.
Yeah, they do try and avoid that, and it is so important for our system to have that separate, integral, different branch to kind of be a check on our other branches. Legal analyst and professor of law Kim Whaley, thank you so much for some of that important insight. With all this talk about potential recounts, NBC News Now correspondent Simone Boyce breaks down the recount rules in each battleground state.
As the nation anxiously waits to find out who the next president will be, all eyes are on several key states that could ultimately decide the race. Now, ballots are still being counted in these battlegrounds, but results so far suggest tight margins between President Trump and Joe Biden. And if the final vote total is super close, candidates can request recounts in most of these states. So let's run through the recount rules in these battlegrounds, starting with that coveted blue wall that President Trump turned red in 2016. Wisconsin doesn't have automatic recounts, but candidates can petition one if the margin of votes is 1% or less. That's why the Trump campaign is planning to ask for a recount, even though Joe Biden is the apparent winner there. And by that, we mean Biden has won the race, but the final results could depend on confirming vote totals or a potential recount. Now, if that happens, Wisconsin has 13 days to retally the votes. Now, Michigan does have automatic recounts if the margin is 2,000 votes or less. But a candidate can also request one within 2 days of canvassing if there is evidence of fraud or errors. In either case, the process would need to be completed 39 days after the initial votes were certified. And in Pennsylvania, an automatic recount goes into effect when there's a difference of 0.5 percentage point or less. That process would need to be finished by November 29th. As for the candidates, 3 electors can petition a recount in a contested district if they claim mistakes were made. Now let's zoom out of the Rust Belt and zoom in on Georgia. No automatic recounts here, but candidates can ask for one if the margin is within 0.5%. They have 2 business days after county certification to submit their request. And in North Carolina, no automatic recounts here either. Candidates can make a request if the margin is within 10,000 votes, based on how many people voted in the state. And if an initial machine recount doesn't change the results, a hand-to-eye recount can be requested as well. And like North Carolina, Nevada also doesn't have automatic recounts. But the state does allow losing candidates to petition one regardless of margin. Requested recounts need to take place within 10 days. Now, Arizona is the outlier here. It's the only state we're watching that doesn't allow candidates to request a recount. That means automatic recounts are the thing to watch here if the margin is within 0.1%. But based on the latest tally, that does seem unlikely. Look, we're still waiting on all the votes to be counted, but at least we know what we can expect if these battlegrounds enter recount territory.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school. What do you guys think? We're excited? Or back to work. We're keeping you safe. I love being back. Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school. What do you guys think? We're excited? Or back to work. We're keeping you safe. I love being back. Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Thank you to every single one of you that is out there trying to make the noise for yourself.
Democracy depends upon fair elections. President Trump's team is going to have the chance to make a case regarding voting irregularities.
You're going to have contests. You're going to have court decisions. That's how we settle these kinds of disputes in this country.
The Trump campaign has filed a scattershot of lawsuits in Georgia and Michigan and Nevada and Pennsylvania that so far appear to be light on substance and are more about creating an impression with the public that things are a mess rather than about remedying any actual legal issues.
Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You are watching special election coverage on NBC News Now. Here's where we are on day 4. The race is tight tonight. We are waiting on results from 6 states. 5 of them, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, and North Carolina, are still too close to call. So let's dig into the latest numbers there with NBC News political editor Carrie Dan. Carrie, as always, I will let you take the lead. Where are we starting tonight?
Great, Allison. Let's start in Pennsylvania, as we so often have started when we've gone down these rundowns, because it really is all eyes there. Joe Biden is up by about 14,000 votes in the state of Pennsylvania. We've seen that vote trickling in throughout the day. Now, one thing that we're waiting for is vote out of Allegheny County. You people who've been watching have probably heard that for the last couple of days. We're looking at 35,000 votes that are still scheduled to come from there. Now, we should see shortly about 6,000 of those, but 29,000 are just starting to be counted probably as we speak. Here's the reason for that. A couple weeks ago in Allegheny County, when mail ballots were sent out, there was a printing error. They realized that. They sent out a new version of that, but there was some legal action taken by some down ballot folks on the ballot. And part of that legal settlement was that when those ballots were returned, they had to be set aside and could not be counted until 5 p.m. on this Friday so that they could go through an extra level of scrutiny. So we're waiting for those ballots. Now, in addition to that, there's been a lot of questions about why networks have not made a call here in Pennsylvania, considering the trajectory that we've seen all day. Here's one reason for that. There are, we think, about 100,000 provisional ballots out in the state of Pennsylvania. Now, a provisional ballot is what you get if you show up to the polls and there's a question about your eligibility. For example, if you're a voter who was issued a mail ballot, got it at home, decided, hey, I want to actually go vote in person, but forgot to bring the physical ballot with you, if you were to go to the polls, they would let you vote on a provisional ballot. The reason for that is elections officials want to be able to check, okay, how, make sure this person is for real, they live where they say they are, they're not voting twice, et cetera. So provisional ballots typically, in a normal election, typically tend to favor Democrats. However, this is not a normal election at all.
Not at all.
100,000, not at all, right? And with 100,000 potentially votes in the state of Pennsylvania out that were conducted using this method, we don't really know what those are going to look like. And that's one reason that so many, that we and other networks are being so cautious about making a call here. We need to make sure that we can see those votes and that they fit within our models and they look like we think that they're going to look. There's a lot of uncertainty about what the vote break is going to be in those ballots. And that's why, why at this hour, even though we've been saying the same story about Pennsylvania all day today and all day yesterday, we still are not in a place. This race remains too close to call.
Carrie, thank you so much. I know I said earlier that we are in day 4 and you have been a rock star for us throughout the week. I know we will be checking back in with you several times tonight. We'll see you in a little bit. Joe Biden still gaining ground in Pennsylvania right now. As Carrie said, he has more than 14,000 more votes than President Trump. The president still claiming voter fraud in Philadelphia with absolutely no evidence to back those claims. Mayor Jim Kenney insisting that his city's system is working.
The votes will continue to be counted until every valid mail-in ballot, absentee ballot, and provisional ballot is counted. So while some, including the president, continue to spew baseless claims of fraud, claims for which his team has not produced one iota of evidence, what we have seen here in Philadelphia is democracy, pure and simple.
All right, let's bring in NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis in Philadelphia and MSNBC senior national correspondent Chris Jansing in Harrisburg. Rahema, you were at a press conference with Philadelphia city commissioners. What is the latest from them, the latest timeline on those final results?
Still to be determined. One thing that I should tell you is that this hour, 5 o'clock, is the cutoff time for when any mail-in ballots could be brought into this convention center for counting. This is the end of that 3-day extension that they were giving for those duly certified and legally issued ballots to be brought back in. Now what they're saying is that they have got 40,000 mail ballots that have yet to be counted. One of the things that I was asking is how many of those mail-in ballots that have yet to be counted include ballots that may have come in that 3-day extension? We were not able to get an answer to that earlier today. I suspect that authorities are trying to figure that out. But that's what they're working on now, trying to figure out how much they have and exactly how long are they going to take to count it. They say they're going to take their time, they're going to make sure it's done right, and they want to make certain it's transparent so that they can stand by the results. Allison?
Chris, over in Western PA, we're also expecting more vote counts from Allegheny County. What are you hearing? What's the latest there?
Yeah, I'm doing what I think a lot of people in the Biden campaign and all across America are doing. I keep hitting refresh.
Yeah.
You know, we were listening. No, nothing. We are still waiting for those 6,500 votes that Kerry Dan reported were going to be reported out. They told us around 5 o'clock to be reported out. But here's what we know about what's going on in Allegheny County, which again, besides those, which are mainly mail-in and military ballots, they've got these 26,000 that are the ones that were improperly printed and then had to be reprinted. So they worked all day long, people who are counting the ballots. In fact, officials there told us they actually worked right through lunch and they plan to work well into the night. What we're hearing from a lot of these elections officials in places where you see the poll workers who are, their hands are full of paper cuts, they're exhausted, but they keep at it, is that it's very disheartening to them to hear these attacks on the integrity of the election. In fact, in Bucks County, which is pretty closely aligned, between Democrats and Republicans, I think it's a 3-point race there right now. They actually put out a statement, a bipartisan statement saying, any criticism of the integrity of this election is a direct attack on the integrity of these public citizens, meaning these poll workers. They are men and women of all backgrounds, ages, and party affiliations. You can feel, obviously, the tension, some of the exhaustion that is setting in. But what we are hearing over and over and over again from elections officials is be patient. This is going to take a while. Like the provisional ballots, don't expect those to be counted for days yet. Urging patience, urging folks to say, listen, what's most important is not speed, but accuracy, Allison.
Absolutely. Rahema, 2 armed men were arrested overnight on their way to the convention center there in Philadelphia, which is, of course, where votes are being counted. And earlier today, we heard there were protests outside the building. What's been going on?
Well, what's been going on is what officials here say is democracy in action. In addition to the fact that they are counting the ballots here in the convention center, people are protesting on the streets. It's somewhat of a celebratory mood, but it's people who are disagreeing but not being disagreeable in the sense that we have not heard any reports of any arrest as a result of these protests. Those who are on the Trump side saying stop the count, and those who are on the Biden side saying continue the count. It's a fascinating, almost celebratory event going on for the Biden people as it's happening here in Philadelphia, as the city officials were pointing out. This is the birthplace of the Declaration of Independence and the U.S. Constitution, 2 documents that were vigorously debated by the founding fathers. And here, the vigorous debate goes on. But part of that Constitution allows for people to have the right to vote. It's being exercised and it's being counted right here in this building.
Chris, NBC's Pete Williams is reporting that the Republican Party of Pennsylvania is asking the U.S. Supreme Court to stop the count of the mail-in ballots that are received after Tuesday night. What are election officials in Pennsylvania saying?
Yeah, this is something that's been going on for a while. It was in the state Supreme Court. They have said all along that they will defend, again, the integrity of this, that they believe that it is enshrined in state law. Here's what's at stake, and this is the first time, obviously, that we have had mail-in balloting in Pennsylvania that goes beyond those who are have reasons. This is a no excuse now mail-in ballot. We saw these huge numbers. So the question is about this 3-day period after Election Day. People had, as Rahema said, up until 5 o'clock today that those ballots would be received. They had to be postmarked by 8 o'clock, which was when the polls closed on Tuesday night. What you've heard from the president and what you hear in these filings from the Republicans is that they believe those are illegitimate ballots. The Democrats are saying that's the law. People voted understanding that that was the law. We should say that this has come before the Supreme Court twice before. They refused to look at it. And the Secretary of State said just today she doesn't think it would affect enough votes for it to make a difference in this election. But a lot of people watching closely to see what happens there, Allison.
Chris, Rahema, I know you both will be refreshing your phones, and we'll be catching up with you a little bit later tonight. Thank you both so much for being with us.
Thanks.
The Georgia Secretary of State confirming today there will likely be a recount there since the margins in the presidential election are so close. Here's a clip from earlier today.
Georgia voters deserve accurate, real election results. Election workers around the state are working with integrity to ensure every legal ballot is counted and no illegal ballots are counted. Right now, Georgia remains too close to call. Out of the approximately 5 million votes cast, we'll have a margin of a few thousand. The focus for our office and for the county elections officials for now remains on making sure that every legal vote is counted and recorded accurately. As we are closing in on a final count, we can begin to look toward our next steps. With a margin that small, there will be likely a recount in Georgia. Interest in our election obviously goes far beyond our borders. The final tally in Georgia at this point has huge implications for the entire country. The stakes are high and the emotions are high on all sides. We will not let those debates distract us from our work. We will get it right, and will defend the integrity of our elections. In some states, there are complaints about monitors not being allowed to watch the count. In Georgia, this process is and will remain open and transparent to monitors. If any member of the public raises legitimate concerns, we'll investigate those. We are committed to doing anything and everything to maintaining trust in our electoral process here for every Georgian, regardless of partisan preference. Thank you.
NBC News reporter Priscilla Thompson joins us now from Atlanta. Priscilla, what happened overnight in Georgia? How did Biden pull ahead? And have you been allowed to move from this spot since then?
The good news is, Allison, I was allowed to move from this spot, but I am back today to bring the latest on what we have. But yes, we went to sleep with Donald Trump on top and woke up to find Joe Biden in the lead, in large part because of a vote count that we got from Clayton County overnight. And Clayton County is a Democratic stronghold in the Atlanta metro area. We've been talking all along about how important those areas could be for Joe Biden, that these could possibly tilt the race in his favor. And that's exactly what happened. This is a county that voted about 85% for Joe Biden. 85% of that county voted for Joe Biden. And when those numbers came in last night, he began to take the lead. And when we look at in terms of the larger picture here today, the Secretary of State informed us earlier that around 4,000 ballots across the state still need to be counted. The lion's share of those ballots in Gwinnett County, another one of those Democratic strongholds in the Atlanta metro area, that we're still waiting to see what we're going to get there. And there are also a couple hundred ballots out in some of the rural Republican counties. So it'll be interesting to see how that shapes the race. But that's where we're at now. It's going to be kind of a slow trickle as we wait for the remainder of those votes, those vote counts to come in. Allison?
Priscilla, President Trump tweeted out earlier today, where are the missing military ballots in Georgia? What happened to them? First of all, I'd like to fact check that because there are no missing military ballots in the state. But could you tell us how the state will count its about 8,900 overseas and military ballots?
Correct, Allison. There are no missing ballots. Those ballots have been coming in for weeks now. Folks have until until close of business today to get those ballots in, as long as they were postmarked by Election Day. And the counties, those ballots are going directly to the counties where those folks live, and they're being counted much like the absentee mail-in ballots have been counted. So far today, around 500 of those ballots have come in and been counted. The last update we got from the Secretary of State had it at around 8,400 that were still outstanding. And sources in the Secretary of State's office have said they're not sure how many of those ballots are actually going to come in. It could be anywhere from 0 to 8,400, as he put it. We won't know until we get those counts at the end of the day today from the counties, from the state, to really get a lay of the land. And the other thing that is still coming in here, or that could have still happened here, was those provisional ballots that needed to be verified. Some folks may have cast a provisional ballot on Election Day and then had to come back and show an ID or something in order to get that ballot actually counted. And also, there are some folks whose absentee ballots may have gotten flagged for a signature mismatch or something like that, and those are being cured today. So really wrapping up some of those last-minute issues today so that we get a full picture of where the ballots stand, and then Georgia can move into the next phase of certifying these results. Allison?
Priscilla, thank you so much. I'm glad you got some rest. I'm glad you're back with us. Just when you thought Georgia couldn't get any more exciting, look where we are. I know we'll be talking to you a whole lot tonight. Thank you.
Thanks, Allison.
All right, so let's dig deeper into what's going on in Georgia with our panel. We have Washington Post reporter Eugene Scott and USA Today reporter Nicholas Wu. Thank you guys both for being here. Nicholas, let me start with you. In an article today, you said Georgia solidifies its swing state status thanks in part to Stacey Abrams. She is someone a whole lot of people are talking about today. Let's discuss the huge impact she has had in Georgia, putting this state into play.
Yeah, I mean, we've just seen a huge outpouring of support from Democrats over the past day for Stacey Abrams, for her voter turnout and registration efforts in this state. I mean, what we're seeing are all these results coming in from counties that are slowly turning purple, and in particular due to suburban and minority voters, many of whom, according to some polling, weren't previously contacted by presidential campaigns or political campaigns of any kind. So what you're seeing is this surge in Democratic turnout, and that's what's putting this state in play.
Eugene, we're looking at one, if not two, runoff elections for Georgia Senate seats. Let's talk a bit about what the next few months will look like for both Republicans and Democrats in this state. Election season far from over there.
Absolutely. One of the things that the Democratic Party is going to prioritize is trying to turn out voters for this runoff election the same way that they turned out voters for this presidential race. And that's going to be challenging because one of the reasons that Georgia is likely to turn blue is because of the support of Black voters. And Black voters don't often vote in runoffs at the same rates that they do in presidential elections. So the multiple grassroots organizations that went door to door across the state trying to get people to show up at the polls are going to have to continue doing that at the very least for another month if they want to see similar results.
If you thought election fatigue had set in other parts of the country, wow, they got a long stretch to go in Georgia. Eugene and Nicholas, thank you both so much for being with us tonight. Unemployment down a full percent, 638,000 Americans back at work. The October jobs report out today. Plus, what does Wall Street think of the situation in Washington? Here's NBC News senior business correspondent Stephanie Ruhle.
There's clearly a lot going on today. We know that Wall Street is happy as Joe Biden gets closer and closer to declaring victory. We've discussed this before. What makes them happier is this idea that Republicans are controlling the Senate. So keep an eye on Georgia. There is a very good chance we see huge money to these runoff races down there. I've spoken to two sources who said David Perdue is saying he's going to need something like $500 million to win in this runoff. And there's a really good chance he gets it. It's that checks and balance that you see the investor community liking so much. And when overall we look at the market today, we've got to look at the jobs number. It's a good number. We're ticking down in terms of unemployment, but people are cautiously optimistic. We're not out of the woods. COVID is not behind us. The winter months are upon us. And even many of these jobs that we've seen come back in hospitality, in travel, in restaurants, they could go away. Some of the jobs we saw lost in the last couple of months were government jobs because census workers lost their jobs. So yes, we're headed in the right direction, but things aren't over. From an investor perspective, at least as it relates to COVID, they feel even better about where we are because with Joe Biden as president, we're most likely going to get a comprehensive plan to take on COVID. Mitch McConnell has said he wants to work with Congress, work with the president to get a stimulus plan going. So Wall Street seems to be happy. And as far as those watching the election, we're getting 1 minute, 1 hour, at least today, a little bit closer to one of these candidates, most likely Joe Biden, declaring victory.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus. The story. The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race. From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth. We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned? NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Tonight, the Biden camp confident in their potential path to victory, urging Americans to be patient. The Trump campaign, meanwhile, crying election fraud, saying the balloting process is rigged against him. So what do their supporters in key states think? Take a look.
The things just don't match up. How does a man who can't draw 12 people to a rally and his opponent draws 57,000 in a small town and he wins the state?
The people have spoken, and overwhelmingly across the nation, communities have spoken and rejected and rebuked an administration that has harmed communities all across this country. I want to talk about what it means to stand here in the city of Liberty today and say that this is the city that delivered the blow to Donald Trump's presidency.
This is our moment, but it's just a moment. We got to continue the movement. And it never starts at the top. That's right. Joe Biden is not the cure. This is about harm reduction.
Why are you out here?
I'm out here today because I really firmly believe they're stealing this election. I've seen Trump signs everywhere around Arizona. The rallies have been huge, and Biden gets 30 people and he wins.
Do you have any evidence?
Stinks.
Do you have any evidence?
No, I'm just a common citizen. I have no evidence.
What we want is a fair and safe election. Listen, we're fine with losing if we lose right. You know, I mean, if we lose and we haven't been cheated, we're going to handle that.
Joe Biden currently leading in Pennsylvania, Arizona, Nevada, and Georgia. This race could not be any tighter, particularly in the Peach State, where Joe Biden has a slight edge, 0.1%. He's ahead by just over 4,000 votes there. President Trump is ahead in North Carolina. What this tells us, this race is not over just yet. So what are the candidates doing while they wait for final results? NBC News correspondent Mike Memley is in Wilmington, Delaware, with the latest on the Biden campaign. NBC News White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell joins me for an update on the Trump campaign. Mike, let's start with you. We are in day 4 of this election. How is the Biden campaign feeling right now?
Well, Allison, this morning at around, I think it was around 9 o'clock when Joe Biden took the lead in Pennsylvania for the first time as the results have been slowly trickling in over the last few days. We saw a real shift in the tenor of the Biden campaign. Yes, they had been urging patience to the country as these results did slowly come in. But they really, for the first time, I think, in days, began celebrating, began talking about Joe Biden, yes, as the president-elect, and looking very much forward to a celebration tonight in prime time behind me in this parking lot where we've been spending so much of our time the last few days. But unfortunately, for the campaign's perspective, we do not have what I think they all expected much sooner than this, which is a projection from any independent media organization that Joe Biden is, in fact, the president of the United States. We still don't have projections, especially in Pennsylvania. And so for Joe Biden, he understands what these moments are all about, having been through some himself as a vice presidential running mate and seen some from the sidelines. The speech that you deliver on election night or whenever you are able to declare victory is as much the beginning of governing as it is the end of a campaign. And I think Biden, absent a call suggesting he is the president-elect, is going to be reluctant to come and speak tonight. Now, it doesn't rule out he might give a different type of speech, perhaps, than what we have been expecting as of this morning. But all indications are at the moment that we will not, in fact, see him unless things change in terms of these vote counts and projections.
Kelly, White House economic advisor Larry Kudlow was asked about a peaceful transfer of power on CNBC this morning. Here's what he said.
He intends to keep on fighting. He wants to make sure that the ballots are counted legally. Legal ballots are counted, and he intends to keep up the fight. This is a great country. This is the greatest democracy in the world, and we abide by the rule of law, and so will this president. There's some things to clean up here, and again, it's not my area of expertise. I'll leave that discussion to the campaign. But yes, we will continue peacefully as we always do.
Kelly, how do Larry Kudlow's comments stack up against what you're hearing from your sources at the White House and within the Trump campaign?
A prominent official who is close to the president was intending to be on camera about another matter, a very good unemployment number showing continued return to employment after this awful pandemic year. So some progress there that they wanted to tout. Well, of course, in this election period where we're waiting for a result, he was asked about things that relate to the campaign and the president's state of mind and what's happening next. And he repeatedly said to us, because we spoke to him here on the driveway on the North Lawn as well, that this isn't my lane. I'm going to leave that for the campaign. But he wanted to reinforce that there would be a following of law, maybe not tradition, but law. And so that is not Larry Kudlow's area of expertise, but because he was effectively out talking about the jobless numbers, was kind of pulled into the election drama that's happening now. We have not seen other prominent White House officials or campaign officials speaking out on camera today, which gave even more attention to what Larry Kudlow had to say. Basically, at this point, there is a statement that came out under the president's name from the campaign today that talked about this need to have a process that follows to its conclusion where legal ballots are counted and where any kinds of appropriate challenges to ballots can be made, recounts where there is a margin that is small enough that that is either generated automatically under state law or can be requested and followed through. Basically, Allison, this is a holding period for the Trump campaign where they want to keep open lanes of inquiry that could result in some benefit to the president as the voting continues to be tallied. While this day has certainly shifted momentum toward Joe Biden and certainly his campaign is responding to that, the Trump side is trying to keep Republicans, donors, supporters, voters from giving up. And by doing that, they are trying to argue there are still, however narrow, some pathways for the president and some questions that need to be dealt with. Now, they've also thrown out the idea the president has about fraud. His defense fund is raising money, trying to get donations to carry out these legal challenges, which can be quite expensive, and trying to give voters on the Trump side who have been with the president over these years something to hang on to, whether it materializes into a legitimate path to pursue some kind of result that would benefit the president. That's going to play out over a period of days. So think of it in terms of a holding pattern, one where the president's not willing to back off yet. The voting is not complete in states that are important to this outcome. Joe Biden has not reached 270 votes. And while there's a sense of impatience in the country and a sense of expectation for supporters of Joe Biden, we aren't there yet, according to the Trump campaign. And they believe very strongly that this has to play out. And so they're trying to provide reasons and patience for all of the constituencies that are following this so closely. Allison?
Kelly, with all that's been going on, we have not talked a whole lot about the coronavirus, but the U.S. reported a record number of cases for the second day in a row, 120,048 Americans testing positive yesterday. While President Trump waits to see if he has won or lost, he is still the president of the United States, where the coronavirus is surging this week. What is the administration doing about the pandemic right now?
Well, we understand that the task force, which has been led by the vice president, has not had a formal meeting in quite some time, chalking that up to the incredible pace of campaigning that both Mike Pence and the president were carrying out. Certainly, you have some of the medical officials like Dr. Debbie Birx and Admiral Giroir and others, the Surgeon General, who are all in their positions. The Department of Health and Human Services and Secretary Alex Azar are still in their positions. But we've seen this shift where the administration is very focused on therapeutics and vaccines and wanting to get that through the regulatory and scientific channels that are required to make that more available to Americans. But we haven't seen much publicly about the president's involvement with coronavirus and COVID. From the campaign trail in the final days, I and my colleagues, we were traveling with the president, and he would talk about it in a way where he would say that come November 4th, now we're past that, you won't hear about COVID so much, putting it in a political context. Clearly, that is not the case. The virus is still even more infectious, and the caseload has gone up around the country, and there are real concerns about what it all means. So there has not been any real development coming from the White House beyond the CDC guidelines and the discussion of vaccines and therapeutics. Not a lot in the way of addressing these spikes. That we have not been hearing from the White House. Allison?
Mike, how about the Biden campaign? Joe Biden has said that as president, he would have a very different coronavirus response. If he wins the election, what is the plan to get this pandemic under control?
Well, Allison, as you know, throughout this campaign, how often have we talked about the contrast that the Biden team has tried to make clear to the American people with what he's doing versus what the president is doing. And to Kelly's point about the lack of obvious briefings with the COVID team at the White House, what have we seen from Joe Biden is he's talked about the 3 or 4 days a week in which he does get a briefing from his own medical advisors. And in the fall campaign, they very publicly had some of those briefings. Just one this week, in fact, where he and Senator Harris did go to a location downtown in order to have one of those briefings. Now, in terms of his actual plan, what have we heard? Of course, first and foremost, a mask mandate. That is something that he said he would work with state or local officials to try to get to a point where there was more standardized enforcement of mask mandate in this country. Surging resources, of course, PPE, talking about contact tracing and the like. But also remember what Joe Biden has said he would do within moments after being declared the winner of this election, and something that I've been tracking all week for whether he actually follows through on it. And that was his promise to call Anthony Fauci first and ask him to serve for 4 more years in his administration. When we go back and remember in the closing days of the campaign, when the president was talking about potentially firing Fauci after the election, that was going to be another interesting moment. And one we're still not at yet, Allison, as we wait for this long election week potentially to come to a close.
Yeah, you said potentially come to a close. It just feels like the week that might never end. Mike Memoli, Kelly O'Donnell, thank you both very much. President Trump narrowing the gap in Arizona, but not at the rate that he needs to capture its 11 electoral votes. With 90% of the votes in right now, Biden is ahead by about 43,000. Now, we are expecting another batch of votes from Maricopa, that is Arizona's largest county, tonight. Here's Arizona's Secretary of State.
I do think it'll extend into the weekend, and that's based on conversations with Maricopa County officials. They've been, with every update, they've had about between 60 and 70,000 ballots. And so we expect around that same number tonight, which will bring Maricopa County's total below 100,000. We are really right where we thought we would be at this point in tabulation of ballots.
There have been protests outside of the Maricopa County Registrar's office. It has been getting tense at times. There have been there's been armed security, armed law enforcement there protecting those inside. How is your staff doing right now? How are your election workers? Do they feel like they can do their job, which is ensuring democracy, safely right now?
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, we've been in contact with Maricopa County, and they're working with the Maricopa County Sheriff's Department to ensure safety of all the staff. I think one of the biggest issues, if you can see where they're standing there, that's right in the parking lot between the door and the parking lot. So having help getting the staff out to their cars and things like that. And, you know, quite honestly, what these protesters are asking for is transparency in the process, which exists. There are party observers inside watching the process. There are also cameras, so anybody can watch the process via the magic of the internet. And what these folks are doing are actually disrupting, distracting, and potentially causing delays in exactly what it is that they're asking to be done, and that's counting the ballots.
NBC News political reporter Vaughn Hilliard's in Scottsdale in Maricopa County. Vaughn, we are waiting for more counts tonight from Maricopa. Tell us more about what you're seeing so far today.
Yeah, let's get a little bit more into specifics, Allison. What you've got is about 220,000 outstanding ballots in the state of Arizona. About 140,000, 150,000 of those are here in Maricopa County. Now, let's look at the county here, because this morning, the batch that was released, about 62,000 votes, was the best indicator that we have received yet of where this election here in Arizona is heading. In that batch, what we were looking for was to see if Donald Trump would win at least 59% share of that batch. Let me explain this a little bit, because if he pulled off that 59%, he would maintain pace that would give him the ability to either catch up or eclipse Joe Biden. And why was this particular batch this morning important and informative? Well, it's because that batch is going to look very similar to the remaining 140,000 ballots. These batches, the ones this morning, as well as the ones slated to be released tonight at 9 Eastern, and then the rest of the way, those were early ballots, mail ballots that were received by folks at home, but then hand-delivered on Election Day at polling places. Now, what was the result of those ballots that came in? They were closer to 53%. If that 53% holds among those remaining 140,000 ballots here out of Maricopa County, that would require a heck of a performance in terms of the ballots that are being returned from the other counties outside of Maricopa County. Essentially, more than 75% of support Donald Trump would have to earn among those ballots. And already just this afternoon, some of those counties have been releasing numbers, and that number has been under that 75%. So the big number we're watching for, 9 p.m. Eastern, does the next batch of 60,000 or 70,000 ballots from Maricopa County hold at 53%? If it does, this is going to be a tough journey for Donald Trump to try to overcome.
Oh, Vaughn, we still have to wait like 3.5 hours East Coast time. Okay, we'll be as patient as we can. I was looking at the clock trying to do the math, which, as everyone has been saying, is a real bad idea for TV people this week. Vaughn, let me ask you about the Senate race. Democrat Mark Kelly projected to win the Arizona Senate race, flipping that seat. What does this win mean for the Democrats?
I think it's telling about where politics finds itself here in the state of Arizona. This is a longtime conservative state, Allison. We talked to the lead up to this. The fact that Arizona was in play, not only this U.S. Senate seat, but the White House here in Arizona, speaks to just the incredible journey that this state has taken politically to this moment. Mark Kelly, the former astronaut, the former Navy combat pilot. This is a man who, if you look over the course of the last 10 years, I think it's instructive to how we got here. And that is because this gentleman is the husband of former Congresswoman Gabby Gifford. She was long thought to be the one who would eventually be running for the U.S. Senate, thought of as being sort of an independent voice, kind of in the ilk of John McCain. Obviously, that 2011 shooting left her in a difficult state, and it was Mark Kelly who now finds himself just 2 years after Democrat Kyrsten Sinema won a Senate race, vying for his own shot at this. And of course, what we were seeing here just this morning was NBC News projecting that he will, in fact, win this race. And now both U.S. senators out of Arizona are Democrats. And now the big question is, will Joe Biden also fit that mold? And what does this say about politics in Arizona going forward? You saw independents have shifted over the years here in the state of Arizona from Republicans to these Democratic candidates. The question is this something that sticks here, much like we saw happen in Colorado, in Nevada, New Mexico? Do Democrats have a foothold on Arizona to stay? Allison?
Vaughn, so much excitement in Arizona. We will be watching tonight. Always wonderful to see you, my friend. And the incredible array of cacti that you have found this week. You have the best ones behind you and different ones every time we catch up. You really set the Arizona scene perfectly.
Thanks so much, my friend. Good luck the rest of the way.
We'll see you later. We are still waiting for results from Nevada. State officials there say they're focused on accuracy over speed.
Beginning today, we will begin to report our results 2 times a day. So you've already seen the update for this morning. In the afternoon, we will be putting up a fresh report on the mail ballots that have been read into the system sometime before 4 o'clock. We're required to report to the Secretary of State first. Once they've indicated to us that they've received it and it's verified, we'll be able to post on our end.
Well, it's going slowly because this is a new endeavor for us, to be sure. Our legislature, in its infinite wisdom, decided to have all active voters receive mail-in ballots this year so that they could exercise their constitutional franchise to vote free from COVID. And most folks took advantage of that. And so it's taken time to receive and process these mail-in ballots.
We feel like if you look at where the votes are and what kind of votes still need to be counted, that they tend very strongly towards the Democratic Party. Certainly that's true here in Southern Nevada and in my district, which is strongly Democrat.
I think I mentioned yesterday that our priority here is to make sure that we're accurate in what we're doing. So we're not interested in moving as fast as we can. We want to be accurate. We're very fortunate at this point that we've had staff working for many days and they're very efficient in what they're doing. So we're confident that the work is being done accurately. And that's what our main goal is.
NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff is in Las Vegas. Jacob, Nevada too close to call. We are expecting an update on the vote count out of Clark County soon, but get us up to speed. Where are we right now?
Yeah, so we should get an updated vote count at 7 p.m. Eastern time, so not too long from now. The margin has gone up. It's continued to go up for Joe Biden as they've counted the votes from this largely Democratic county, Clark County, where Las Vegas is. First, it was 8,000 margin yesterday, then 12, now over 20,000. And we expect another tranche of ballots, I guess you could say, to come this evening. We don't know how many yet, but we do know there were 63,000 outstanding mail-in ballots. And in addition to that, there are 60,000, according to the registrar, provisional ballots. There are additional categories as well, ballots that need to be so-called cured, but that's a much smaller portion. The people actually, if you guys can come back to my shot that you see behind me, are people that are in line either because they want to check that their provisional ballot was counted. They don't necessarily know or understand based on the website, the tracker, or they want to come to cure their ballot. They may have had an issue with a signature. That's a much smaller group. So I just want to be really clear about that. I think that while we will potentially see another increase in the Biden margin as these mail-in ballots are counted, just like the registrar here, we want to be slow and deliberate to see what happens once all of the votes come in totality. Because while I think that margin is growing, there is still around 100,000 plus ballots that are outstanding, Allison.
Jacob, let's take a look at Washoe County. Biden is leading there. How many ballots still need to be processed over there?
The ballots there have largely been processed, to be totally honest with you. As a good advance man, when I was in politics, I learned to say, I don't know for sure, when I don't know for sure. But
Smart
it's a
move.
much smaller number than here in Clark County.
All right, so with all of this said, what's the estimate on final results from the state? What are the expectations?
Well, they're supposed to be certified by the 16th, and if you work backwards from there, the cured ballots need to be figured out by the 12th. The 10th is the last day that the mail-in ballots that were properly postmarked by the 3rd can be counted once they're received. So that's sort of the schedule. Today is the, we've been out here and it's tiring. It's the 6th. So 4 days from now will be the day that the last mail-in ballots, if they were properly postmarked, can be received and counted. So, it all depends on the margins. There's 92% of the vote in right now, according to what you're looking at on your screen. And I think that, we're just going to have to wait. The machinery of democracy is sometimes moves slowly, but the whole idea here is to have the integrity of the system upheld. And so far, it seems that that's the case here, Allison.
Jacob, strong possibility we could still be talking to you a week from now. But as you said, we got to see what happens here. Nevada Republicans sent a letter to Attorney General Bill Barr alleging voter fraud. Two Republican candidates for Congress filed a lawsuit late last night. What can you tell us about all the legal happenings there?
Well, look, we talked a little bit about this yesterday. Rick Grinnell, the former acting director of national intelligence, was here with the former attorney general from the state. They presented a lot of, frankly, baseless allegations. They allege improper ballots based on a reconciliation they did of change of address data with data of people who voted in the general election. That is not, I want to be really clear, that is not evidence of illegitimate ballots. That is not evidence of voter fraud. That's just putting two lists together, basically, and sending a letter off to the Attorney General of the United States saying, we suspect those are fraudulent ballots. But really, there's no reason to believe that is the case whatsoever. And I want everybody to understand that. There's no evidence of widespread voter fraud, either here in Nevada or across the country. But the Trump campaign certainly wants everyone to believe that there's a large number of illegitimate ballots. That is not what we're seeing here.
All right, Jacob Soboroff updating us on Nevada. Thanks so much.
Thanks.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Half a dozen states still counting votes tonight. Joe Biden narrowing in on that magic number 270. But President Trump is trying to block that outcome in the courts, his campaign filing a number of lawsuits. Let's check in with NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams and NBC News legal contributor Barbara McQuaid. Pete, the Republican Party of Pennsylvania asking the Supreme Court to stop the count of mail-in ballots received after Tuesday night. What can you tell us here?
Right. So this is about that extended deadline between Tuesday night and 5 o'clock tonight. This was the deadline that was extended by an order of the Pennsylvania State Supreme Court in September. The Republicans have always said this is illegitimate, that only the state legislature can change the election rules, and they've been attacking this in court. They've asked the Supreme Court to take this case, and so far the Supreme Court hasn't said whether it will or not. Twice the Supreme Court has acted on this. First, denying a request from the Republicans to put a hold on that state Supreme Court order, and then secondly, denying instant review on a fast track. So it's sitting there, and now the Republicans have said, we want you to issue a new order. The Secretary of State earlier ordered all the counties to keep those ballots separate, because of the pending lawsuits over the deadline. Now the Republicans that want the Supreme Court to order her to tell the counties to do that again, and this time to add something else, to order that they can't be counted in case the courts later decide that they're invalid. So that's the U.S. Supreme Court case. There are 2 state lawsuits still underway in Pennsylvania, Republicans suing to stop the state from counting any provisional ballots that were cast to let voters fix mistakes in filling out their mail ballots.
Barbara, let me get your take here. How do you expect this could go in the Supreme Court?
Well, I think it's unlikely to make much of a difference. We know that those ballots were segregated that came in after Election Day, which was a very smart move by Pennsylvania, so that it couldn't there couldn't be an argument later that the entire election was tainted by it. But it seems like now the margin of victory is going to be such that these ballots that came in the last 3 days are not going to be of the kind of volume that could change the outcome of the election. And ironically enough, now that Joe Biden is ahead, it could be in President Trump's best interest to count those. It might be his last gasp to be able to surpass Joe Biden. So we could end up in that situation. But the Supreme Court could weigh in on this. The prior decisions that Pete just referenced were done before Amy Coney Barrett joined the court. They were 4-4 ties, and so she could break the tie. But it seems like even if she were to do that and decide in favor of President Trump's lawyers, it's probably going to be moot when all the votes are counted.
And Barbara, you make a great point. The president might actually want to count some of those votes. Pete, update us, if you will, on the other Trump campaign lawsuits outside of Pennsylvania. I know we have quite a few others to talk about.
Actually, no, not anymore. Michigan and Georgia had lawsuits. They've pretty much gone away. So the only one is, well, actually, there are 2, I guess, in Nevada. One's in the state Supreme Court. The other is in federal court, attacking the system that Clark County uses. That's the county around Las Vegas, uses to verify signatures on mail-in ballots. The Republicans say the county is wrongly using automated technology to do that, and that it has to be done by humans. And again, you know, if they prevail, then, and I think that's unlikely, but if they do, the relief they would get would only be from here on. And of course, most of the counting is already done, so it wouldn't really affect many votes. Now, yesterday, with great fanfare, the Republicans said they were going to file a lawsuit in Nevada claiming that at least 3,000 people voted who weren't entitled to vote. They've never done that. They haven't done the lawsuit yet. What they did instead is write a letter to the Justice Department saying, we've compared change of address lists with the lists of people who voted in the election, and we found 3,065 people who don't live in the state anymore, and they still voted, and we want you to investigate this as possible fraud. A couple of points about that. As Joyce can explain better than I can, it's not fraud unless somebody intended to violate the law. All criminal laws have to have this element of intent. Secondly, lots of people don't live in the state and still legally vote there. Military people, people on military service, students, folks who move away from a short time and intend to come back. So this was the claim they made, but I'm not sure what's actually going to come out of it.
Barbara, the president put out a statement today saying, quote, we will pursue this process through every aspect of the law to guarantee the American people have confidence in our government. It is clear in this statement that he's at least intending to keep fighting some sort of legal battle here in this election. What options does his team have, as Pete's pointed out, the cases that have already been thrown out?
Well, certainly the president has the right to exercise any legal challenges he wants. We want to make sure that people who voted legally have their votes counted. We want to make sure that if there are any fraudulent votes, that those don't count. But it seems quite ironic that President Trump is the one who is saying that he wants to make sure that people have confidence in the voting process when he is the one who falsely claimed to have won, and to suggest that Joe Biden is trying to steal the election from him. There's no evidence that that's happening whatsoever. And so perhaps he will find some additional bases to challenge legally the count. And if he has a lawful basis to do that, he should do so. I haven't seen anything yet that concerns me that is likely to be upheld. He also has the ability to request a recount if the margin of victory is so small. Each state has its own rules about that. But typically in a recount, the ultimate change is only a few hundred ballots. And so where we see leads for Joe Biden in the thousands or tens of thousands, I think even a recount is unlikely to change the outcome there.
Pete, Barbara, thank you both so much for being with us tonight.
You bet. I think I may
Thanks
have
very
said
much,
Joyce.
Allison.
I meant Barbara.
Pete, it has been a
No
long
worries, Pete.
weekend, and I will assure you, you are not the
I can
first
barely
person.
remember my own name.
None of us can, and you are not the first person on this air to call someone the wrong name this week. It is happening to the best of us. We get it.
I apologize.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school
What do you guys think? We're excited?
or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school
What do you guys think? We're excited?
or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
The country
She told us that it's every bit as polarized as we thought she was, and maybe then some.
The sight of all these election officials and vote counters working through the night, all the people who came out to vote, the highest turnout in decades, it was a real act of faith in democracy on the part of an American people who have really grown cynical, and those things are to be celebrated.
Hey everyone, I'm Allison Mars. You're watching special election coverage on NBC News Now. It is really starting to feel like the never-ending story. This race, though, is changing by the minute, and it is coming down to just 5 states. Let's go through them. Pennsylvania, Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, and North Carolina. They are all still too close to call. NBC News political editor Carrie Dan is here with the latest numbers. Carrie, it's 6 o'clock Eastern time. What state are we starting with in this hour?
Let's go ahead, Allison, and start in Georgia this time. Some good news in the last hour for Democrats. We got new vote from Gwinnett County, which broke pretty heavily for Biden. That brings Biden's margin in the state to about 4,200 votes now. Now, this is extremely close. It is very likely, says the Secretary of State, to go to a recount. We're also waiting on some overseas and military ballots from there. But Democrats are heartened by that margin, which helps going into a recount. Gives Biden a little bit of a cushion there. Earlier today, an elections official said about this race that the margin between Trump and Biden might be no larger than a large high school, which is really something for imagery. Moving on to Pennsylvania, we are waiting here, continuing to wait for votes from Allegheny County, as well as those provisional ballots. We talked about this last hour. There's about 100,000, we think, provisional ballots out in Pennsylvania. We don't know exactly what the composition of those are going to be, and that's one of the reasons that we're waiting on a call in the state of Pennsylvania. It is simply too close to call right now because we don't know about what those outstanding ballots may exactly hold. And provisional ballots are also an issue in the state of Nevada. We know today that in Clark County, the most populous county in the state of Nevada, that's of course where Las Vegas is, we're waiting not only on about 60,000 mail ballots, which is what we've been counting over the last few days, but also about 60,000 provisional ballots. Again, we don't know exactly how those are going to break. This is a very unusual election. Typically, provisional ballots, which are filed on behalf of voters when their eligibility is in question when they go to vote, to make sure to put in extra safeguards to make sure that that vote is valid. We're waiting on those, and we don't exactly know what the composition of them is going to be, which is another reason that we are still waiting on Nevada, which right now NBC News still calls too close to call. In Arizona, also just a waiting game. There's about 220,000 votes that are still out in Arizona. Biden's lead there is at about 40,000. And we are expecting some more votes from Maricopa County today, but not all of them that are out in Maricopa. The Secretary of State said on MSNBC today that she expects the count to go, quote, into the week. So we may be waiting there as well. Earlier today, we got a big bunch of votes from Maricopa County, and these were much anticipated because Donald Trump needs to get about 59% of the remaining votes that are out in the state of Arizona to catch up to Joe Biden's lead. He came in short of that in the vote that we saw earlier today, which was not great news for the Trump campaign. I think they were hoping for that tranche to be a little bit more in their favor. We're going to have to wait and see how he performs in the subsequent bunches of vote that we keep seeing from Arizona. But in Maricopa, again, we're not seeing a huge chunk of the outstanding vote in the state. In Maricopa, we're going to have to wait. But even though that Maricopa dump earlier today was not enough to get Biden over the threshold for a call in the state, it was enough for NBC News to project that Mark Kelly, the Democrat in that Senate race, will win. He will defeat Martha McSally, who was appointed to that seat after losing in the 2018 Senate race, was appointed to John McCain's seat, ran against Mark Kelly, who is a former astronaut, also the husband of Gabby Giffords, former Congresswoman. And that race, at this point, we can call and we can say that Mark Kelly is going to the Senate. So right now, we're still kind of waiting on Senate control. We have 2 races in the Senate that remain uncalled and 2 in the state of Georgia that sure look like they're going to runoffs in January.
Wow, Carrie, that was really impressive. You just ran through basically everything we need to know in just a couple of minutes. Thank you so much. I know it gets harder by the day and by the hour as everyone is growing more weary, but thanks again, and we'll see you in a little bit.
See you in a bit.
In Pennsylvania, the race is still too close to call. Joe Biden taking the lead there this morning, a lead that only continues to expand. Right now, he has about 14,000 more votes than President Trump, with 96% of the vote in. NBC News correspondent Rahima Ellis is in Philadelphia. MSNBC senior national correspondent Chris Jansing is in Harrisburg. Chris, Allegheny County is supposed to report more results. I know you have constantly had your finger on the refresh button on your phone. What can you tell us? What should we expect there?
Absolutely nothing. I wish I counted how many times I hit refresh in the last hour. And the reason I was doing that was not for my own entertainment or to exhaust myself, but because the county executive said that around 5 o'clock, they expected that 6,500 more ballots that had been counted would be posted. That's a pretty good chunk from that area around Pittsburgh. But so far, that hasn't happened. These are the remaining mail-in ballots and the military ballots, although I should point out that military ballots will be accepted until Tuesday. Whatever that is expected to be a fairly small number. Now, the other number, which is much larger and which they're working on in Allegheny County right now, is the 28,000. Those are the folks who at first got ballots that were misprinted, so they had to be replaced. All of those ballots when they came in were segregated, and they're checking all of those by hand to make sure they're the right ballots. When the county executive was asked how long he's expecting that to take, the answer was they're working as fast as they can. Earlier today, when they were working on that first set of 6,500 ballots, he said they worked through lunch. They're going to work well into the night. But honestly, the predictions game has proven to be a very fraught one, not just in Allegheny County, but everywhere. We had heard from the Secretary of State. She thought pretty much everything would be counted and maybe a winner would be announced yesterday. Then again, we thought it would happen today. Obviously, that hasn't happened. There are so many small pockets of dribs and drabs coming in, and that's what we're waiting for, essentially, Allison.
Rahima, we're also waiting on more results out of Philadelphia. What's the latest where you are?
The same thing that it was this morning. If you could read this, a winner today, question mark. I picked this paper up at 4:30 this morning. We still don't have the answer to this question, but I do have an answer in terms of how many mail ballots remain to be counted. It was 40,000 at 12:30 this afternoon. Right now, we've been told it's 23,200 here in Philadelphia that still remain to be counted. That's the mail ballots. The big question on all of this is how many segregated mail ballots remain to be counted. We knew that they have not yet been counted. The question is, how many of them are there? When we asked that of election officials earlier this afternoon, we got kind of a murky answer that basically was a non-answer, that they were not saying exactly what that number is. It could be significant, and every count that we can get is significant, to the point that Chris was making and everyone is making. We've got to count every single one of those votes, officials are telling me. And also that the people here in the state, the city, and across the country are demanding that every one of those votes be counted. But that's all we know at this moment, that they are waiting for, we're waiting for a number of how many of those segregated ballots there are, and when do they think they're going to be able to count them? Because it looks like they're not going to start counting them until they've counted everything else. And they haven't even started that, at least not as of this afternoon. Allison?
So, Rahima, my question then is that Philadelphia Inquirer newspaper cover still going to be accurate tomorrow? It may hold for another day. You hang on to that one. They might not need to print another
amazing.
one. It's really something else.
For sure. And isn't it amazing in the digital age, something that's this on a piece of paper, that it would hold as long as it has today, because things are changing all the time in this digital age that we're in. But not this, not yet anyway.
It's just incredible. Chris, let me go to you. The Trump campaign released a statement once again claiming that there are, quote, voting irregularities in Pennsylvania, but they didn't provide any evidence to back that up. What are election officials saying about these allegations?
Yeah, it's very frustrating to them because they say they just want to get their job done. They don't want to have to defend things for which there is no proof. We've heard from top Democrats across the state, the governor, the lieutenant governor, the senior senator, all of them saying, where's the proof? But in addition to that, after the president put out the statement that you just mentioned, we also heard from Pat Toomey. He is a Republican U.S. senator. We also heard from the majority leader, who is a Republican in the Senate here, the state Senate. And both of them said, and I'm quoting Pat Toomey here, I am not aware of any wrongdoing. That has not stopped the Trump campaign from saying they are going to continue on very many legal fronts. In fact, they have put together what they're calling legal challenge teams in 4 different states, including Pennsylvania, with 3 people on them, essentially a state director, a legal director, a communications director. They have lawyers who have been in the state for weeks, if not much longer now. But the Democrats I'm talking to say, show us the proof. Show us what you have. We will deal with it. I'll also say on a human level that there has been some pushback from the elections commissioners, and we saw it in Bucks County when they put out a statement basically saying, if you're attacking the integrity of these results, you're attacking the integrity of these people who have been working their fingers to the bone to get these results posted and done. And they just basically said there's no reason for it. It's not right. And these folks are doing the best job that they can, essentially, that they're patriots, Allison.
Yep. Chris, I believe you were the one who told us last hour that these folks are counting ballots in spite of all the paper cuts on their hands. And I just keep thinking about how horrible that must be and how hard they are working. And you just got to feel for them and thank them so much for what they are doing over the last 4 days. A lot of people still asking, though, why ballot counting is taking so long in Pennsylvania. Here's how Allegheny County Executive Rich Fitzgerald responded to that question earlier today.
We were not permitted to begin this process until Election Day. That should change. I know Florida and some other states, they pre-canvass, meaning days before they start taking open the envelopes. We weren't allowed to do anything with envelopes, secrecy envelopes, until Election Day. That delays the process. We could have had this done and given results on Tuesday night. We didn't have to go through this 3-4 day process.
Now, that's over in Allegheny County in western Pennsylvania. Rahima, you're across the state. Are election officials in Philadelphia feeling the same way?
One of the things you point out that people are so frustrated about, because they say this is the age of technology. Why don't we have an answer? Everybody wants that drive-through result. But there is a human element to this. You have to literally, as he was pointed out, open up the ballot, smooth out the paper. That's the processing point before you put it into the machine for it to be tabulated. And so we haven't been thinking about that. We're just thinking, here's the ballot, put it in the machine, boom. Put it in the oven, bake it, it's done. We have an answer. But there's more to it than that. I suspect that this state, after this is all over, there's going to be a large and serious discussion about what they do going forward. Maybe they will think that it is appropriate to change some rules, or maybe they'll leave it exactly as it is right now. But I suspect they'll be discussing it, Allison.
And in all of this, as you both have pointed out, let us not forget the election workers who are working so hard, opening those ballots, counting them by hand. Chris, Rahima, both of you in Pennsylvania, thank you so much.
And by the way, Allison,
the Georgia Secretary of State confirming earlier today the presidential race will likely go into a recount. That recount would happen after the state certifies its count on November 20th. NBC News reporter Priscilla Thompson joining us now from Atlanta. Priscilla, what does the timeline look like for results there in Georgia?
Yeah, Allison, we're sort of in this slow trickle phase of things now. In the last hour, we saw Gwinnett County, which had the lion's share of ballots that were still out. Those result counts began to come in, and Joe Biden is now leading by around 4,000 points. And we also just got an update on some of those military ballots to see that in all, 18,000 of those have been returned. There are still around 8,400 of those that are outstanding. But sources within the Secretary of State's office had told us earlier today that they expected there would probably still be a large amount of those that are outstanding. When military members register to vote, they're able to automatically receive an absentee ballot. So it's not necessarily that all of those folks requested those ballots. Many of them may have just gotten them and opted not to vote. And so that could explain why we see sort of that huge number of military ballots that haven't been returned. But in terms of a timeline here, the state, what needs to happen first is that the county will certify their results, and then the state needs to certify their results by November the 20th. And that is when we'll get a definitive answer from the state saying who has won this race. But what comes after that is also really important, because if Joe Biden and Donald Trump are still within that 0.5% of one another, either candidate could request a recount. The Secretary of State's office tells us that they are hopeful that that would only take a week. But as we have seen this week, sometimes those timelines do extend out far longer than that. And so we could be looking at having to wait until after Thanksgiving to have a really clear picture and a certain picture of what the race looks like here in Georgia. Allison?
Priscilla, you have some real interesting down ballot races in Georgia as well. Take a listen to what Democratic Senate candidate Ossoff's campaign manager had to say.
While Republicans advance a lazy notion that runoffs favor their side, the truth is that no well-funded statewide runoff has occurred in this new diverse Georgia that exists today. And Don is particularly well-positioned in this new electorate.
So what's the latest tonight with the Georgia Senate races? How many runoffs are we looking at here?
Well, we're looking at one runoff for sure, actually, in the special Senate race where Republican incumbent Senator Kelly Loeffler will face off against Democrat Raphael Warnock. But as it relates to the race between Senator David Perdue, the incumbent Republican, and Democratic hopeful Jon Ossoff, that NBC still has that listed as too close to call. But throughout the day today, we've heard both campaigns acknowledging that this is likely headed towards a runoff because neither candidate got more than 50% of the vote, which is what is needed here in Georgia to win outright. And so you heard there Jon Ossoff's campaign manager really setting this up, saying those diversifying suburbs and this diversifying parts of Georgia that helped to carry Joe Biden to the lead that he is seeing in the state could also help Jon Ossoff win in January. But Perdue's campaign is also saying, look at those vote tallies. We're leading in this race. If we did it this time, we can do it again in January. So it is shaping up to be a very competitive race there. And that means that for the folks here in Georgia, they are not quite done with those campaign ads, television ads just yet. They may be enjoying their holiday meals with a bit of campaigning going on in the background on the television, Allison.
I'm sure everyone in Georgia is so excited about that, Priscilla, because I'm sure they have not had enough of these elections just yet. Priscilla Thompson, thank you. We'll check in with you a little later.
Thanks, Allison.
All right, let's check in on the campaigns. NBC News correspondent Mike Memoli is in Wilmington, Delaware, covering the Biden campaign, of course. And NBC News White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell has the latest on the Trump campaign. Kelly, let me start with you. The GOP has asked the Supreme Court to stop the counting of mail-in ballots in Pennsylvania that were received after Tuesday night. We've got legal action in Nevada, Trump campaign lawsuits in Michigan and Georgia, which were already thrown out. Does the campaign think that these strategies can actually help Trump pull off a last-minute win?
Well, one thing those strategies are intended to do right now is to keep Trump supporters believing that there are avenues to deliver the presidency a second term for Donald Trump. Tonight, the president, after a lid was called here at the White House, which is a term meaning no more planned news events. So as we saw last night where the president came into the briefing room and addressed these issues, none of that expected tonight. And shortly thereafter, the president tweeted and chided Joe Biden not to claim the presidency, something he said he could do as well because legal challenges are beginning. Well, of course, early Wednesday morning, so late election night, the president himself claimed victory in the East Room, where he was at that time ahead in some of the key battleground states. And as we've seen these days of counting, chipping away at his lead in some critical positions. So the strategies right now are to keep Trump voters, elected Republicans, the donor community, all the people who would have constituencies with Donald Trump being on his side, wanting to see him be reelected. They want to keep them all believing it's possible, as the counting has bolstered Joe Biden and Democrats. By keeping people believing, it keeps some of the pressure off the president to call it as an election that it has been concluded. Now, again, they're still counting. We don't have any candidate at 270 yet, but there's that pressure that builds when one candidate is ahead. And we're in somewhat unusual territory that it's taking days in some of the election cycles I've covered for NBC, other than 2000, where it went deep into December. It might be the day after the election where it's resolved. But now we're a few days in and no real clear expectation of when we'll have a definitive answer. So legal challenges are one of the things that Republicans are trying to talk about. Now, some Republicans are saying, be very careful. There's a difference between an appropriate recount where the results are very close, or challenging ballots where there is a legitimate reason to question the ability of that ballot to be counted, because every election has rules. Did some ballots fall outside the rules? But to allege fraud, some Republicans are saying that's a step too far. Now, the most fervent supporters of the president have been using words like fraud and talking about the election being stolen or some kind of interference that works against the president. We've not seen specific evidence of that, and some of these legal challenges would have to explain that case by case in the various states of what they're arguing are the issues that need to be litigated. So think of it at this point as a way to buy time, to keep possibilities open, and to allow the counting to continue. Allison?
Mike, how is the Biden campaign reacting, particularly to the suit in Pennsylvania today?
Well, Allison, it's been a really dynamic situation here in Wilmington as we potentially could still see the former vice president speak tonight. But let me explain what's been going on with the campaign behind the scenes. Now, perhaps 7 or 8 hours ago, we were hearing from the campaign that speech tonight was almost a near certainty. We had seen Joe Biden take the lead in Pennsylvania, and it seemed like the momentum was building, that number would only increase. And the expectation was that news organizations would begin to project Pennsylvania and its 20 electoral votes, putting Joe Biden over the top, making a speech tonight likely. Where we're at right now is that obviously some time has gone by, no calls have been made yet, and the Biden team is saying that unless there is a clear result from news organizations that is declared, it's likely we wouldn't see him. But it's possible there might be a situation where some news organizations call, some don't, and then that leaves us in a state of limbo. So Biden could perhaps come and give what they are dubbing a progress speech, maybe similar to what we've seen in the last few days, urging patience. Let's continue to count the votes. But we're going to be having this conversation, Allison, I think, evolving over the course of the night as we continue to see the results come in. As far as the legal strategy, the Biden campaign is almost not even talking about that at this point. They've maintained from the beginning that what we're hearing from the president and his allies are baseless suits that will be dismissed very quickly. Obviously, that is, though, part of some of the complication here. I think some of the hesitation we're seeing on making projections and making calls on the part of news organizations is taking into account how some of the counting is being delayed because of what may need to happen as this goes through the court system. So a very complicated situation as we head into our fourth night here of a potential election night, Allison.
Yeah, Mike, I got to tell you, my husband would be the first person to say I am the most impatient person on the planet, but I simply cannot imagine sitting and waiting for 4 days, wondering if you are going to win or lose a presidential election. Outwardly, Joe Biden urging patience, seeming relatively calm. Does that reflect the mood within the campaign, or are they starting to lose their patience over there a little bit?
I think at the staff level, yes, patience is running very thin.
Okay.
On the part of Joe Biden, I would point to what Kelly O has reported herself, which is those close to Biden saying he's very Irish. I can confirm that. He is very Irish, and he is superstitious at heart, and he doesn't want to get ahead of the results. But
Sure.
Allison, it was 50 years ago tonight, this week, I should say, that Biden won his first election. 2 years later, he won a very surprise election to the U.S. Senate, a margin that was only a little over 3,000 votes. So he's used to these very slow and narrow counts. And I think another 3 or 4 days at this point, if he is confident in the outcome, which the Biden team certainly is nothing if it means ultimately being the president of the United States.
Yeah, Mike, he seems very comfortable with the slow and steady pace. I could never do it. I'm very impressed by that. Kelly, let me ask you, we have not heard from the president yet today, except on Twitter. You said a term that I have become very familiar with this week, a lid. I guess they call it sometimes a photo lid. Do we have any sense of when we might hear from him, if not tonight?
Well, we don't at this point.
Okay.
We've seen how the White House has not had any planned events on the president's schedule, and they're keeping some fluidity. And we saw that earlier this week as well. And the 2 times that he did appear since Election Day were not things that were formally on the schedule, but evolved, and then they alerted us. And so the lid is a way to effectively, set people's expectations so that people know that there isn't a plan to have the president speak or do something. In rare occasions, they, in our term of art, they lift the lid. We don't expect that. If there were, an absolutely demonstrated result tonight, perhaps that would be the situation. But the Trump side, as you're talking about waiting, on the Biden side, if you're waiting with the sense that there's a sweet ending, it's a happier wait. On the Trump side, it's an anxious wait. And it's one with a lot of trapdoors because they need to get credibility behind these challenges that they want to raise. And there's serious doubt about that in some instances. And they want to keep people believing that there is a math that could still deliver a state like Arizona for them. So it's a more uncomfortable wait in Trump world tonight. And so we don't yet know if the president will do anything publicly this weekend. We'll be waiting and bring you that as soon as we learn it.
Kelly, I know if they do decide to lift the lid, you'll be the first to let us know. Thank you guys for teaching us some of this lingo. You're helping those of us not in D.C. to feel a little bit more like Washington insiders. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Allison.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Joe Biden taking the lead in several crucial states, but he hasn't hit 270 just yet. Meanwhile, the president is waging legal battles over the vote counts, particularly in Pennsylvania. So what are their supporters across the country saying in day 4 of this election? Take a listen.
We learned from the mistakes of 2016. They will not steal victory from us here today, here in the state of Pennsylvania.
We have been longing for this. We have been needing this. So just take a moment to feel and let yourself feel what hopefulness feels like, what victory feels like.
Well, I'm feeling really sad for our country because this is not a fair election. Any American, any person on the planet with a thinking brain understands what's happening.
Like, can you find it in yourself to accept the results and move on?
Absolutely. We live in a democracy. But the key fact is there is corruption going on here.
I've been suspicious and worried. Figured it was going to be a close count. If not, it was going to be very lopsided for Biden, I thought, because of all the early voting and how we're going to count or not count votes.
I don't think we should do early voting ever again. I mean, it's an embarrassment. I mean, here we are supposed to be one of the greatest countries in the world, and then all these other countries are going to look and laugh and say, we can't even do an election. How are we going to run a whole country?
When you look at Milwaukee, when you look at Detroit, when you look at Atlanta, when you look at Philadelphia, and you see that it's on the backs of those cities, majority black cities, that this democracy and the stop of the march of fascism hangs the ballots on. You remember again how the black community has been the moral consciousness of this country.
Don't expect final election results in North Carolina before the end of next week. Right now, President Trump leading Joe Biden by nearly 77,000 votes in the state. MSNBC correspondent Tremaine Lee is at election headquarters in Guilford County, where I believe we left you last night. I hope you've gotten some rest since then, Tremaine. Mail-in ballots will be accepted in North Carolina through the 12th. So where do things stand with the vote count right now?
That's right, Allison. So of the 116,000 outstanding ballots, only a fraction will likely be sent back to county boards of election. But there are 9 counties, including Mecklenburg, where Charlotte, North Carolina is located, that actually started counting their ballots tonight. The others will wait until November 12th. That's the deadline. So anything that arrives before then, they will count. But a handful of these counties have started counting now, which folks are saying, like especially Republicans are saying, you know what, what's taking so long? Donald Trump has the edge already, so why not just call it? But other counties are going to wait until the 12th, count them up, and see where they fall.
Tremaine, the Senate race between incumbent Republican Thom Tillis, Democrat Cal Cunningham isn't locked down yet either. What is the latest there?
No, we're still in that kind of holding pattern. Now, in that race, the margin for Thom Tillis is about 100,000 or more, so it's still pretty static. But folks are hoping that at least that, maybe there's an opportunity to make up some ground for Cal Cunningham. But again, since we're waiting until the 12th, who knows? Basically, Allison.
Honestly, Tremaine, I think the short answer to so many questions tonight is who knows as we watch and we wait. Tremaine Lee in North Carolina, thank you. We'll be checking in with you again just to, get an update on the who knows.
Why not?
They are still counting the votes in Arizona, and tensions are running high. Trump supporters rallying outside voting centers across the state, demanding that he be declared the winner, but the race there still too close to call. NBC News correspondent Gotti Schwartz joins me now from Phoenix. Gotti, great to see you. What's going on there? We can see some protests behind you.
Yeah, you're talking about tensions running pretty high right here to the left. You've got 2 people arguing. This is the first time that we've seen some Biden supporters come down here. They're arguing, going back and forth about the election in general. But then this is really the corner of the protest, if you will. You've got the sheriff's department. They're blocking off the street here. So there's a 4-block radius that's been shut down. And Allison, all of this is happening right in front of the Maricopa County Election Center. So inside, they are counting those ballots. There's 100 120,000 ballots that they have left to count. It's 4:30 here locally right now. We're expecting another ballot drop right around 7 o'clock. So we'll see how many ballots come out. But again, 120,000 ballots left to count here, over 200,000 ballots across the state. And right now we are seeing the lead that Biden has with the president starting to shrink. President Trump catching up. He's about 30,000 votes behind right now. But we should see some of those ballots coming out a little bit later tonight. Allison?
Gotti, I want to ask you more about the ballots, but just to get a sense of, and I know it's a little tough to hear, it sounds loud, it sounds like there's a big group, but for the most part, it looks like people are keeping a respectful distance. They might be arguing, but it hasn't gotten out of control. Is that an accurate characterization?
Yeah, we have seen no violence here over the last 3 days, and you've got a crowd. It's mostly Trump supporters, and they are mostly angry about the way that the vote is going. They have got a bunch of different complaints, but they've been mostly in agreement over what's going on. Now, on the outskirts of this smaller version of the protest that we're seeing some people come in that support Biden. Again, they're arguing there. The other thing is, I'm not sure if you can tell. Let's take a walk over here just to show you. This is something that is, it's not out of the ordinary here in Arizona. You see those two people arguing. The one with the Punisher shirt, he's open carrying right now. So he's got a firearm down there on this side that is legal here in Arizona. In fact, it's not just open carry. This is one of the most lax states in the country when it comes to firearms. And so we have seen some arguments of people within this crowd going up to people that are open carrying, and in particular having the long rifles, and saying, why are you open carrying when here in Arizona you're allowed to carry in your pocket? So there are a lot of people in this crowd that have guns in their pockets because that's illegal to do. You can conceal if you're 21 and you're not a felon here in Arizona. So they think that a lot of the gun wearing is performative, and they don't appreciate the attention that it brings other people, those that do have their guns. And there are quite a few of those tactical rifles slung along people's backs. They're saying that no, this is their Second Amendment right, and they want to wear those guns because of the statement that it sends. And they say that they are here because they want to make sure that they are protected, that the crowd is protected. But again, all of this is happening right in front of the election center, and inside that election center, there is one job right now, and that is to count those 120,000 ballots. And we're hoping to have some results a little bit later this weekend. Allison?
Gotti, thank you so much for explaining that, especially for those of us who are here in the Northeast. That is not something that you see every day. So thanks for giving us the context there so we can understand what's going on behind you. One more question for you before we go. I know you are still awaiting votes tonight. Arizona is one of the states where Republicans are raising some legal challenges, citing voting irregularities. I'm going to stop for a second so we can watch these guys, because it looks like it's getting a little more heated there, Gotti.
So what's happening? They're actually arguing about the 6 feet of social distance. So
okay.
They're asking each other to back up. So they're both not wearing masks. They're both saying, "Hey, you're not wearing a mask." The guy on the bike is like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa! I'm not getting close to you. Don't get close to me." So they're trying to keep that social distance, at least right here. But you can see most of the people out here, including the man who says he supports Biden, as well as I'd say 3/4 of the protest here. They're not wearing masks either. So there's a lot going on. I'm sorry, I missed that question though.
Gotti, don't worry about it, because that was really the action that was happening. And let me tell you, if anything defines 2020 more than two guys having an argument in the street saying, "Please keep your 6 feet of distance," that's something we never would have seen before. Gotti, if you are able to hear me, I know there's a lot going on there. We're just mentioning Arizona is one of the places where we've been seeing some legal challenges. Republicans saying there are voting irregularities. What are our state election officials saying? Any evidence of any voting irregularities there in Phoenix?
Yeah, so here in Maricopa County, there has been this issue over whether Sharpies should have been used to count the ballots. When you ask any election official from Maricopa County, including the Secretary of State, they say that Sharpies are fine. In fact, they were the preferred form when it comes to the tabulators that they've got, the brand new tabulators that are high efficiency tabulators. They can punch out anywhere from 6,000 to 8,000 ballots per hour. But it does sound like there was was some confusion when they were giving the instructions to people, and there was concern that there was bleed through on those ballots. These ballots that they use here in Maricopa County, and Maricopa County, we're just talking about Maricopa County. We can't vouch for any other counties, but they aren't lined up perfectly. They are offset on purpose so that if you fill out a Sharpie on the other side, it doesn't line up, and you can't have that accidental bleed through that might select something else on the other side. So they're saying that it's fine, but we've got Democrats and Republicans both saying that they're a little bit concerned about the instructions that were given. They've both taken it to court, and now it's in the court, and it's probably going to go in front of a judge, and we could have a decision there.
All right, Gadi Schwartz, thank you so much. This was by far the most animated live shot we have had this evening. A whole lot going on there in Maricopa. Thank you so much.
Sure, no problem.
The October jobs report out today showing some strength. The headlines, 638,000 new jobs, and the unemployment rate fell a full point to 6.9%. Let's bring in Caleb Silver, editor-in-chief of Investopedia and our Save the Day guy. Really appreciate how much you've been helping us out this week, Caleb. Before we dig into what was in that report, economists are kind of saying, whoa, don't get too excited here. Why?
Well, we've gained back 12 of the 22 million jobs we've lost, but we have a very long way to go. Also, the pace of job growth has been slowing month to month for the past 3 months, which is not what you want to see at this point in the recovery. You want to see job growth accelerating as the economy improves, and GDP has improved. We're still about 3-4% lower than we were this time a year ago, obviously, but we are on our way back up if you look across sectors, but not in the labor market. And the part of the labor market that's been hurting is the services part, where most of those frontline workers work. Services industries include restaurants, leisure and hospitality, travel-related industries, bars, gyms, you name it. That area has been hurt. We did see job gains there in the past month, just not robust and big enough to really take, to bring this unemployment rate much further down than it needs to go. It did fall to 6.9%. That's great, but we still have this long way to go. And this big chunk of people who've been unemployed for 27 weeks or more, about 3.6 million people, it's very hard to get back in the workforce when you're out that long.
For sure. All right, let's talk about what we learned in that report. You mentioned some of this, but where are the jobs coming back? Where's the economy still struggling the most? What else do we learn when you really break down the numbers about our recovery here?
Right. You still see, although we had big job gains in leisure and hospitality, which is the services industry in October, you still see some pretty steep losses there, a big steep loss in government jobs. You're seeing some hiring in industrial and manufacturing, and that's good. The hiring part is very good. The fact that it's so slow, though, in the industries that need it most is what worries people, and it's affecting people, and it's affecting folks by race. So black unemployment is still over 10%. And that's almost 40% higher than white unemployment, and Hispanic unemployment's around 7 or 8%, Asian unemployment around that too. So that's persistently high because most of those workers do work in the services industry, which has been the hardest hit. So when you have that, we're having this what we call a K-shaped recovery, where it's good for the people up top in the capital markets, people that have credit, income, good jobs, can work from home. The people that can't are having the hardest time here, and that's not what you want to see in a robust recovery. That's what's got people concerned.
Caleb, the markets have been rallying pretty nicely post-election, but today, the Dow took a little bit of a pause. It closed just a bit lower. What drove stocks lower today? What was the issue?
I think it was just a breather. There have been such aggressive buying this week, Allison. If you're keeping score, this was the best post-election week or election week market rally since 1932. You don't have to keep score. We'll take care of that for you. But that's a pretty big rally in a time of uncertainty, and we don't even have an answer on who the next president is. So investors were all in this week, but they were buying the sectors that they think are going to shape up nicely for the next 4 years, which look a lot like some of the sectors from the past 4 years. And that means technology, because that's where the growth is. That means healthcare, because we need it, and looks like Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act, is going to stick around for a while. And even the renewable energy and solar, that type of sector has been doing well because of the promise of a big energy spend should Biden get elected. A lot of that was tampered a little bit, but the gains were enormous this week. The Dow was up 7 or 8%, the NASDAQ up 9%. That's a huge weekly gain, as you know.
Yeah, we had our best week, I think, since April, right? Things looking pretty good. Caleb, thank you so much. The markets closed this week without knowing who is president, so let's see what happens next week if we finally have our answer. I'm sure we'll be checking in with you again then. In the meantime, have a terrific weekend.
Thank you.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell. Weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
More Americans taking part in this presidential election than ever before. In spite of the overwhelming number of ballots, we've seen few instances of fraud and virtually no systemic issues. NBC News senior legal and investigative correspondent Cynthia McFadden joins me now. Cynthia, the U.S. could see its highest election turnout in over a century, which is pretty impressive if you stand back and think about that and stop worrying about the fact that we don't have a result yet. Could you tell us more about the numbers?
Right, Allison, and remember, in the middle of a pandemic.
Yeah.
So it is pretty interesting. So far, about 144 million ballots have been counted. And NBC News is projecting that there'll be 160 million ballots counted by the end of the day. That's compared to 137 million in 2016. But, you know, there's another number that is really stunning to me, and that is 100 million. 100 million Americans voted before Election Day this year. Some of those were mail-in ballots. Some of those were extended early voting periods, but it's double the early voters in 2016. So given that, it really is pretty extraordinary there were so few issues.
Cynthia, leading up to the election, officials were warning about potential threats to election security, but federal authorities are saying we pretty much avoided any major disruptions. How did we pull that off?
Well, you know, one of the ways that certainly helped was U.S. Cyber Command has confirmed that they actually sent out a few attacks of their own against the Russians and the Iranians, really warning shots over the bow saying, back off, guys. You know, you've been fairly warned. You better stay out of our election. That certainly helped.
Wow.
And also, you know, the states really learned a lot from the lessons of 2016. You know, it was really stunning to me, Allison. Back in 2016, no official, no state election official running an election in this country had a security clearance that was sufficient for the folks at DHS, Department of Homeland Security, to be able to tell them what was going on in real time.
Wow.
That has been fixed. So,
wow.
Yeah, a lot of things.
A lot of wows on my part today. I'm impressed to hear all of this. Cynthia, for months, President Trump has bashed mail-in voting, making unfounded fraud claims. He was still doing that last night. And let's not forget about the issues with the Postal Service. How did things work out with all of those mail-in ballots? Because we certainly had a lot of concerns about them getting there.
We certainly did. And it appears, I mean, I'm not going to say it was perfect, but it appears that most everything got where it was supposed to go. As you know, you've been covering it all afternoon. There were these debates about whether or not ballots that were delivered after Election Day in Pennsylvania, they had until 5 o'clock tonight to get there. According to the Democrats, Republicans say no, they didn't. So there are those issues. But the ballots themselves seem to have arrived for the most part where they were supposed to be when they were supposed to be there. And I want to just say a shout out to the folks running elections around the country. You know, I've been on this beat now since 2016. And we have gone all over the country meeting the people who run these elections. And to a person, they anticipated these problems and did everything they could with very limited resources. I mean, Congress did not step up and provide the necessary funds to make sure that they were planning for these contingencies. And, you know, it's pretty extraordinary. This year, because of COVID, many of the usual poll workers weren't going to work because they're older and they were more subject to the disease. So tens of thousands of young people stood up and took their places. I mean, all of it's really pretty moving.
Yeah, Cynthia, I know we're focused so much on the fact that we do not have a final result in this election, but I'm just blown away by all the things that we've managed to pull off, given that we are living in a pandemic in 2020. It's been a rough year, and I'd say considering we're doing okay.
You know, I think you're exactly right. And I think, you know, at the end of the day, the 2020 election is not just going to be remembered for the president's ugly remarks last night or for whoever wins ultimately. It's going to be remembered because the American people stood up, 160 million of them, and voted in a system that did not let them down.
Cynthia McFadden, great to see you. Thanks for being with us tonight.
Great to see you, Allison. Thanks for having me.
If the presidential results are the cheeseburger, think of the few uncalled Senate races across the country as the fries. If you're wondering, my senior team and I are running on Shake Shack tonight. But those open seats could determine the balance of power in the chamber, and that means they are important and we shouldn't overlook them. So let's bring in our panel. NBC News national political reporter Sahil Kapoor, Axios White House reporter Elena Treen, and USA Today congressional reporter Nicholas Wu. Let's start in Georgia. Nick, tight races there could determine the balance of power in the Senate, and it looks like we could be going to one, if not two, runoffs. What is the latest on the two races there?
Exactly. So the Secretary of State's office said earlier today that the race between Perdue and Ossoff was not likely to go to a runoff. They have, roughly 100,000 votes separating the two of them, which puts them above the recount threshold. So it looks likely to go to a runoff, and this is something that, in a best case scenario for Democrats, if current Republican leads hold around the country, would result in a tied Senate if they win both of these. So these are going to be must-win races for Democrats when it goes to a runoff, and we can be sure that they'll be heavily contested and very expensive races.
Yeah, we've been hearing that a whole lot. Very expensive races. All right, let's move on to Arizona. NBC News projecting that Mark Kelly is the winner of his race against Republican incumbent Martha McSally. That means both of Arizona's Senate seats now held by Democrats. Sahil, talk to me about the political implications of that.
It's quite a historic moment for Arizona, which has traditionally been a very Republican state. It has voted for Republicans at the presidential level all but once in every election since the early 1950s. This will be the second of two U.S. Senate seats from Arizona that go for Democrats, that send a Democrat to Washington in the span of 2 years. And let me give you some context on that, Allison. Before 2018, when Kyrsten Sinema won that seat, it went 30 years before, it went 30 years of supporting only Republicans to the Senate. And now Martha McSally happens to have this distinction of losing both Senate seats held by her party in back-to-back years, which I looked for a precedent for. I couldn't find one. This is largely driven by the tilt in the suburbs, Phoenix, Maricopa County, which is a huge part of the state, tilting away from Republicans toward Democrats in the era of Trump. We'll see if that continues. We'll see if that's largely based on opinions of the president or if there's something deeper going on there. And the growing Latino vote in the state, which didn't let Democrats down the way it did in, for instance, South Florida, where they got hammered.
Elena, a few Republicans have come out against President Trump's unsubstantiated claims of election fraud. I'm thinking of Senator Mitt Romney of Utah, Representative Will Hurd of Texas. What do you make of what we're seeing from Republicans, both those who are speaking out and those who are sticking with the president?
Well, the two you just mentioned, Allison, Senator Romney and Congressman Hurd. Congressman Hurd is a Republican. Yes, he's on his way out in Texas. And then Senator Romney, as we've seen, has not hesitated to criticize the president when he thinks he deserves it. But others, I'd say a majority, especially the president and top allies, have not come out, and they're kind of trying to split the line. Some of his fiercest defenders, like Congressman Jim Jordan, Senator Ted Cruz, have gone and kind of echoed what the Trump campaign is saying, that the Democrats are stealing this election and that there's been widespread fraud. Of course, just to be very clear, those claims so far really are baseless. We haven't seen any evidence of that on a large scale. And we actually did see last night one of the most prominent Republicans to criticize the president and the Trump campaign is former Governor Chris Christie, someone who is actively advised the Trump campaign. He was a debate advisor for the president, and he said that he doesn't think that this is how they can show the evidence. He said it was inflaming without informing. So some strong words from him. And so I think we're going to see how this plays out. We know that Trump world is very eager to have more Republicans in their corner. We saw Donald Trump Jr., the president's son, former campaign manager Brad Parscale, both of them say that if you're looking at running in 2024, you should start speaking up now. And it's hard to get more explicit than that. So I think we should expect more of this in the days ahead.
Sahil, Elena, Nicholas, thank you three so much.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
from every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
I'm here because I don't believe Georgia is a blue state. I believe we are a red state. I think there's more afoot here than just normal legal ballots.
They're making ballots. It's a fraud.
If you know something is wrong, stand up. Join your local militia.
Here in Arizona, want to make sure that all those votes get counted because they're taking a really long time for some reason. We just want to make sure that they finish. That's all we want is a fair and honest election.
Every vote should be counted. Every person should have a say in who our electors are. That's why we're here today.
Yeah, every vote should be counted. That's why. And we want to make sure that the Trump campaign knows that. We want every vote to be counted.
Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris. We are watching special election coverage on NBC News Now. Yeah, we are still here, and here's where we are tonight. Right now, votes are still being counted in half a dozen states. Joe Biden is holding steady with 253 electoral votes, President Trump with 214. It could be days before we know who is going to be in the White House next year. NBC News political editor Carrie Dan is here to fill us in on the latest numbers once again. Carrie, you pick it. Which state are we starting with?
Let's go back to Pennsylvania, Allison, because we just saw some vote come in from one of the counties that we've really been keeping an eye on here in Pennsylvania. This is Northampton County. It's one of only three in Pennsylvania that went for Barack Obama in 2008 and 2012, and then flipped to go for Donald Trump. Now, there are two of those three counties that are now in Joe Biden's favor. One of them is Northampton. We just saw about 1,000 votes. This is mail votes that came in from that county, and Biden won about 71% of them. Now, in addition, we've seen a little bit more vote come in from Philly, other parts of the state. So as of now, Joe Biden's lead in Pennsylvania is about 17,000 votes. That's the highest margin that we've seen for him so far. So as we've been watching Pennsylvania, this is the same pattern that we've seen all day, but particularly in counties that Biden had the opportunity to flip, he seems to be doing well. Let's turn to Arizona, too, because that's another state that we've been talking about all day. We saw some vote come in earlier today. It wasn't as favorable for Donald Trump as he perhaps hoped. We've now seen vote come in from not Maricopa County. You've seen Maricopa County being talked about all week, I guess, long. We've seen some vote from some other counties. This is Yuma. Yuma County is in the southwest corner of the state. It's pretty heavily Latino. Donald Trump won this county 4 years ago, and he's leading in the vote count overall in Yuma. But we just saw about 4,700 votes from there. They broke narrowly for Biden. That doesn't help Trump in his quest to try to catch up to Biden, who is leading him right now. There's about 94% of the vote in, and Biden's lead is about 39,000 in the state of Arizona. Donald Trump just simply right now is not getting the margins that he needs to catch up there. We think that he needs a big portion of the vote that's still out in Arizona as it gets counted. If you're a Republican, you want to see those breaking heavily for Trump, especially if they're coming from Republican areas of the state. That's not happening right now. And finally, in Nevada, we're still waiting on votes in Nevada. It's been a meme all week, but we have seen a couple more bunches come in from Clark County. That's, of course, where Las Vegas is, as everyone knows who's been watching. And we've seen about 62% of a new batch in Clark County. That batch is about 8,700 votes that came in Clark. Biden is getting about 6 out of 10 of those ballots. As a whole, Biden now leads by more than 23,000 votes in the state of Nevada. Now, last hour, we talked about provisional ballots. This is something that we're watching both in Pennsylvania and in Nevada. These are ballots that were made by voters who maybe there was a question about their eligibility. They fill out a provisional ballot. Election officials review them and make sure that voter is eligible. We think that there's about 60,000 of those in the state of Nevada. We're not sure what the composition of those is going to be. So if you're Joe Biden, what you really want to do is keep building your lead over Donald Trump. That's what we've seen in the last hour from these votes from Clark County and elsewhere in Nevada. He's still building that advantage, building a cushion so that when those provisional ballots get counted, he's hoping that he's already got enough to make a call. We're still at too close to call in Nevada, but more votes are coming in, and they're bad news for Donald Trump and good news for Joe Biden.
All right, Carrie, thank you so much. And you kind of referenced this. Our knowledge of American geography, particularly the counties, really improved over this election cycle. It's getting better every day as this election continues. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Allison.
In Arizona, Joe Biden leads President Trump by more than 39,000 votes, but Republicans are still optimistic the president will win the state. Here's Representative Debbie Lesko.
Well, we still have about 230,000 ballots to count yet. So Trump has a pathway to win in Arizona. Now, he has to pick up an estimated 60% of the remaining ballots, which is possible.
NBC News political reporter Vaughn Hilliard joining me now. Vaughn, based on what we've seen so far, what's your take on what Representative Lesko just said? Is the president meeting the threshold he needs to catch up to Joe Biden?
God bless Congresswoman Lesko. At the same time, yes, I guess when you're taking into account how many ballots exist and what that margin is, if they all go in favor of Donald Trump, of course, there's a path. But you got to look at the math here of what we actually have been presented based on the returns and how those numbers are reflected in these upcoming ballots that are set to be the results being released. And I just want to break it down here. The fact that there's 140,000 ballots left in Maricopa County. There's about another 45,000 ballots in other non-Maricopa counties. This number continues to shrink. And what you have seen happen, Allison, is that to use a metaphor, okay, essentially, Joe Biden started off with the big lead. And then the Trump train came roaring back here as he was winning these early ballot returns by about 60 percentage points. But what you have seen over the last 24 hours is that slow down. You could call it the Trump trolley, right? He's now, in today's ballot count, won just 53% of the share of the ballots that have been counted today. He needed to maintain that 59%, 60% threshold in order to stay competitive, or he could potentially either match Joe Biden or eclipse Joe Biden. Right now, the ballots here today are not evidence of that. And more concerning for Donald Trump is the fact that the outstanding ballots, nearly 200,000 outstanding ballots in the state, are essentially the same type of ballots that have been processed today. And those were ballots, mail ballots that folks received in their mailboxes at home, but then hand-delivered on Election Day. And what you're seeing is a higher share of Democratic voters, independent voters that were going out, which essentially diluted the returns that Donald Trump was hoping to get. So we are going to be in about 2 hours from now getting another batch of about 60 to 70,000 votes here in Maricopa County. And if that pattern holds that we have seen throughout the day today, I mean, it all but closes the possibility of Donald Trump coming back here in the state of Arizona.
All right, so Vaughn, we're sitting tight. We're waiting for some more votes. What can you tell us about the evening ahead? Set the scene for us as our viewers maybe pop a bottle of wine, relax into their Friday night, a Friday night like no other, where they're probably not going to be watching their favorite movie or TV show. They're going to watch the results come in.
This is a heck of a movie being written in real time here. And you're getting the preview right now. All right. So 2 hours from now, you are going to be getting half of the remaining Maricopa County ballots here. And if that number is somewhere below 55%, let's say, for Donald Trump over Joe Biden, I'll let our NBC elections desk make that actual call. But that's really going to be the moment in which you and I, Allison, say, we don't know where mathematically Donald Trump is able to recover. There is no the Arizona Republican Party has indicated that they'd like to join in a lawsuit over the use of Sharpies, but even the Arizona Republican Attorney General has pushed back, saying there is no evidence that that led to any invalidated ballots. So right now, I think the Trump campaign and the Republican Party here in Arizona is in a tough corner, and even a top Republican official here in the state that I was talking to acknowledged to me that that path is so very narrow here at this point, Allison.
Vaughn, as someone who lives in a state where I can't remember the last time the movie theaters were open, thank you so much for that preview. We look forward to the main attraction tonight. Thanks.
Thanks, my friend.
The Biden campaign projecting confidence as the former VP pulls ahead in Pennsylvania, Nevada, and Arizona. The president, meanwhile, has fewer paths to 270, and his legal team is filing a flurry of election lawsuits. NBC News correspondent Mike Memley is reporting on Team Biden from Wilmington, Delaware. NBC News political reporter Monica Alba's in Washington with the latest on the president. Mike, I can't remember the last time I saw you not in that parking lot. The campaign feeling confident tonight. What are I mean, honestly, I feel like you've been there for a week. Have you?
It's 5 days, I guess, is what we're coming up on now. So,
which I think in 2025 days feels like a year. So there you go. What is the campaign saying tonight? They have outwardly been projecting confidence, but what are they saying about these legal challenges the Trump campaign is filing from Pennsylvania to Nevada?
So as far as the legal challenges coming from the Trump campaign, they've sort of moved beyond that at this point. They are within striking distance of 270 electoral votes. There was a time this morning where they were expecting that the former vice president would come here tonight and give a victory speech. But the condition for that happening was projections on the part of news organizations that would reinforce the math that we're all seeing, that he is on track to now win Pennsylvania. We saw him take the lead earlier this morning. Short of that projection, which hasn't come from us, it hasn't come from other news organizations, it's possible he still comes to give kind of remarks of the type we've been seeing from him the last few days, expressing confidence in where this is all heading, talking about the fact that they believe they're on track to win, but not going so far as to outright declare victory. And so if we do see Joe Biden tonight, it sounds like that is what it will look like. But there's still votes coming in. We're getting new information, as you've been hearing from our colleagues across the country in Allegheny County as well. And so we're still in a little bit of wait and see mode. But, you know, for a lot of the Biden team that had been sort of not willing to bring themselves to talk about Joe Biden as president-elect, this morning we're starting to hear a lot more confidence about that. And as it relates to the president and the fact that he may be unwilling to leave the White House, as one spokesperson for the campaign put it, luckily the federal government has every ability to evict trespassers if need be, and that's the way they're putting it.
Mike, that's such a polite way of saying forcibly remove. Monica, the president tweeting in just the last hour, I had such a big lead in all of these states late into election night, only to see the leads miraculously disappear as the days went by. Perhaps these leads will return as our legal proceedings move forward. Does the campaign really think they can litigate their way to 270?
Well, Allison, it's sort of their only option at this point, so they continue to pursue that path. Very different, though, from yesterday in that we now have a travel photo lid at the White House, which means we don't expect to see the president at all on camera. He, of course, made those remarks last night in the briefing room that contained a lot of information that was both misleading and false, continuing to claim victory in leads in states that simply just don't align with reality or with our own NBC News projections. But I thought it was notable today in those tweets that he also said that the former Vice President Joe Biden shouldn't be claiming victory when, if we just rewind a couple of days, that's exactly what the president did in his comments overnight after Election Day in the East Room. But now the campaign also taking a little bit of a different turn, I'm told. Aides are quite deflated today at campaign headquarters with the reality setting in that that path to 270 just becomes increasingly more narrow, and all they really have are some of these legal options. But unlike yesterday, where they released a flurry of news conferences and announcements about lawsuits in key battlegrounds, today they didn't really do that. They didn't even hold a call with our reporters to talk about their strategy going forward. So we're not sure what tomorrow holds, but I think today was one more of an evolution of sort of understanding what is at play here. But the president, we're told, has absolutely no plans to concede, at least not anytime soon, Allison.
Mike, the focus of Joe Biden's campaign, the battle for the soul of the nation. This week, we have seen protests across the country over ballot counting. America feels as divided divided as ever as we wait for a result. If these last few races are called in Joe Biden's favor, how will he go about healing that divide?
This is an important factor in the way Joe Biden's team is approaching tonight, or the time when eventually he would give a victory speech. Is the moment of the campaign when it's over and you declare yourself the victor, you've been called the victor, is really as much about the beginning of governing as it is about the end of the campaign. And so for Joe Biden's perspective, part of why I think they're hesitant for him to come out and declare victory without some sort of independent declaration of such is because it would make that task of doing what he's been promising to do throughout the campaign, of bringing the country together, lowering the temperatures a little bit, that much harder. It becomes another moment where he's giving a campaign speech in the eyes of a lot of folks. Now, let's not be naive, as Biden himself has said he's not naive. Joe Biden coming out under any circumstance and saying that he is the victor, if President Trump is still challenging this outcome, is not going to convince everybody. But this is Joe Biden proceeding very carefully here, setting the tone for his campaign, trying to do everything he can to avoid a situation where, yes, he can talk about the results, but being seen as overly confident, overly celebrating when the country is still very much divided. We talk about the fact that Joe Biden is already now the candidate with the most votes ever for a presidential candidate in this history. Well, Donald Trump is going to be the candidate with the second most votes in the history of this country, even as he finishes behind Joe Biden. So that's a reality that the Biden team is very well aware of.
Yeah, a big question today. A lot of people wondering, even if President Trump is no longer in the White House, will Trumpisms were the expression they used, or will, the things that he stood for live on? And it certainly seems by the vote counts we're seeing so far that will likely be the case. And Joe Biden would have his work cut out for him. Monica, on those tensions, if this race does not go President Trump's way, if Joe Biden is moving into the White House, what are the expectations for how the president will react? Mike, obviously addressing the ability of federal agents to forcibly remove him.
Well, we got a little bit of insight into this today from one of the president's close economic advisors, Larry Kudlow, who was asked whether there will be a peaceful transfer of power if in the end the president loses. And he said he does anticipate that. He said he knows the president is going to continue to fight it until the very end and until he can't anymore. But there is a sense from top aides publicly that the president will have to accept this reality if he loses this opportunity for a second term. And all of these conversations that have evolved in the last couple of days seem to be pointing him in that direction, even though publicly they want the messaging to be, we're still in this and will we still see a path, Allison? But it raises the question of what happens over the next 70 or so days before inauguration, depending on whatever happens here. We have to also remember and zoom out. We're in the middle of a global pandemic still, the coronavirus raging in this country, setting new records. And I can report that the task force itself, which the vice president chairs, hasn't even met formally with the entire group since October 20th. That's 2 weeks before Election Day. That's just something else here that's at play, that while the president and the vice president and everybody else seems to continue to be so laser focused on the election and the results, there's this major health crisis playing out that they don't seem to be taking much time or action on leading or doing anything to combat or stop the spread while it continues on, Allison.
Monica, it is a scary thought to hear you say that October 20th, and we're looking at we've seen, 2 days in a row over 120,000 cases. That's a pretty scary thought. Mike, Monica, great to see you guys. I'm sure we'll be checking in again in the night and the election that never ends.
That's right, Allison.
Got it.
Thanks.
They are still counting the votes in Nevada. The state's still too early to call. Election workers in Clark County started counting about 60,000 provisional ballots today and said they will be providing ballot results twice a day going forward. NBC News correspondent Jolene Kent joining us from Las Vegas. Joe, we got a new batch of numbers out of Nevada a little while ago. What can you tell us?
Yes, I'm just pulling up the latest numbers here for you, Allison. So the latest count we have is Biden has 49.8% of the vote statewide. Trump has 48.0%. They're separated by about 25,000 votes right now. So that lead for Biden is widening a little bit. But here in Clark County, things are busy behind me because of two things. The line further back are people who are here to cure their signatures, take a look at any issues of their ballot. And then the line directly behind me here is made up of some poll workers, people who are working the elections over the past couple of weeks, and they're here to collect their paychecks for day one, and they're able to do that into next week. And a couple of people I've spoken to said it has been so fun working the election this year, that there's just been such a good turnout. And part of that turnout, Allison, is really what's driving all of the pressure on Clark County to get this count finished. We still have 63,000 ballots left to count that were mailed in, according to the registrar, and then another 60,000 outstanding provisional ballots. The registrar telling all of us reporters today that he hopes to have all the mail-ins counted by Sunday, and then TBD on the provisional. So we are here kind of absorbing everything as, you know, anticipation, anxiety certainly rising as people wait to hear where these 6 electoral votes are going to go. Plus, there's been all these legal challenges and issues coming from various voters and the Trump campaign, and the response in general from the Clark County registrar has been there's been no fraud, there's been no improper counting of the vote. They're pushing back on all of those things despite the federal district court lawsuit that's been brought by several voters that was first presented at that press conference back yesterday by the Trump campaign. So, Allison, there's a lot going on here. I could get into a million more details for you, but I'll send it back to you.
Joe, I just have to say, we have been on the air for countless hours over the last 4 days, and you are the first person to use the word fun in describing how election workers and how folks are feeling. So that is so great to hear, because it just—
Well, that's what they said.
That's wonderful. I'm so glad to hear it. I just have these images in my brain, and we've seen some of the webcams of just people working. Chris Jansing telling us in Pennsylvania they've got paper cuts all over their hands. So I'm glad to hear that some people are really enjoying the democratic process.
It's interesting too, because it's not just your typical, and there's some people that count votes, right? And those folks are still very much working. They've had to increase from like 30 people to 300. But a lot of the people, or the couple of people I've talked to in this line right behind me, this one person was sanitizing. That was her job at her location. Another one was helping people to the machines to cast their vote. So all different kinds of roles. It's not just the people that you see on these live streams who are doing the extra important, very essential work of counting the votes and going through every single ballot there. So a lot of variety going on here in Nevada. But look, the reason Clark County matters so much, the reason we are still here for yet another day, is that 90% of the outstanding votes as of last night, according to the Secretary of State, is happening in the Vegas area. And we're just waiting for all these numbers to come back. Hopefully more soon and even more tomorrow.
Joe, one last question before you go, because you used a term I'm not sure all of our viewers are familiar with. You said some folks there were lined up to get their ballots cured. What does that mean?
Yes. That means that their signature, when they mailed in their ballot or dropped it off, didn't match with the signature that's on file with the registrar. And so they're here to resolve that. And that could be resolved in any number of ways. But it does take some time. That's why this line isn't moving terribly quickly.
All right, let the record reflect that in the 7 p.m. Eastern hour in day 4 of this election, we heard the word fun used for the first time by none other than JoLynn Kent. Joe, thanks. We need a little dose of that tonight.
Anytime, Allison.
20 electoral votes at stake in Pennsylvania. Right now, Joe Biden is ahead of President Trump by more than 19,000 votes there. It is a lead that is still growing as the state counts more of its mail-in ballots, but the race still too close to call. Let's go now to NBC News correspondent Rahima Ellis in Philadelphia and MSNBC senior national correspondent Chris Jansing in Harrisburg. Ladies, I got to be quite honest. I feel like a nag at this point, asking you hour after hour after hour for updates. But I'm going to do it again. Chris, we are awaiting results out of Allegheny County. Anything new?
We got them.
All right.
We were expecting that. Yes. Are you sitting down?
Yes.
We were expecting them around 5. They came in about 5, 7, 8 minutes ago. So here they are, a little less than we expected. We were told by the county executive to expect 6,500. There was actually an additional 5237 votes reported. Of those, keeping up this trend that you just talked about, Joe Biden got 4,050 of those votes, or about 77%. So yes, it continues to come in slowly, but it is coming in, and it's been very consistent throughout the last couple of days, the way it's coming in. And there is this, level of, I don't want to call it frustration. It's not frustration, but there is a bit of angst among Democrats who had heard from top officials, including the Secretary of State, well, we would be getting probably some semi-definitive results yesterday. Well, not yesterday, but then today. And then the Secretary of State came out and said, yes, the vast majority of votes are counted, but it's so close that we need to wait and see what else comes in. In the meantime, you were just talking to Joe Ling about those workers, and again, they're continuing to work there because they have those other more than 25,000, 28,000 votes that they're going to count into the night in Allegheny County and other places throughout Pennsylvania. I just want to focus again on what the folks in Bucks County said, because the more people I talk to, the frustration I hear that anything that's said about fraud is an attack on the people who are doing that work. And this is part of the statement from the folks in Bucks County, bipartisan. Any criticism of the integrity of this election is a direct attack on the integrity of these public citizens, meaning those poll workers. They are men and women of all backgrounds, ages, and party affiliations. And by the way, they're not getting rich. They're doing this largely as a public service. It varies, but many people are making minimum wage. I think in Pennsylvania, they have to make something under $100 a day. Again, it varies, but these are folks who believe in this process. They're working hard in this process. They're eating very little. They're sleeping very little, and they're doing yeoman's work. So we're going to continue, I think, throughout the night to start to see some of these results trickle in. Allison?
Yeah, Chris, we just can't overstate the hard work that they're putting in and how grateful we all are that they're doing this so we can eventually get the results in this election. Rahima, let me come over to you in Philadelphia. When Philly updated its results earlier, it put Joe Biden into the lead in PA. I'm going to nag you, too. What's the latest on the vote count in Philly tonight?
We're still waiting for another bit of information about it. What we do know is that there are about 23,000 mail-in ballots that remain to be counted here just in the Philadelphia area. To echo what Chris was just saying, we hear from the Secretary of State that there has been an overwhelming majority of the mail-in ballots have been counted, but then there's still thousands of them out there. Again, just the 23,000 right here in Philadelphia alone. And of that, there's something we don't know. They talk about those separated or segregated ballots that came in after the polls closed on Tuesday at 8 o'clock. And they had up until 5 o'clock today with the deadline to come in. We were told that those ballots had not yet been counted yet. The other thing we don't know is how many of them are there. It's a number that we hadn't been able to get earlier today, and we still don't have that exact number to know, are they going to start counting those ballots after they finish counting the 23,000 that they have remaining to be counted of the mail-in ballots here. We're looking for those numbers. Everybody's anxious to get it. But again, to echo what Chris is saying, officials here are saying you've got to be patient. The governor of this state had released public service announcements earlier, warning people essentially that this was going to take some time. They've never done any mail ballot counting of this magnitude in this state before. And he said they knew then that it was going to be a lengthy process, and everyone really just needed to pack a pocket full of patience when they approached this venture to say, take your time, be careful, be diligent, get it right. And that's what they're trying to do. Allison?
Chris, we know the Trump campaign, of course, challenging Pennsylvania's results before we even have the final vote count. That latest lawsuit asking the Supreme Court to stop the count of mail-in ballots received after Election Day. What's the latest update on that?
Yeah, this is an ongoing fight. And in fact, the president and his team put out a statement saying that they have these legal teams that they're bringing in, including a legal director, sort of a spokesperson. They've already had teams of lawyers here, but specifically to the Supreme Court case, this is what the Republicans have been arguing, at least at the federal level, which is that these are illegitimate ballots. The president has put out something about this multiple times today, that somehow, even though it's the law here in Pennsylvania, and it became the law as part of a bipartisan bill, He is suggesting that somehow any ballot that is received after 8 o'clock on Tuesday night is illegitimate, is fraudulent. Of course, what the law says is those ballots can indeed be received until 5 o'clock on Friday night. The deadline was just a few hours ago. And there is, in fact, another deadline. The military and people who live abroad who are citizens of Pennsylvania, their votes will be counted if they arrive by Tuesday. So twice before the Supreme Court has dismissed, they've decided they're not going to look at this at this time. And the Democrats here, the Biden campaign, feel it's a specious lawsuit. But once again, what we saw is the Republicans going in and saying, let's do this. We're going to make this request. I will say that the Secretary of State, when she had the press conference today, said, even if that was to happen, and she doesn't believe that there's a legal standing for it, doesn't think it's enough votes, although she couldn't say how many. She didn't think it was enough votes to have a real impact on this election, Allison.
Some of President Trump's allies also doubting Pennsylvania's vote counting process. Here's what Senator Lindsey Graham said earlier today.
Well, all I can say is that Philadelphia is not the bastion of free and fair elections. To say that Philadelphia doesn't have a history of irregularities in voting is denying the obvious, but it is incumbent upon the Trump administration to make specific cases of voter irregularity.
Rahima, I can't imagine folks in Philadelphia are too happy to hear that. What are election officials saying about comments like those from Lindsey Graham?
Show me the proof.
Yeah.
Rather than just make allegations, they're saying here, where is the evidence that there's been any fraud or anything improper that's occurred here? That's what they say. They take umbrage to those remarks. As we're hearing about folks who are counting, not just here in Philadelphia and Allegheny County, but all across the state, there are a lot of hardworking people who are doing this. And so they'd like a little bit of respect for what they're doing, or they want some proof that something is here that is being done is wrong.
Rahima, Chris, thank you both. And thank you so much for accommodating my endless nagging about do we have more information. You have been very kind. Appreciate it.
You bet.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus. The story. The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race. From every angle. If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now? On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth. We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
The biggest scam ever.
Lester Holt.
This is amazing.
The latest update from the Secretary of State says there are, get this, just 4,400 outstanding votes in Georgia. That is just wild. But there are also 8,900 ballots from overseas and military voters that are eligible to be counted if they are postmarked by Election Day and arrived by the close of business today. NBC News reporter Priscilla Thompson joining us now from Atlanta. Priscilla, those numbers are so small at this point. I triple-checked with our producers that they were right because I just couldn't believe it. We are really at those final stages in Georgia. Explain to us how these remaining ballots will be counted.
Yeah, Allison, we're really getting down to the wire here. And as a result, you're hearing about some of those ballots that we don't often talk about. But because these margins are so razor thin, they could become important here. And so the state of Georgia has received around 14,000 in all provisional ballots and 18,000 of those military absentee ballots. And they're processed, at least the military absentee ballots, we'll start with those. They're processed much in the same way as a regular absentee ballot. They are scanned, and then the results are calculated, and those are uploaded to the system to be reported out. Now, the provisional ballots are a bit more of an intensive process. So voters first have to verify their identity or whatever the issue was that caused them to have to submit that provisional ballot. And from there, the county is able to approve that provisional ballot, whether that provisional ballot will be accepted or rejected, after which those votes will then be tallied into a total. And I should say that the state of Georgia today launched a risk analysis, a risk sort of analysis to double check. And so they're going through by hand and checking a sample of ballots to make sure that they have the count right and that the results are accurate before they announce those final state certified results in the middle of the month. Allison?
Priscilla, Governor Brian Kemp released a statement saying, quote, any allegations of intentional fraud or violations of election law must be taken seriously and investigated. How are the Secretary of State, how are election officials responding to the governor there?
Allison, we've seen a number of Republican lawmakers coming out with statements like this after following Donald Trump's allegations of voter fraud and things of that nature. But the fact of the matter is there is no evidence of widespread voter fraud, voter intimidation, those kinds of things. And so what we heard from the Secretary of State's office today and the Secretary of State was him saying, look, we have safeguards in place. There are people who are observing this process. It is very safe. There's no proof of that, essentially. And we also heard him defending these election workers who are, in many cases, working round the clock, often through the night, trying to get these ballots counted, saying these folks aren't out to defraud the American public. They're actually just trying to do their jobs and do this sort of service for folks. And so that's some of what we heard. What I will say is that we have learned that the RNC is on the ground here with lawyers. They are preparing to bring forth a legal challenge if they feel that it is necessary to do so in the event that they find some sort of fraud or issues like that. Allison?
All right, Priscilla Thompson in Atlanta, thank you so much for your continued coverage of a race that, wow, is just down to the thousands at this point. The Trump campaign unleashed a slew of lawsuits in the last couple of days challenging the current election results. NBCNews.com political reporter Jane Tim runs us through those legal battles.
So the president's lawyers have been filing a flurry of lawsuits and motions in swing states
Thank
across
you very much,
Nevada, Georgia, Wisconsin, Michigan, a bunch in Pennsylvania. And for the most part, they're pretty small ball. The Trump campaign filed a suit in Michigan claiming they didn't have meaningful access to monitor the election ballot counting. That was thrown out. They said they had no evidence. There was even a student in Georgia essentially reminding officials to follow the law. And that was also thrown out because there was no evidence they hadn't followed the law. Where a poll watcher can stand also came up a lot. The Trump team did have a victory in Pennsylvania on that, allowing poll watchers to stand closer. That did stop
campaign, winning Pennsylvania would put Biden over the 270 electoral college threshold to become president-elect. Overnight, he took a lead in the Keystone State, which has only grown since. And there are still tens of thousands left to count, including in Democratic.
What's up, brother? Spiritual Logic, how you doing, man? Hey, I can help at the panel. Hold on.
Of fraud, claims for which his team has not produced one iota of evidence. What we have seen here in Philadelphia is democracy, pure and simple.
Police investigating an alleged plot to attack the city's convention center where votes from Philadelphia County are being tabulated. Police say they've recovered a weapon and located what they believe is the Hummer mentioned in the tip.
It's not over yet for that deadly tropical threat now nearing the Gulf. Tropical depression Eta gaining strength as it closes in on Cuba this weekend. You can see the floodwaters topping trees as this dramatic U.S. military rescue unfolds in Honduras. The storm blamed for at least 50 deaths in Central America.
Yeah, anybody who wants to, anybody who wants to join the panel, you're welcome to. Yeah, that way we can
raising his hands through a sunroof, doing
we can basically silence the fake news. You know how they are. They're just talking bull crap and over, very biased. I thought the news is supposed to be impartial. Like, their excitement can't help. They can't help themselves in just being, quote unquote, taking sides when a journalist is supposed to be about quote unquote the truth, right? They're supposed to be impartial, not taking one side or the other. But man, these guys, did they get paid money? Like, did they receive any bribes to talk as they're talking? Like, man, this is wild, man. You didn't do this to Obama. Carry on. Let's keep listening to the fake news.
But legally, what we could see the Trump campaign and his allies do is make the argument that that state Supreme Court ruling violated the Constitution and took that power away from the state legislature.
Yeah, he violated the Constitution and took the power away from the legislature.
But there's another argument that essentially the state Supreme Court is part of the state government.
Is that a woman?
That's what it would come down to. The
I don't look like a woman.
Wants to see this case end up at the U.S. Supreme Court. But of course, it's the margins in Pennsylvania that matter here. As one of my sources said,
What's up, brother Spiritual? How you doing, man? Welcome to the building.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Oh man, this is wild, bro. Like,
yeah,
the whole world is watching this, bro. The whole world.
Yeah, it's sad though because people don't realize that it being rigged was part of the plan. People don't see the correlation between the fake virus, this election civil unrest. All of this is to destabilize the world, because what people don't realize why this is happening, they're establishing centralized digital currencies all over the world right now. They're building the mark of the beast. While everybody's distracted, while everybody's emotional, trying to choose these frauds, because any leader given to you by this world is a fraud. They're just catering to your ignorance and your indoctrination to listen to authority, because if people would use common sense and critical thinking, you would clearly see that these people are liars. And look, I understand what people in an election, because honestly, I think both of them are bad, but I'd rather see Trump in office than Biden, because I mean, at least we know Trump is the kind of guy that's going to tell you you're on your own, that everybody needs to get to work. Yeah, Biden was going to give you false hope, like, oh, we're going to take care of you and the world's going to get a better place. No, Trump is like, look, everybody needs to get to work. You're on your own. Men don't look for dependents. We don't look for help. We just want people to get out our way. And I think Trump was suppressing feminism. He was suppressing things that were in the way of men who wanted to take control of their lives. And that's what it's about. We don't need help. We just need people to get out the way.
Yeah, that's true. Because as men, it's like we can take care of ourselves.
Exactly.
And it's I think it all comes down to the indoctrination. Because me being a foreigner, Brother Hulk, like I wasn't born in America, right? I'm not quote unquote an American per se, even though on paper it says I am, right? But it's
Right.
amazing to see how, like, when I was on a Ramil show, the brother who had the audacity to talk about gun control and say, "Oh, you know," like, I was, wait a minute, like, I'm sitting there, I'm like, bro, have you ever lived anywhere else but America? You talking things you have no experience about. Like, have you been in a country where there's gun control? Have you ever experienced being in that environment? Like, people speak things they have no idea about. Like, they don't understand. The greatest thing America can have is the Second Amendment. I think America and Switzerland and Israel,
Right.
you know, you have the right to bear arms. You can keep, you know, as much ammunition you can, you know, in your house right now. But everywhere, even in Europe, most countries, you can't own a weapon. It's illegal.
Yeah.
It's illegal, quote unquote, first world countries.
And you know what's crazy is that people are brainwashed because when they got smart TVs, smartphones, smart guns, smart locks on your houses. That's coming soon, y'all. They're gonna have smart locks on your houses. And the issue with everything being connected to the I can't say it, but the grid. I'll just call it the grid. We know the 60 gigahertz frequency. We know what that represents. But when they put everything in the grid is connected, guess who's going to have the master control? The government. Pretty much, your refrigerator might be they have smart refrigerators. Imagine if your refrigerator won't open. If the government, they can shut down your cars. They have smart cars. They can shut down your cars by remote. And this is all designed that if you don't do what the government tells you to do, they will literally lock you out of society and the economy. Like, I don't understand how people can't see the mark of the beast society unveiling itself. Like, this little shutdown is the biggest distraction ever. They want to destroy the system. They want to tear down the existing world that we all are familiar with so that they can create this new world that's interconnected globally, where everything is digitized and everything is through frequencies. So therefore, the government can say, okay, you're not doing what we tell you to do. We're going to shut off your life. And wait until the chip is in your body and they shut off your body.
And they already basically have been preparing people by having a chip in their hands, which is their phone.
Yeah.
It's always with you, right?
Yeah.
But like, Brother Hulk, have you ever imagined, right, knowing the scriptures and all that stuff? Did you ever cross your mind that the things you were reading in Revelation, you're actually going to witness it? Because the way I was growing up, they said, oh, it's going to happen in the future. And as more as I look around me, I'm like, wait a minute. What was written? We're living it right now. And here's the irony. It's happening and people saying it's not happening. That's even more scary. Why? Because it's like you see what you see and everybody around you, they say it's not what you see.
Yeah. You know, when people say conspiracy, I sit there and I say, this is not a conspiracy. It's happening. The world actually was shut down. They locked down the entire world. 2 years ago, that would have been a conspiracy if somebody told you that the entire world was going to be locked down, that everybody was going to be wearing a mask. If I would have said that 2 years ago, everybody would have said I'm a conspiracy theorist. We're living an objective reality. The things that were once science fiction or conspiratorial are actually happening. They cannot be denied. And anyone who's denying the agenda right now, they're actually, let me be honest. A lot of people deny what's happening on a realistic level because they have their own agendas. A lot of people just, like, I've seen some channels, and I'm not going to mention the names, but a lot of people want to deny what's happening because they want their audience to follow them. And when
Yeah.
you see things happening on this biblical or this out of this reality level that they're happening right now, you can't sit there and say you are in control or I know what's going to happen. But see, these people want to predict a lot of things because they want to be, worship on their channels because they can't speak the truth because the truth doesn't have anybody to claim it. The truth is itself. Like the truth claims itself. Like I can't take credit for things that are happening. I can just observe them and speak the observation. But a lot of people want to be false prophets. They want to act like they know what's going to happen in the world. And so when their predictions are falling flat, like a lot of people say the New World Order has already happened. It happened in 1776. I was like, let's keep it honest here. The New World Order that people are talking about now comes from a biblical worldview where the entire world is connected, and we see globalism, we see technology, we see all leaders, all peoples coming together under a common crisis where their economies are going to be digitized. People don't understand this vaccine. It has nanoparticles and that are going to react with I can't say the towers, but those cell towers that we all know they're irradiating people.
Oh,
They're going to react with that. It's already been proven. Your body's going to become living antennas for that radiation. And then the luciferase enzyme that you spoke of before is going to be what's going to determine whether you have your injection, whether you've been inoculated like an animal. They're going to inoculate you, and that luciferase enzyme is what's going to be detectable to see if you're allowed to participate in the economy. And honestly, they're not even telling us the complete scope about what this vaccine or chip or combination of transhumanism. They're not going to tell us the exact detail of what it's going to be. They want you to just take it in your body and deal with it. They already admit that it's going to change your DNA. They admit that. So if they're telling you that whatever they're going to put in your body is going to alter your DNA and it's going to have nano particles or basically little tech is going to be integrated into your body so that you can be upgraded into technology. Come on now, that's not a conspiracy. This technology this tech has been out for a long time. They've been practicing it just like cloning. When we first heard about cloning, that means they have already done it for years. People want to act like technology is new. It's not. That's a lie. They want you to believe that this stuff is just brand new. Like we didn't know that the internet was military before it became commercial. Before you had it in your houses, the military was using it. Just like the cell phone. The cell phone was basically GPS and two-way walkie-talkie in the military. It was for telemetry and for GPS. And then once they said we can track people, then they commercialized it and they gave everybody their own GPS. Now, if you notice that your phone is your walking GPS, and now social media is always asking for your location. And in some cases you can't even turn it off.
Yeah, like even if you turn it off, they still track you. Now I know that the some companies they're coming up with a little Ziploc where if you put your phone inside, it blocks every what do you call it? It got like a built-in like thing like a aluminum something like a metal where if you put your phone inside, it basically blocks the signal. Like in their system, let's say if it was tracking you going from one place to another, you won't see your track or like where you like your route, but you're just gonna see you pop up somewhere. So it's like in their radar, you're gonna see let's say starting point A, but how you get to B, it doesn't show the route. So like I guess some was it independent people they coming up with the someone came up with the technology, and then some people are making and selling it. So like everything in this construct. They give you the good and the bad, but at the end of the day, they're sucking the money out of you. They're the same people creating the quote unquote spying and then turning around giving you the cure. That's how they do it. Like
Yeah,
they're very
man.
slick.
Look, man, with this election, or we should have called it this selection.
Yeah.
Actually, people have to understand that the election still could be called off. I know people think they're close, but because so much corruption, and I think is intentionally, the media is intentionally have videotapes of this corruption because they actually want to stop the election from happening. A lot of people think it's a done deal, but it's not a done deal because even if they do declare a winner, they could invalidate it because we've seen so much videotape of actual corruption. We've seen about the Sharpies, we've seen about the guys, the people on camera actually changing ballots. It's like so much is actually visible that you can't call any results from this corruption valid anymore. So no matter even if they declare Biden winner, they could invalidate it because of just the objective evidence.
Hey, guess what? One of my prediction was, and that's what I told people. I'm no prophet. I'm saying, seeing how they were able to pull this hoaxy hoax shut down, right? I was like, my prediction is gonna be two options. If the election do go through, Donald Trump is gonna win, but the other option is the election is gonna be canceled. And I said, there's gonna be something major that's gonna happen between between August and October that will basically lead to the election being canceled, right? Now, I know some people say, oh, fasting, you say the election is not going to happen. People are going to vote. I'm like, hey, that's okay. But as soon as they pull this bull crap on Tuesday, election night, where we didn't find the answer, I was like, hey, anything is possible now. So
I mean,
you're validating, like you're adding, like it's good to have a second option, like opinion. You're actually validating what I'm thinking. Like this could be, they could cancel the election and then have the electoral college decide who's going to be president, and they're going to pick Trump.
Either that, or they just won't. People don't realize that the longer they drag this out, the more they can bring up I was almost at it, the C virus. Because think about it.
Yes, that's all.
Think about it. Look, they already said that the rates are going up because people are protesting, people are out in the street. So they're creating a perfect situation where they could say, hey, because of people protesting and being out in the street, the C virus is increasing because we know the test is bogus. The test is bogus. They haven't isolated an actual virus. And I tell people want to sit there and say, and look, people have been sick, but we don't see. The question is that what's actually making people sick? Because if you notice that they don't bring up no other diseases no more. The only disease you hear on the media now is the C virus. What happens to diabetics, cancer, heart disease, liver disease, kidney failure? What happened to all these people? They just disappeared? No, they turned into your new C virus patients. And see, people want to sit there and say, well, I know someone's sick. Well, if the test that you have just tests genetic material, and if it tests damaged genetic material, well, you can get damaged genetic material from anything, from cancer, heart disease, Alzheimer's. It's a lot of any illnesses can cause a hoax of a test to test positive. That's why it has an 80 to 90% false positive rate. Now, anybody knows anything about numbers and science, 80% false positive rate is pretty much useless. So all these people just taking this test and testing positive, because testing positive doesn't mean you actually have what they say, because you're still trusting that because they say, you have to take on trust that that's what it is, because you can't verify it, because they want you to just go by this test that you have that most people don't even know about. They don't they haven't researched the polymerase chain reaction test. They haven't researched it. They don't understand how it works. It cycles random genetic RNA sequences, and they amplify starting at 10 cycles up to 40 or 50 cycles. And the more cycles they use, the easier it is for you to test positive. And people don't realize that. They just believe the media. Oh, I took a test. but you don't know, you haven't studied the test. Even the inventor Carl Mullis of the RT-PCR panel test said that it should not be used for diagnostic procedures. That means you should not be using it to diagnose any kind of illness. It's just for research purposes only. It does not. And I look, I pulled the data. You can go. I went to the FDA website. They admit that there is no isolated C virus. They have not isolated anything. You can go. I have the stat on the government. The government is so bold to believe how people are indoctrinated that they don't even cover their tracks because they know people won't research. They know people won't read. They know most people will just blindly believe the government. And the government doesn't use science based on logic and natural law. These scientists and experts and professionals are bought and sold people. They work either for the government or through corporations who work by proxy for the government. So these people are funded to produce whatever results fit the narrative. I don't know how people don't understand that. This is not logical science anymore, folks. Logical science is built on natural law. This is corruption. These are funded people who have an agenda to create whatever results benefit the narrative. They're not honest people. They're not going to give you honest results or honest observation or honest scientific method. They're going to rig, just like this election is rigged. They've rigged their scientific results to benefit them. So if you're going to trust the government, which is lying to you about this election, how foolish are you to trust the same government that's lying to you about this fake disease?
Hey, Hug, I'll just pull up the prediction that I had a few months back. Let me play like a clip of it. So, man, like sometimes it's like when you listen back to something that you thought about, you'll be like, man, it's like I can't believe I spoke on this, right?
Right.
Let me play a few clips on it. Let me see. Hold on.
Okay.
Let's see. Oh, I got so I won't get the because I know that song whenever you play it. I mean, we're in the summertime. I'm in Texas.
Fair use.
Their quote unquote science fair use taught us that a virus cannot survive the heat over 84 Fahrenheit, right? Degree Fahrenheit. Texas right now, typical day. At the same time, we have faith in our deception that everything is gonna be okay. Everything's gonna go according to plan. So, in conclusion, my prediction is the United States of America's election in 2020 will be canceled for reasons of the hoaxy hoax pandemic virus. That's why it's gonna be canceled. And there's nothing we can do about it. We just have to stand still and hope and pray that everything is gonna be okay, back to normal, which will never happen. It's like me, like I was speaking like I'm giving hope, but then I say it will never happen.
Right.
You know, you gotta be raw. Like you gotta tell people, you know, there's no hope. Like it's over.
Well, there's no hope in the world. See, here's the thing: the people have to understand that when they tell you the new normal, I mean, just think about that. The word "new normal" is a contradiction. If it's new, then it's not normal. But they're telling you a new normal. They're getting you used to paradoxical language, a living contradiction. You know, as if normal is basically the average of what actually happens. And they're saying, no, we have a new normal, which means that people have called it the Great Reset, the Mark of the Beast, the New World Order, the One World Government, which is going to be the One World Government, the One World Currency, and the One World Religion. And let me tell you all what the One World Religion really is what most people are calling science. This new science, again, which is not based on scientific method, logic, natural law, or anything that's testable, repeatable through any valid experiment, that science is dead. The medical industry doesn't use that anymore. The instruments that they use are calibrated and rigged to only produce the results that benefit narratives anymore. That's why people just trust everything. We know the moon landing is fake. They trust me, folks. If you looked at the little contraption that they claim went to the moon, you know it didn't go. That thing did look like it can't even make it off the ground. And if you look at the suits that the astronauts wear, it's no way that in space, if they claim there's a vacuum, that suit is engineered to withstand a vacuum. They're just playing everybody on the biggest lie of indoctrination ever in human history, because they know that if they can get you to question like basic reality, then they can get you to believe anything. And if they can control how you view creation, then they can recreate creation any way they want to. And that's what they're doing. That's why they got people thinking that they're monkeys. Think about that. They said that they want you to believe that you started off as a rock that somehow evolved into a life form that somehow evolved into a monkey. So you went from a rock to a monkey, folks. Now, they will not tell you how life came from non-life, because if you look at the chain of command, you went from inorganic material to single-cell organisms, or first they want you to think it was a virus, then an amoeba, then it's all this crap, and then you somehow emerged into the ocean as a tadpole, and then you turn into a fish, and then you came on land and turned into a lizard, and then you turn into a mammal, and then you turn into an ape. Think how stupid that is. And what do you see in objective reality? Cats are still cats, dogs are still dogs, horses are still horses. You see every animal in its own kind with just variations. You don't see cross species of anything. Lizards are still lizards. Fish are still fish, folks. They want you to, but they just trying to play a big psych job on everybody, because if they can indoctrinate you into that basically they can devalue your life. Because when they tell you that you're nothing but dirt or an ape, what they're saying is that we can recreate you in the image of the world so that you can be controlled by the things we control. And guess what the government controls? Media. They can indoctrinate you into greed, vanity, and lust. That's why people are moved and controlled by greed, vanity, and lust. So why are people so distracted from seeing the truth about the election and about the virus? Because they're too busy distracted by greed, vanity, and lust. That's why you see that all on. Why you think porn is legal? It's everywhere. It's accessible to anything. They want you to be distracted. They made sure that you have 24-hour access to lust, and every man knows how much lust is a distraction. How much more would you get done in your life if you wasn't thinking about sex? And and the women completely consumed by narcissism and vanity can't even accept basic reality and truth because they're so vain. And greed, well, greed is the cause of all violence and corruption. It's all for greed. Why do people lie? Because they're trying to find a way to get more money. So we see the effects of this being created in the image of the world, and turn away from the image of natural law, which is based on a creator. Because a mind comes from a mind. Life comes from life. We know that because we came from our parents. We didn't come from an inorganic object. And all of creation, if you reverse engineered all of creation, life always came from life. There's no precedent in the creation that shows you that that life came from non-life. That's what this new fake science is telling you. Y'all gotta excuse me the background. I'm in DC, so they got helicopters and all kinds of crap going around.
Oh no, I didn't even hear the chopper. I guess
I bought some new headphones, so I guess these Sony noise canceling headphones are doing their job.
Yeah,
But
like I didn't hear the chopper, so you're good.
Yeah, but man, it's so obvious, man. They want you to believe this narrative. It's funny because when I tell people that they never went to space, and I know fasting, you said this many times, people freak out. And I'm like, and you know what they'll say with the science? I'm like, who wrote the science? Because people are mad about everything else that man wrote, but they won't question the book of science
Yes.
that he wrote.
Oh, the Bible, how many times has it been revised? And then you ask them, how many times has a scientific hypothesis and experiment has been, quote unquote, retried over and over, different ways? Isn't that the
It,
same thing?
yeah, because people haven't been to space to verify that exists the way that science describes it, but they'll believe.
Yeah,
You
just
haven't been there.
believe. Look at they'll be like, oh, look at our spaceship. Look at the museum. Keyword museum. Hey, and Hog, you know one thing I've come to discover? Museum is synonymous with fakery.
Just like
Think about
NASA means in Hebrew deception.
Yes.
To deceive.
That all stuff they tell us is all lies. They talk about dinosaurs, but come to find out, a lot of those quote unquote dinosaurs, they're no real bones. They're just plastic. They're
Paper mache.
manufactured. Yeah. That's
And
why
I
they
tell
tell you not
people,
to touch it. Don't touch it. I want to know
and
if it's a
look,
real bone.
and look, I can tell people that all of the fossils and anthropology that the science tells people has been debunked. From the Lucy skeleton, the Nebraska man, the Peking man, all of it has been proven as a hoax. But yet, do they change the books? No. It's a known lie that's been exposed. And I got the receipts. People want to see receipts. I don't speak on things I can't prove. I got receipts to show you that these fossils have been exposed and that the people who invented them, I got the names of the people who discovered them and when they were debunked as false. So I don't know. People just don't research because they just believe because they read it in school when they were 6 years old that it must be true. Just like it's a lot of things we can't verify. We can't even verify that slavery occurred the way it did. You know, we just took the narrative. You just take the narrative that makes everybody so emotional, and we just believe that's how it happened because people just want to feel they want to be victimized. But none of us were there to exist in actual slavery. Shoot, we wasn't even there in Jim Crow. So how are we going to sit there and be so sure about the same people? Keep in mind, the same people that you hate are telling you your history.
And not only that, in their history, they tell you that they killed the wise men and they indoctrinated the children to believe a certain way. And then they turn around and tell you, this is our history. While they just finished telling you that they indoctrinate the next generation so they'll forget their language, their history, and everything. So they tell you before they do what they're gonna do anyway. That's the credo. You know, it's interesting you brought the whole thing about slavery. That's what I'll tell people. People talk about slavery. I'm like, do you know what employment means? Servitude.
Yeah, right. Yep.
So slavery never ended. Human resources. You are a resource. What is a resource? Cattle.
Yep.
Nowhere in the Bible God referred to mankind as a resource. But what was a resource? Your land, minerals, your crops, animals, beasts, your wealth. Never mankind. So how are you going to have a system of government that's going to refer to its citizen when it comes to labor as human resources? And see, people they hear the words, they don't even understand the real meaning behind it. And then they go, but if you say slavery, oh my, and guess what? Watching this, Hawk, slavery it comes from the name of a Caucasian or a quote unquote white nation in Europe that were forced to serve for centuries.
The Slavic people.
Yeah. They've served more than, they say black people have been in, slavery in 400 years. The slaves were taken as slaves back in the 900th century, and they all spread out
But
to
you know
Europe.
what? But you know what's even crazy? You know what's even crazier is that when you tell people that before slavery was in America, it existed in Africa. Africans would
Yeah.
enslave other Africans. So so I'm trying to figure out why people want to ignore that slavery existed all around the world. Every civilization at some point enslaved its own people. Unfortunately, as long as there's hierarchy with kingdoms and empires, there's going to be a servant class, a poor class, or a class of people that are going to be into bondage. It's happened throughout all of human history. So why people want to polarize a few hundred years, which is in the macro of all human history, a very small portion, when slavery has occurred throughout the macro of human history. We're not as special as we think. Because let me tell you what I realized. Do you know people don't realize that genocide happens to this day? Genocide is worse than slavery. They just slaughter everybody.
Yeah, they just kill people.
So there are people who a whole village of people are just gone. So we need to stop being victims and realizing that we're just so terrible when people are just literally being obliterated off the planet and nobody cares because it was covered up or is in some secluded area.
Check this out, Huck. From 2000, because we were having like some civil war, so they estimated. This is an estimation. This is not an actual number because over there in Congo we don't keep census. They estimated from 2000. Well, no, from 1999 because we had some civil war and stuff like that, right? From 1999 till 2018, they estimated that in my country we had more than 15 million people who die as a result of the wars.
Wow.
Not wars. They'll have like rebels. They're just go to a village, basically use a machete, chop everybody. Women, children, chop them, take pictures. And the international community doesn't even mention it. Nothing, right? And then that's why I'm so adamant about the Second Amendment. Why? Because our nation, the government that we have, is hijacked. It's run by foreigners. So they set up a constitution where it's illegal for someone to bear arms. The people over there, right, where the things are happening in the East, where there's minors and all that stuff, they keep begging the government, say, if you're not going to set the military, give us the guns. Let us defend ourselves. Nothing. So, like you said, there's an agenda. Like people are worrying about genocide. Like people are dying. Okay,
right.
I won't even go as let me not go too far because some people are okay. Yeah. Let's just use right here in America. How many people are dying from drugs, from pharmaceutical drugs? Why they're not mentioning it? Pharmaceutical drugs has killed more Americans than freaking than AIDS, than tuberculosis, than cancer. Why nobody's talking about it? You see? But at the end of the day, I've come to realize the Bible is so true. Mankind loves evil. So when you give people good, people don't want it. That's the sad part. People love evil. It's like you being good, you're ashamed, you call weak. It's like, why be good? Be like us. Join us in the mud. Stain yourself. And I tell you, it's harder being good in the evil world. It is very hard. That's the hardest battle that a lot of us who are trying to be right with the Creator. And hey, Hawk, I told you, the time is coming where people like us who speak the truth and stuff like that when it comes to the scriptures, people are gonna be looking for us like butter, like we're gold. But the scripture says when that time comes, they probably won't find us because we're gonna be taken out of the way. because the creator gives everybody, it says all choice is given to everybody, right? So nobody will be without an excuse in that day when they stand to be like, did not have somebody out there who was speaking and you said that he was speaking nonsense, that he's talking about a book that was written by white people that's being rewritten over and over. Oh, you didn't listen to him? See, nobody will have an excuse, but I'm telling you, Brother Hall, like even with the shadow banning and all that stuff, the time is coming where I'm looking forward to the day where I go to your channel, you're live, and you have over thousands of people listening to you. That's what I'm looking forward to see. But I'm the way I see it, when that day comes, when you're actually doing that, it might be too late by then.
You know what's crazy? I just sent an article in the chat, and it says that 1/3 of deaths in the U.S., and this is by Johns Hopkins University, 1/3 of deaths in the United States are caused by medical error. This is what happened.
You know what? I'll make a news about it. Thank you, man. Wow. From 2016.
And see, right. And let me tell you, and people don't realize this. And this brings up this goes hand in hand with what you said about pharmaceutical drugs. The amount of people that die are much higher than even the stats say. The stats are high enough, but it's conflated because there's an agenda to hide the truth. The government is not going to tell you the truth. This is what I don't understand about people. We see the government is corrupt. They never tell the truth about anything. And yet when it comes to what the government says, people just want to believe that the government is telling the truth when they never did tell the truth in the past. Like, the government has literally lied about everything. And yet when people still want to vote, they still want to get caught in the left-right paradigm. And although, like I said, the reason I would rather have Trump in office, because at least with Trump, I know that Trump is just trying to basically wake men up and say, look, be in control of your life. Don't look for the government to help you. Don't look for life to be fair. It's not fair. All right. It's about money. And as long as you realize that life is about money, then maybe you will start leaning on wisdom. Maybe you will start leaning on structure and having principles and values in your life that have been proven to work, instead of expecting the government to be nice to you. Why would you expect your enemy, which has always had an agenda to diminish your value and the quality of your life, to be nice to you? And this is where this election thing boggles the mind, because people are trying to choose which oppressor is going to tell the better lie. And look, I'll respect Trump, because at least Trump is not telling people a lot of stuff, man. Trump says, look, we're trying to get the country wealthy, protected. He's speaking about the country, which is in his best interest. Now, he's not speaking on us individually. Trump has never presented himself to be a high moral man. We know that Trump like hoes. We know that he's been like that. He hasn't been trying to hide his character. He's been honest about who he is. But see, they try to act like Trump ever presented this high moral character, that he's been always about money. And as long as he's about money, then we understand that we need to structure ourselves that we can exist and function in the world so that we can have money. Because as long as the country wins, everybody else has opportunity to earn a decent quality of life. But see, these socialists and communists and these LGBT sympathizers want to come in, and they want to get everybody thinking alike. They want to have your UBI so you can get. Let me tell you something about this UBI crap. When the government starts to give everybody money, they're going to require control. It's not going to be free money. They're going to make it conditional. The only way you can get your UBI, what if they say that you have to get your vaccine? You have to get your chip. You know, they already talking about this next stimulus. They're trying to create it through a digital currency. So they're trying to say, if you want your stimulus, you're going to have to be integrated into the centralized coming digital currency that the United States, like many other countries, China, Cambodia, many other countries already have. Bahamas, it's already happening, folks. As a matter of fact, this pandemic is the perfect reason to why it's happening. Yeah, like a fasting. Have you been on my Instagram?
No. I think I don't know if I follow you because I know I follow Ramil. Hold on. Let me see. I think I
I got
probably
plenty of
follow
things on
you
my
because it was a spiritual hug, right? Same as
Spiritual Logic.
spiritual.
Spiritual.logic. I'll put the link.
Okay. Spiritual. Okay, I see you. Okay, I found you. Yeah.
Yeah, man. I got everything, every article, every government resource, from government sites, proof that this whole thing is a hoax, proof that the media and the government and the corporations are all working together to make you believe a false narrative that's going to put everybody into bondage. Notice how their solution is to lock everybody down, to wait for a vaccine, to control your life. They're telling you what the agenda is. They don't want a solution. They want everybody to be dependent on the government to survive. What other purpose could locking the world down? Let me tell you something. Germ theory is false. But if we were going to take the narrative of germ theory, most people understand that viruses have these things called herd immunity, meaning that the only way that viruses disperse is that everybody must catch it to the point where there's a herd immunity that develops from it. If you protect everybody from exposure, then nobody will actually develop resistance. And bacteria works the same way. Our immune system as children is built up based on our exposure to bacteria, because bacteria is not always bad. Our body is like 90% bacteria. So
Yeah, that's another lie. Yeah, bacteria.
everything we're being told about what pathogens are is false. What causes disease or dis-ease or illness are the poisons that they put in your food, your water, the air, and your environment. And it's funny how people want to believe there's an imaginary virus going around, but they know their food is poisoned. They know their water is poisoned. You can prove that. You can prove how much chlorine. They got chlorine tests everywhere. You can prove how much chlorine. You can smell it. How much chlorine, you have fluoride, and that version of fluoride is acidic. They pour this in the water supply. You got lead in the water supply. You got all kinds of heavy metals in the air, barium, strontium, and aluminum, all endocrine disruptors and neurological inhibitors that they spray in the air, along with other aerosol compounds that we breathe in every day. We know this is happening. You can see it. You can test it. People don't care about that. Nobody cares about what you can prove. But when it comes to things that we must trust the government, everybody's wearing their silly mask outside. I know we have to wear it in the store, but it's no excuse for critically thinking human beings to walk around with a mask on. That is the most ridiculous thing. I'm so disappointed in the entire world for being that stupid.
Yeah, it's funny, and then they'll look at you for standing up and being sane. Say, "Oh, what? Just do it, man. Just do it." Like,
I mean, look at these people on TV. Look, I'm looking at your screen. Look at these people. Look at the women wearing their mask. They're outside. No one's around them, but they're wearing a mask, rebreathing carbon dioxide and bacteria in their mouth, which is much more toxic.
Yeah.
Than anything in the air around them. The bacteria in your mouth has to be, you have to breathe it because it balances the pH in your mouth. The balance between carbon dioxide and oxygen and all of that has a delicate balance on the pH that determines the bacteria, because your saliva has enzymes that break down your food. and the bacteria and such play a role. And if they're out of balance because you're rebreathing too much carbon dioxide, or your breathing is shallow or something like that, it's going to affect your entire biochemistry.
Yeah,
Do
because
you know that
to be closed. It's not supposed to be open all the time.
exactly? And do you know that there is a bacterial pneumonia that's spreading around because of people wearing masks? And guess what the government is doing? They're correlating this to the C virus. So all these people who are getting this bacterial pneumonia from wearing masks, they're changing the diagnosis or the symptoms to basically match their imaginary virus. So that's what's happening. They're creating their own illness. And
That's what I say, the virus, like when I tell people it's a hoax, people are like, well, I know so-and-so got sick. I'm like, you have no idea.
Oh, you wait till they inject the vaccine. Those foolish people who actually take this vaccine, then you're gonna have a real disease in your body. See, that's gonna be when the real disease enters your body. And then you have to be, once you take whatever technology and poison they put in your body, they're going to make it that your body has to be upgraded with the system. Otherwise, you're not going to function. And you're basically going to be a zombie. Because if it's changing your DNA, it has nanoparticles in it. They're doing God knows what with your brain. I mean, we already know what aluminum and heavy metal does to the brain. So who knows what nanoparticles will do to the brain? They know, because they've tested it on many people. You're just hearing about it. But like, this technology has been around longer than we think. And I know people don't want to believe about fallen angels and giving knowledge and sharing knowledge to men, but just know that your own State Department, I have this on my website, will admit to the knowledge of Nephilim, which is in Genesis 6. It's only mentioned in the Bible. No other doctrine on the planet, but yet somehow the State Department is looking for the burial area of Nephilim. Why? If it doesn't exist, if the Bible is made up, why would the State Department be looking for it?
Hey, no, Carl, you forgot the most amazing part. Look at the keyword, the resurrection chamber. What are they trying to resurrect?
Exactly. They're trying to resurrect who many people are going to come to worship. They were going to see what they're doing is they're indoctrinating people right now to worship the government. Everybody right now is worshiping the government. When you choose a side, you're worshiping the government. You're praising for your leader to come. Give us our leader. Give us our oppressor. Because the more you put your faith in another man to think for you, the least you think for yourself. So what's happening is these people are trying to tell you what's in your best interest, and you're starting to ignore objective reality and take personal responsibility for the things you can change in your life right now, because you're waiting for some liar to tell you false hope. Just think about that. We know that all politicians are going to give you lip service. They say the same things every 4 years. We're going to help the poor. We're going to fight crime. Crime has been around for thousands of years. So have the poor. But yet every politician promises to get rid of both. Wake up, people.
And then what did the Messiah say? The poor will always be with you.
Exactly. Always. And that's been proven. As long as there have been people on this planet, there have been poor people. As long as there have been people on this planet, there has been violence. You know why? Because man separated from his creator will choose evil. Evil being defined of things that man doesn't even want done to himself. People don't want to believe evil exists because it's a form of morality. But guess what, folks? When we complain, we're drawing a moral standard to complain about. Because that moral standard is why you say somebody did something wrong to you. When you use the word wrong, that's a moral issue.
Man, see, this is why I appreciate talking to you, Brother Hawk. And I've told you before, the Most High has blessed you in a way where you can actually speak on things, and that is your gift. That's why I learned a lot of things, how you speak and stuff like that. So, hopefully, the brothers appreciate your extended knowledge, and especially how you break down science. But whenever I listen to it, I'm like, you really know what you're talking about. Me, I'm more like, how should I put this? I try to be, was it straight to the point and raw, but you actually go in like microscopic where you actually break it down. And it's like, I'm the person, I'll show you how to use this tool. You actually take the screwdriver, open it, show how things are working inside, step by step, what cord connects to, and people are like, wow, so that's how it works. But I'm the person like, okay, I'll show you. Press the button power. Okay, go here, go here. I'll go like the simplest way. Go. Okay, this is how it works. But you actually go down. Okay, this is why this works. I'm gonna show you. So I appreciate it.
Hey, Fasty, I'm gonna be right back. Okay, man.
All right, yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, guys. Like Brother Hulk was saying, this whole thing is to prepare people's mind to accept the upcoming system. And that's why, a lot of us are getting censored. There are certain things we can't say. Yet at the same time, we quote unquote live in a nation where they say, well, oh, you have the right to express yourself. You have the freedom of speech. But you can do it on our platform, even though this platform gets our tax dollar. People didn't know that, right? You really think YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, and all them will be these giants without government funding? How do you think they get the money? You think those commercials is how they make money? No. Government funding. That's how they get the money. So that means what? Your tax dollars is paying for these quote unquote tools and outlets. Yeah. But then they're going to turn around, punish you, say, well, you can't say this, you can't say that. But you're paying them as citizens. And man, my prediction is still stands. I'm like, let's just see how it goes. Like
yeah, man.
Something like what, Brother Hall, watch this. You know how we talk about how the Most High has many, works in mysterious way. Last weekend, my parents and my brother, they were supposed to go back to Congo, right? Because my dad's stepmom passed away, the one who raised him, right? So they wanted to go back, even though she's already buried, he wanted to go back after so many years living here, something was.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, thanks, man. So he's like, I need to go back. After 23 years, my dad never went back to my country, right? He goes to, basically he booked up a flight from here, from US to Brussels, Belgium, and then from Belgium going to the Congo, right? And the flight that's supposed to get them from Belgium to Congo is Ethiopian airline. But guess what happened to them? They can't fly. Things just didn't work. Oh, cost like the waited hours another day. Like things did not work for them to go home, right? But when they decided to return back to America, everything's smooth. So in our discernment, we say, well, maybe the Most High didn't want them to go at that time, right? And watch out what happened this week, this whole election thing.
Right.
So what if the Most High didn't want them to go to be outside of the country while this whole thing is happening? What if the country gets locked down and they can't come back? They'll be stuck over there. They have jobs. So, I mean, this is just what we're assessing, but something spiritually is happening. And for those of us who are in tune with the Creator, we got to get into prayer and, really connect, because so that way the Holy Spirit can guide us, because one among us, the Holy Spirit will reveal us on what to do and what to prepare. The other thing I can know from Scripture, the Scripture says, fear not, for I am with you. So, if the Most High is for us, who can be against us? So me, I'm at peace. I know I'll be taken care of. But the thing is, those without hope, those without the Most High, they will be more dangerous. Why? Because people without hope, they will do anything.
Yeah, and it's crazy because like just like with this election, they want you to see all the corruption. They want you to be emotionally triggered. And that's what people are. People are emotional about this. Instead of realizing that these are two liars, and yes, I'm gonna say this again. Biden is the worst option. The lesser of two evils is still evil. But Biden is a much worse force because we already know what to expect from Trump. We've already experienced 4 years with him. And look, the only thing that he did is that he started off, fighting this fake narrative about this virus, and then he slowly acquiesced to it because everybody in power is a puppet. Every leader that the people who are really in charge allow you to see are puppets of the people that you can't see. The people who are really running the world. Remember, these presidents and world leaders are just figureheads. They're just reading off a script, a teleprompter, folks. They're not actually making decisions. They're just conveying the decisions that have already been made. And they're trying to polarize us into these narratives so that we'll stay distracted in believing and trusting in these authority figures. They want to they're treating the American public like children who are looking for a father to guide them. But we already have a father. We don't need any leaders. And that's the problem. Everybody's looking for some person to do something that people need to do for themselves. No matter how much corruption or evil exists in the world, wisdom, values, and structure have always been the tools that people use to build families, to avoid issues. Because first of all, life has never been perfect and it's always going to be a struggle. So anybody expecting utopia or perfect life, y'all must be more religious than we think because you're thinking of heaven. This earth is not heaven, folks. It's filled of imperfect people who are going to do a lot of imperfect things. Everybody has free will, so there's going to be evil because people have the potential to do it. So I don't know why people are surprised of the results of a world of people who are imperfect and have free will to do evil. That's the reality of the world we live in. That's why we have structure. That's why the family unit was so important. Because when it was led by men, before it was hijacked, where they gave women legal authority, when it was led by men to uphold structure and protect, the family from this feminine emotionalism that has infected everybody today, society was built. We had values, we had structure, we lived by principles that we didn't allow evil to destroy everyone. Now, all people do is sit in the TV all day and listen to people tell them how to think, tell them what to believe. And when people have the nerve to say they're not religious, but they have to believe people on TV that you don't know and can't verify anything they're saying. So you're actually believing what a politician is telling you. You have to have faith that what he's telling you is the truth because you can't verify it. So this man is making all these promises to you like he's a preacher. These are the preachers of Satan telling you to believe in things that you see no evidence of. So what is the real religion? Because the Bible is not a religion, folks. It's the law, the natural law of our Creator that we can all agree with. That natural law is that standard that everybody believes in, because when you complain about somebody doing something to you, you're upholding them to a higher standard than yourself. Otherwise, if it's all opinion and preference, then you can't complain because everybody's right. And this is why they got 1,000 genders. This is why everybody's crazy now, because everything is moral subjective. They took objective, like the world is full of objective reality. The reality is we walk on the ground. That's not subjective. But according to this new progressive movement, these people don't believe in anything objective. You tell them, I remember seeing this person, I forget, some BLM member said that men can get pregnant because some delusion of a woman thinks she's a man. So now they're going around saying men can get pregnant. But the people who live in reality know it's just a woman who is grossly disturbed and confused about reality that has allowed her to believe a lie. Only women can get pregnant, but the world is telling you that men can get pregnant. This is how dumb the world is. And guess who's pushing this nonsense? The same government that y'all voting for are the ones spearheading this. Biden tell you the first thing he's going to do is provide legislation for the LGBT. So if anybody voting for that fool, and the first thing he tell you to do is going to allow the insane people of society to have power, then you're a fool. I'd rather people not vote than vote for somebody for LGBT.
Yeah, and they're being very slick, and then a lot of people out there like ourselves, we've been warning people, and sometimes they feel like our voices are going into the wind and not falling into people's ears. But I tell you, brother Hawk, we just have to be patient. We're gonna have the ears to hear.
Right.
People out there, like, because they're shadow banning us, meaning there are people out there who actually want to hear what we have to say. But the thing is, they got to deal with all the speed bumps and the crap that actually has no meaningful. Because, okay, what's the point of you knowing something if it doesn't tell you what to do next? But the Bible has the answer. And the thing is, the people who quote unquote have the authority of the Bible, they want to keep the people in delusion. Like, okay. Hog, you remember that verse? What did Christ say? Says, "He that shall endure until the end shall be saved." Right?
Yep. Right.
What did the church? They sing and praise as if we are already in the kingdom.
Well, because they're in the kingdom of Satan. The church has become basically an extension of the world. If you notice that the church right now is unbiblical, and all it does is prepackage the same nonsense in the world. This is why the church does same-sex marriage. The church promotes greed. That's why the preacher is the richest person in the church. The church promotes feminism because it's always telling men to be in weak positions with women to promote their own vanity and ego, which is contrary to biblical scripture. But see, the church is just an agent of the government. That's why they take that 501c tax exempt status. What that means is that the church can no longer go against the government. So as long as the government makes any evil thing a civil right, a church that is as an agent to the government cannot speak against it. This is why church buildings are compromised. This is why I tell people, come out of the church buildings. The Bible does not support a structure. You can read Acts 7:48. It says the Most High dwells not in buildings made with hands. That is a verse taken from the Old Testament and repeated in the New Testament, folks. 1 Corinthians 3:16. Know ye not that you are the temple of God, and the Spirit of God dwells within you? The church is our bodies. Why is the church our bodies? Because the Spirit of God is within you. That breath, that animated energy that we have inside of us, that's our Creator. That's His essence. That's why we believe in His law. And this is how you know you believe in His law. Because when somebody does something against it, you complain when it's done to you. Remember, in an atheistic secular worldview, there is no morality. Everything's on the table for the sake of survival. Because remember, the highest order in the secular world is survival and procreation. That means murder, theft, rape, lying, everything is on the table. And nobody agrees with that, because when somebody threatens your life, you're upset. You feel wronged. So you actually agree with the Bible, because science says that it's okay to kill for the sake of another to survive. Science would say, oh, you can steal because you're trying to survive. You can lie. But when somebody lies to us and it causes us a great problem in our lives, we feel wronged. And we know it's wrong. But see, the world wants to indoctrinate you that all these evils are good. And now the religion of the world has become evil. And that's why we see the results. This world is not the results of a biblical worldview. This world is the results of the atheistic worldview. That's why the LGBT community is everywhere. Because that is, anything you feel is right. That's not in the Bible, folks. So don't blame the Bible for that. The Bible would have prevented that. The Bible will give men rulership. This society is not biblical. I know a lot of people in America think that these churches and these people in here who call themselves Christian are biblical, but they're not. The Bible will expose them. It's only the biblical doctrine, even in Islam, they use the Old Testament to support the rulership of men. And so anybody who wants men to be in legal authority, you agree with the Bible, not the worldview of the world. Anybody who believes that the LGBT community is wrong, you agree with the Bible, not the world. So if you look objectively at life, you might find out that you actually agree more with the Bible than you do with the world. So what does that mean? The world is lying to you. It's trying to recreate you in its own image. Why? So you will not realize the identity of the one that you were created in. Because you have a higher purpose that the world's trying to conceal and destroy and hide from you. Because if you knew your true purpose, the world couldn't use you for their purpose. And as we see, the purpose of the world is to control you, manipulate you, and extort you. The world's going to make merchandise out of you. They're using you as human barcodes. When they chip you, track you, contact trace, vaccinate, they're treating you like an animal. So you mean to tell me being treated like an animal is better than being made in the image of the spiritual image of your creator, which has infinite value, which has eternal purpose and destination and origin? Meaning that our purpose here in this life was for have eternal, everlasting life and the next, which this world wants you to believe that you're going to turn to nothing, but nobody believes that. Because if you truly believe that there was nothing coming after this, it would diminish the value of this life. In science, they want to tell you that that your origin is nothing and your destiny is nothing. So how does the middle even matter if the beginning and the end mean nothing? That's the lie they're telling you. But the reason that we live and we have a conscience and we actually care about the things we care about is because it's inside of us. It's in our spirit to care. And the reason it gets frustrating because when you suppress the truth that is already written inside of you, it makes you angry. This is why we get trolls sometimes. People hate the truth. But the truth actually sets you free because then you start to see the corruption in the world, the corruption in yourself that the world uses, and you make better choices. You start to wake up and you realize what's happening, and then you can start preparing for it. Because I don't know about y'all, but me and fasting are prepared. I don't worry about anything else. I've been preparing to die, folks. So you think I'm worried about this crap going on in the world right now? I've known about this since I was a child. So this to me is child's play. While everybody was thinking that the world loved them and was going to care about them, I knew the world's true intention. I knew what it was doing when I was a child. So now I'm just sitting back eating popcorn watching everybody else freak out.
Yeah, like it's amazing. That's why I usually make a joke. I'm like the same atheist that claim, quote unquote, God doesn't exist. Y'all believing in this is the key word. Y'all believe that man in the sky, right? For you to say a man in the sky, that already means you know he is real. Because if you know something doesn't exist, why would you call him a man, right? But watch this. They'll say, oh, God doesn't exist. But the TV says, oh, there is an invisible virus out there killing people. Wear a mask. Guess what they do? They wear a mask. So I ask you, atheist, how do you know that virus is true? You can't see it, right? You can't prove it, right? So how do you know it's real? They never have an answer. They always have an excuse. So it's like you look at people who believe in God, say you believe. Well, guess what? You believe that virus will kill you. That's why you're wearing that mask, right? You have no proof, but you believe it. Oh man, it's amazing. So people think they're so smart, but when you actually make them think, they realize they're not as smart as a thing.
Well, yeah. I mean, here's the thing, man. It's like we're not trying to confuse people. Look, if you want to believe that you're nothing, that's fine. If you want to believe that you're going to turn to oblivion when you die, that's fine. But what peace do you have in that? You don't have any peace. Most people who don't understand that their origin is more than the world's telling them. They don't have peace because they don't even know why they're alive. If you're just alive to get money, how pitiful would your life be if you died tomorrow? Just think about that. If you only living for money, vanity, what happens tomorrow if you realize tomorrow was the last day on this earth? You'll realize that you were just living for something that won't matter tomorrow. And then as you're dying, you realize how meaningless all of that was. And trust me, not everybody goes to sleep, wakes up the next day. So while we think that the highest order is to do these things, look at the amount of people that die every day in the world. It's a lot. And guess what, y'all? Nobody saw it coming. Not even the people who were dying knew that it was going to happen exactly when it happened. Some people thought they were going to die and they lived, and some people thought they were going to live and died. Why? Because life and death is not truly in our hands. Now, how we live our lives can affect it, but even that, sometimes I don't know about y'all, but there's certain situations in life where I almost died, but I didn't. And there's some situations in life where people had did everything in their power to stay alive and they still died. So inevitably, it's not in our hands, although we have a lot to do with it based on the choices we make. And I will use the analogy of a baby crawling across the table in terms of our perspective. See, we are the babies crawling across the table. We don't realize there's an edge when we start crawling. But that parent that has a broader perspective, they can see the table, the entire table that we're crawling on. They can see the edge. They see the end of our lives, even though we can't. And that's the perspective between us and God. God sees the whole thing. All we see is what we're doing. But we still have free will as we do it, even though God sees the whole picture. So, I always tell people, like, well, why does God allow evil? Simply because he allowed us. Each one of us has the potential to do evil. And the only way that God can get rid of evil is to get rid of all of us, or to take away our free will and make us all puppets and we wouldn't even know we were alive. So there's no way for you to have life and not have choice. And you can know the perfect will and be a perfect being and still ignore it, still reject it. Remember, evil is simply rejecting God's law. When God says do not murder, and we're not talking about self-defense, we're talking about murder out of hate. When God says don't do that, and you do it, you're rejecting the truth. And people want to say, well, God ordered many people to die. God was righteous. God is holy. When he decrees someone to die, it is because they're evil. And he is the holy judge to determine who's evil and who's not. God can play God, folks. He gave life. He can take it.
Oh, Hug, you mentioned something very important. It's like, who are you mortal to tell God how he should bring justice? Like, do you know justice more than the guy who created justice? Like, that's the joke that I...
Right.
But the same people that just say that God doesn't exist, then they turn around and complain. Yeah.
Hey, look, I tell people true atheists are materialists. And unfortunately, logic, morality, and justice are immaterial things. They did not evolve. They are a result of the consciousness, the spiritual consciousness that comes from the life that was given to us by our Creator. Remember, life comes from life, folks. That's more logical than anything the science will tell you. Life comes from life. You did not come from a non-living thing. You came from a living thing. So that life that you have, if you go all the way back to the beginning, that life had to come from another life. So when you go back to the first person, that life still had to come from our Creator because he is life. He is the giver of life. But science wants to tell you that life came from nothing. So which sounds more logical? That life came from nothing, or that life came from life, which we can test currently when you look at your parents and you realize your parents were alive and you came from them.
Hey, speaking about life, right? You know, the Greek word for seed is sperm, right? Because the word sperm, the main definition in the Bible dictionary says what? something containing life in itself. So, like that grain of corn that you plant on the ground, it has life on it. That's how the creator set it up. But the key with where is that life source coming from? You see what the hell you get where I'm going with this? That seed, right?
Yeah, I get you, bro.
Where is that energy that makes it grow to become a big pile of corns?
Exactly.
Science can't explain it to you. They can't.
No. Matter of fact, it's a lot of things, and I've researched it. Science has no link for how life came into being. They have a lot of fancy terms like the ether, the primordial ooze, and all that, but they have no explanation, no how and no why. And matter of fact, they don't even have a what. They're just telling. They just tell you lies. They tell you the most obvious lie. Everything came from nothing. Now, if that don't sound like a lie, if the first thing that someone tells you is a lie, why do you believe everything else? And the foundation of creation coming from these so-called scientists is that everything came from nothing. So foundationally, everything is built on a lie. And that's why they have everything that follows is a lie. Like evolution. I tell people, if you really believe you're a monkey, then go to the zoo and visit your relatives. If you really believe that. But nobody does that.
Yeah.
Nobody sees a monkey like it's their distant cousin.
Oh, they want to make love to it. Like, oh, I love you. I'm infatuated with you. Let's build a family together.
People get insulted when if you call somebody a monkey, especially in this, I'm a black man, but you would think if anybody's comfortable being called a monkey, it should be an atheist, because they're the ones that believe they're monkeys. We're just evolved apes. Then why are you offended if somebody called you an ape?
I'm not a monkey. I'm not. Wait, are monkeys your cousins according to science?
Exactly. And see, this is the cognitive dissonance that people have been indoctrinated to. They believe something they don't accept. Think about that. You believe something you don't accept. That's cognitive dissonance at its best, folks. Just like this freaking hoax virus is going around. People are wearing a mask, but yet they believe that when they eat out in public and take the mask off, that they're safe. And then they put it right back on. You mean to tell me the TV is telling you that the deadliest virus in history is going around allegedly and falsely killing so many people, but you can just put a handkerchief over your face and you're safe?
Yeah. Oh, that's a funny one. Like Biden, I don't know if you saw it earlier. He's walking up from the back to go speak, wearing a mask, and then he come in the podium and take it off. Wait a minute. You should actually be wearing a mask because you're going to be speaking into that mic.
Hey, Fasting, let's talk about all the hot mics that they caught with people talking about the political theater. How many governors were caught on a hot mic saying we just wearing the mask as political theater?
Yeah, but
you can Google that, folks. You can Google that.
Well, speaking, I think which video was it? I forgot. But basically, they're talking about that this whole thing was just a test run. It's a test run to see how far people will basically comply. Like, because Americans beat their chest talking about we're a nation of rights. I remember even reading history that Americans were always anti-government control. Like, they love America, but they hate government control. But it seems like these generations, maybe maybe think about this, how is this another reason why the Democrats actually want to legalize all the quote unquote undocumented immigrants? Because most of those immigrants, where do they come from? They come from dictatorship countries where they were brought up obeying what? The government.
Right.
You have millions of them coming here, and they build families here. In one generation, you're gonna have a generations of who? Compliance. But not only that, Americans have been made fat and complacent and under drugs because they say what 50% of Americans are in under psychotropic drugs. So that means out of 320 million Americans, you have what? 160 million Americans who are mentally ill thanks to those pills. And you really believe you're gonna trust them to do right in society? But see, they won't talk about this kind of stuff. Why? Because they're gonna call you conspiracy theorists when it's literally a fact. But what do I know?
Hey man, we trying to wake people up, and look, man, I love that you cover these things, that you speak boldly against the narrative. A lot of people want to sit there and they want to act like what we're talking about is false. But what's funny is that these people talk about, oh my goodness, the people who believe that election matters and people who trust the world, they'll tell you how bad things are, but they have no solution. Like they'll just tell you, oh, it's going to get worse. We're about to go into if the alleged virus gets out, it's going to be bodies in the street. People told me that. I was on panels where people said that there's going to be bodies in the street in, I think, March. And for those people, guess what? Yeah, I'm still waiting for the bodies in the street. And tell your CDC who admit that they changed the death certificates to stop changing the death certificates based on a false assumption or using comorbidities, meaning that they're conflating illnesses from other things with this C virus. And they admit that on the government site. So tell your place on those government sites to stop doing that.
Hey, Brother Hawk, not only that, on the freaking CDC, they literally tell you in black and white that a mask is not guaranteed to keep you from the virus. And then when you mention it, they will flag you saying that you're misleading.
Exactly.
Like YouTube literally deleted my video on this main channel. Was a Fasting is Live main channel because on my backup channel it's still there, so they didn't touch it. I guess because I had more subscriber here and I really build up the algorithm. So like YouTube has been watching my channel. I uploaded the video about mask. YouTube flagged my video, and then I tried to appeal it. They say no, you violate YouTube policy that you're posting spam. They call my video talking about mask and literally using the CDC information. They call it spam. I'm like, wow. So basically they're censoring anything that's true that's from mainstream, from themselves. And they're flagging you because why? They don't want you to repeat it. Like you were saying, like they say all of the open. Why? Because they know people are not going to research. Who out there when this pandemic went to the actual CDC website and actually read all the details? This is how they play us, man. They'll use Greek words and big words and stuff like that, all sophisticated to make it like so confusing that you'll be like, you know what? I'm not a doctor. I don't understand what they're saying. When you break down what they're saying, they're basically saying, you're so stupid, you don't speak Greek, so we're going to throw in some Greek words out there so to get you confused, even though you're English speakers. Why don't you write in English? Why you have to throw in Greek words and stuff like that, But what do I know, man?
Exactly. Look, man, I tell people you're getting confused with word porn, all right? This is a war on information. Why do you think that the government who says that you have the freedom of speech is censoring everything? The contradictions, the hypocrisy in this country should wake people up. You don't have freedom of speech if they punish you for speaking. And who's to determine what the truth is? Authority, not proving proof or evidence, but authority. because it is authority that's determining who can speak and who can't. Think about this, folks. That's who they don't use evidence. They're using authority. So people need to understand what's really going on. Like I said on my Instagram, I got articles starting from the beginning of this. I have exposed everything with links, facts, articles, exposing their own consistencies and contradictions in their own narrative. See, I had to be very creative to post the things I did and not be censored. And what I did is I just used their own material. A lot of these things are coming from Congress.gov, WhiteHouse.gov, Homeland.gov, WHO, CDC, all of these places. I'm using their own stats, FDA, all of that. And I'm proving that what you're being told and what's actually said are two different things. Because let me tell you how this country works. They actually tell you the truth if you research it because they don't want to get sued for false representation. But what they do is they bank on people being so indoctrinated to believe the media is that people don't research.
Yeah, like they'll be like, oh, we may have that Hawk guy, you know, that Hawk guy who is spreading his Instagram talk about us and say something about.
Oh, trust me, I'm very much shadow banned. My Instagram page was taking off. It was growing. I was getting more than 1,000 views or thousands of likes on my posts, and then I had to delete the ones that were taking off. I got,
you don't delete it affects your channel. Yeah,
I got famous people who actually hit me back on DMs. Really famous people who are very tied into this exposing things, but they doing it secretly. I could even say their names.
Yeah, because a lot of them, Brother Hawk, a lot of them are afraid.
Yeah.
You know why? Because they've been deep into the rabbit hole. They have this mindset like, I can never get out, not knowing that the Bible says that every man is given a chance. As long as you have a breath in this life, you're given a chance. Satan, his job is to make it seem like there's no way out. That's what the Bible calls Satan, the deceiver. But watch this, right? But here's the thing. If you take that chip, how can you change your mind when your mind is going to be taken away? You might as well be dead. It'll be too late. That's what the Bible says. Those who are going to take the mark, they're going to wish they would die, but they can't. Why? Your body is no longer the host of your vessel. Why? Because another host is going to be residing in your body. It's over. Yep. Like that movie. You remember the movie Get Out?
Yeah.
Watch that movie, bro.
Yeah, I've seen it.
I didn't get into the whole Hollywood thing. To me, I was like, what they were showing us was the mark of the beast.
Yeah. That everybody you see is soulless. They have been inhabited by the spirit of God has been removed, and they have been inhabited by darkness, by evil. And that's why when people get into this sell their soul for real, there's no coming back, because they've given away the part of them that's redemptive.
And it's like people have to understand, when you go to bed, you don't know if you're gonna wake up. So every day in your life, you have to look at what can I do to be ready? And I tell people, me and my parents, sometimes we talk. I say, do I want to die? No. But want to know one thing? I'm not afraid to die. Why? Because I know. A lot of people, that's what the Bible says Satan is holding the world hostage. Why? By the fear of death.
Yeah.
A lot of people, because they don't know what happens after death, they are terrified to die.
Well, let me take it one step further. We're born into death, folks. That's why you're wasting away. True life is what happens. True life is eternal. This is not life. This is still the consequence of death. Our mortality in this realm is slipping away. Every day your life is slipping away. We can't even call this life. This is death. True life is actually being reunited with your creator, the one who is life, and then you won't die no more. But see, we calling this life life when it's actually what we have evidence of is death. Live 50 years, live 70 years, live 80 years, and then tell me that this life isn't death. Why are you wasting away? Even science, the second law of thermodynamics, entropy, agrees with that. But yet in evolution, guess what has to happen? Energy has to be added to the system. So evolution goes against the second law of thermodynamics concerning entropy. Because all things are breaking down, all systems are breaking down, which correlates with born into sin. What does sin do? Sin brings death. What is sin? Transgressing the law of God. If he is the creator of all creation, how can life exist against his will? It can't. That's why it breaks down. That's why it's dying, because he determines how it was meant to design, because he created it. And when we try to function outside the will of our creator, we're into death. That's why we're rotting. That's why when we leave this world, we just leave a pile of dirt behind. The parts of us that are alive, they go to be judged.
Hey, brother, do you get a chance to read the book of the Apocrypha, Second Esdras? I don't know if you
Yeah,
have.
I read it. I read Ezra, Jasher, and Enoch, and
Do you realize that everything that's happening is chronologically in order, written in the book of Second Esdras, chapter 15 and 16.
Mm-hmm.
Literally everything that's happening now, it's happening exactly how we say, step by step. And he talks about China. And he talks about China, how that China is going to be plagued. And what is this thing that's happening? The plague from China. Even though we know it's hoax, but remember, what did Christ say? You shall hear of wars and what? Rumors of war. A rumor is what? Fake news.
Yeah, but you know what's crazy? You know what's crazy is that these cell towers went up in China, in the same location that the alleged illness started. Look it up.
Yeah.
People won't look it up. Those cell towers that I can't say, they went up in Wuhan at the exact moment.
Giga Tower.
Yeah. And also, our president has used by executive order to bring the infrastructure of these cell towers across the nation in March 25th. You can look up the executive order from whitehouse.gov. So why, if we're in this alleged crisis, why would why would he expedite building the infrastructure of these cell towers during a time of such dire crisis? Just think about it, folks. And do you know that all of these towers right now, I've literally seen them pop up everywhere. If you ever drove down the highway, you're starting to see them more down all the highways. They're in the shopping centers, on the top of buildings. Just look around. And as you get sprayed with chemtrails, guess what's reacting to chemtrails in your body? The radiation. Guess what radiation does? It starves the cells of oxygen. It causes your body to go through a state of hypoxia, cell death. And then you add all the chemicals in the food, in the water. They suppress and destroy your immune system. Just think about it, folks. They want you weak and they want you scared, because those are the easiest people to control. Weak and scared people will beg for their own oppression, and they'll accept it even if it's disguised as hope when it's really a lie. Because why would you ask your enemy to give you a solution when your enemy is always giving you oppression?
And people, they're gonna be like, "Why are you not wearing a mask, man?" They'd be like, "This is your fault. They keep prolonging the pandemic." I'm like, you know what? Prolonging the pandemic is because you're a dummy and you're wearing the mask. That's why, not me.
Yeah, exactly.
Because you accepted it. That's why they were like, you know what? How about we go 2 months? That's what they were doing back in my country. First, they told people, "Oh, we're gonna be in lockdown for 2 weeks." 2 weeks come. Oh, no, you know what? Actually, no, we don't think it's safe right now. Let's go 3 weeks. And guess what people were doing? People were getting angry, but guess what? They were still what? Complying. They dragged from 2 weeks to 2.5 months, bro. Think about that. Why? Because the people complied.
Do you know that doing every virus from swine, H1N1, Zika, Ebola, all of these things, in the US, do you know that ever since each one of these alleged flus came out was the evolution of 2G, 3G, and so forth?
Yeah, because remember, it's a what? 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yep. And every time there was an evolution of a certain kind of epidemic. And think about it. All of a sudden, anybody who's old enough, we didn't grow up with all these different types of alleged viruses. But then we went to a period. It was like every year there was a different one. H1N1, swine,
cow disease,
Zika, all of this, and while we were sitting there chasing the imaginary virus, technology was upgrading right in front of our faces. They got Wi-Fi in your house, frying you up just like a microwave. And we wondering what's making us sick. But they knew, even when I grew up, in the 80s, the early 80s, they knew that power lines was causing cancer. That used to be a thing when I was growing up. It was power lines. Because we didn't grow up with cell phones. It was power lines. Those high voltage power lines were causing cancer. They knew that. And there was a big conspiracy to hide the truth, and all these people start getting cancer clusters in their heads and all this stuff. I remember that. And then and then it was the cell phone. And then they proved that the cell phone did it. But guess what, folks? They still make more powerful cell phones. And then there was Wi-Fi. And now there's cell towers. And guess what else went up? Cancer. Each year, as technology upgraded, cancer went up. And what they're trying to do, they know that some people are going to adapt, but this, trying to use transhumanism and integrate man into machine, there's going to be a lot of casualties in this transition because not everybody's going to make it. And so they had to create something as they power up the grid, because they know that a lot of people are going to be lost in this transition. Because you're already sick because of the vaccines they put in you at birth, the food and water and the air and the radiation. And so when they turn on the 5, you're going to start turning to toast. And if you got a weakened immune system, but the leading cause of death in this country is cancer and heart disease. They kill a whole lot more people than this alleged hoax. They didn't shut down the country for that.
Yeah, that's the irony.
This crap kills less than 1%. Even tuberculosis, I think, was 10 to 15% mortality. They didn't shut down the world. This is less than 1%, folks.
Deadly. Like, if you have it, good luck, buddy.
Exactly. This is See, there's evidence out here. It's just that people don't want to believe it because people want to have so much faith in the world. Does the world look like it's getting better, folks? For all these people who tell you that what we're saying is a lie, does the world look like it's getting better? Does it look like it's going to be something better, that somehow we're going to get through it? No, it doesn't. Everybody feels the same way. If you're spiritually aware, you can tell the world's not getting better. They just locked you in your house. You saw the food disappear off the shelves. They gave you a taste of what could happen. And now they're threatening to lock you down again. It's already happening in Europe, Australia, and Canada, and China. It's already happening. And look,
England is in lockdown now. You know that, right? England.
Yeah. England, Paris, Germany, Italy. France?
Hey, Brother Hawk, do you have Anchor?
Nah.
Oh, you need to start all of your stuff. Start putting on Anchor, bro. I looked at my analytics. I started putting it like a few months back, right? I'm almost to 1,000 listeners from different podcasts, from Apple, Spotify, and all that stuff, right? Guess how many listeners I have internationally? I just added 6 more people because I guess I started posting about the election. I have 44 nations, international nations, listening to me through Anchor. So you need to get on that app as soon as possible, bro. It's awesome. I'm telling you, because I love that platform. Why? Because you upload your audio and then it just sends it to like 7 platform, like podcast platform, and they add more channels. Because I know on Spotify, you got like if you go directly to them, you gotta create an account and you gotta pay money, right? Because they'll give you like a free membership and all that stuff. But Anchor does all of that for free. And you can upload as many hours as you can. I know I have one podcast where I did like 8 hours. What I did is I did a video where I cut it into pieces because it won't allow you to upload like a big file. So I cut it into different files and then uploaded it. So yeah, I'm like, if you ever know about it, it's called Anchor.
Anchor. I'm gonna look that up. I'm gonna get that, man. Thanks for telling me.
Yeah,
hey, but
like,
look, I'm gonna have to get ready. I'm gonna have to get ready to go. But man, you know, I had to jump on, bro.
Hey, that's okay, man. Well, hey, thanks for coming in. You know, hopefully the people will gain some knowledge. You know, you were spitting, you know, that knowledge. You know, they need it.
hey, fasting, man. You always tell them, man. I know people think we're crazy, and that's cool. I really don't care. You know, because honestly, people don't need to listen to me. They just need to open their eyes and look around them. Everything we're saying can be visually and observed around you. We're just trying to tell you what's going to happen based on what's happening. And the only reason we know what's going to happen because the Bible has prophesied of many things that have already come to pass. And what we're seeing right now, this mark of the beast type system, is only in the Bible, folks. No other religion has this system that we're seeing being built, where they can lock you out of society if you're not integrated into technology, where you have to put something in your head, in your arm. Only the Bible says that. I just want everybody to think about that. No other doctrine of all the religions of the world, only the Bible. And stop calling the Bible a religion, folks. The Bible is the word of God. If you stop calling it, and look, people want to call themselves Christian. You can use that word if you want to. But the question is, do they believe the Bible? I don't identify myself as a Christian. I'm a Bible believer. So anybody who wants to know what I am a Bible believer. I don't affiliate with no denomination, no church building system, none of that. I am a Bible believer. And so if you want to know what I believe, open your Bible. The Apocrypha, all of it.
Yeah. You know, the Bible is the word of the Most High. You know?
Exactly. And look, if you want to use Yeshua, Yehoshua, Ishaya, Yahweh, that's cool. I get it. You know, but just understand that book has a law that's already written in all of our hearts and minds.
Mm-hmm.
The Bible is just a collective standard to confirm and collaborate with all the people who are going to be honest about what's true. And has passed the test of time. This doctrine has existed through thousands of years, and it's still standing strong today. And notice this: the only thing the world wants to attack is the Bible. Why is that? They don't attack no other religions.
Yeah,
they want to attack the Bible.
They don't attack any other books or writings out there. No more than the Bible. And guess what? The Bible is the most sold out books. You have Chinese people smuggling the Bible, crying because they wanna read the book. I mean,
So if the corrupt world government, wants you not to read the Bible, what does that mean? They'll let you read about Buddhism, Hinduism, Confucianism, African ancestry. You can do witchcraft, Satanism, Luciferianism, Islam. You can do all this. You just cannot.
like because they're giving like most Christians now, they're not reading the real Bible. They're reading the new version, like the NIV and the other.
Oh yeah, well they change critical words to take away the truth and give you a watered down worldly version. You know, and look, here's the thing, man. The Bible, if you live the Bible, it'll prove itself. When the world lets you down, just obey it and see how it improves your life, especially when you're in an impossible situation. Because what does the world tell you to do in an impossible situation? Get on drugs, go get a whore, and have a kid with a whore, and destroy your life? That's the advice of atheism, folks. And we see that all the evidence that atheism is destroying people because it leads people to live on their carnal desires. People are so greedy, they'll go to jail in the acquisition of wealth. People are so lustful, they'll have babies with whores just to have a feeling. People are so vain, they'll mutilate themselves. This is the religion of the world. They want you to indoctrinate yourself on your base carnal desires so you can be manipulated and ultimately destroyed. The Bible protects you from all that, but you have to do it. It's not a blind faith, folks. It's actually believing that applying the values and structure and wisdom in the Bible will produce the desired result that it said it would. And if you try it, you will see that it's true. The truth is that most people won't try it because most people love evil. And if you love the evil, then you won't love the Bible that exposes the evil. That's just common sense. And the Bible says that most people will suppress the truth in their own unrighteousness. Why do the LGBT community hate the Bible? Because it condemns their behavior. It's not rocket science. You don't have to be a genius to understand why the Bible is hated.
Yeah,
I can agree that I like to fornicate, but I can accept that the consequences of fornicating is bad. You know how many people are on child support, have STDs, have destroyed their lives having children with irresponsible people because of fornication outside of the structure and values needed that society does not provide anymore, folks. This is not a society about male legal authority and rulership. This is a society where women can lie and get away with it and destroy your life. So now we understand why God said fornication is a sin. We see the effects of it in this godless society, destroying the lives of many men. Now, it may feel good, but if you don't apply structure and wisdom, it will destroy you. So although I love to fornicate, I can still agree with the Bible that it is a sin. Because outside of the structure that it was designed to do, which the world does not have, I'm telling people the world does not. Marriage is no longer possible in the current legal climate.
Yeah, especially in the way.
Until men actually have legal authority, until the culture accepts the social hierarchy that men have in the culture, marriage and child rearing in this society is not wise. Although there will be exceptions to the rule, the majority will fail, and the statistics support that. So let's quantify what we mean when we say marriage, because biblically, marriage in this country does not exist.
Yeah, that's a fact, bro. Like that's you came in with that rapid fire, that Uzi.
That's why they call it a civil union, a state-sponsored contract. That's what you're getting in this country. They lie to you. This country is full of liars. You're signing a contract with the state, and they lied to you, and they called it a marriage. That's why the state controls your kids, and they control your marriage. because they give the woman control over you legally. And the woman is always going to sabotage the structure that men build.
And people, when they signed up, and guess who's complicit in that union? The pastors, the church.
Of course, the false church.
Yeah.
The false, I call it the false unbiblical church.
Yeah.
So anybody who knows me, I am the first one to tell you the church in this society is unbiblical and worldly. The Bible exposes everything that the church does. And that white Jesus, I know people want to say that white Jesus. First of all, the Bible says do not make any graven images of anything in heaven, on earth, or under the earth. So that means any image that that's supposed to reflect God, Christ, or anything is against the Bible. So we cannot use images to discredit the Bible when the Bible exposes the use of images. Statues and images, the Bible prohibits. So the Catholic Church, we know they're full of it. They're satanic. The Pope calls himself the vicar of Christ. That means in place of Christ. He is Antichrist. He is not the Antichrist. He is Antichrist.
And watch this. The name Pope is Latin for father. What did Christ say?
Don't call no man your father.
And then people say, well, does that mean I can call my Bible? No. You have to look at the context.
Yeah.
He was talking about the creator. Say, because the whole Pope thing, it's not new. It was happening in his time. Like when they say, oh, good master, they say, no. Why are you calling me good? There is only one person who's good, and that is the Father.
Yeah, exactly. And see, and it's funny because if people would just read the Bible will expose not only the false unbiblical church, it will expose the world, and even more importantly, it exposes the evil that exists in us that blinds us to the world. Because most people suffer in this world because they're blind to their own evil. When men find evil women, it's because they have evil in their heart that leads them to desire evil women. You deal with your heart, and then you will break the ties that lead you into your own destruction. The Bible provides the structure that exposes all of the things, lust, greed, vanity, ego, all the things that the world and women use to weaken men. The Bible gives you the spiritual discernment and wisdom to expose all of that, to understand your condition, so you can seek the true law of God and instruction. Love biblically is the law of God. That's what it is. It's not an emotion, folks. That's pagan. The Bible never said love is an emotion. Love, you can read 1 John 5:3. For this is the love of God, that you obey his commandments and they're not burdensome. You cannot love someone unless you treat them according to a higher moral standard that reflects how you want to be treated. That will be the law of God, folks. You don't love someone if you're murdering them. You don't love somebody if you're lying to them. You don't love somebody if you're stealing from them. You don't love somebody if you're diminishing their life and their value by living in idolatry.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I love you, but I'm going to strangle you.
The Bible says, love not in tongue or speech, but deed and truth. That's the Bible says that. So all of this I love you nonsense is unbiblical. Anybody who's actually showing you love doesn't need to say it. Only the people who need to say it are the people who don't show it. The Bible says, do not trust in any man. Trust in our Father, our Creator. See, the issue is, and this is Jeremiah 17:5. Cursed is the man that trusts in the man and uses flesh as his arm. The Bible never says you should trust any person, your parents, your wife, your husband, whatever. You don't trust flesh. You trust God's word, because anybody giving you the truth that you can objectively see that works, that's what works. That's what you're trusting. You're trusting God's word. For example, your parents can tell you that smoking crack will make you feel good or will improve your life. But that doesn't mean you should trust it because it came from your parents. Now, you should understand that God wants you to honor your body and have a sound mind, a sober mind. So you can trust that it's wrong, not because of your parents, but because of the law, the standard of the law of the Father that exposes the flesh. Because it is by being led by our flesh that we walk into destruction. It's that simple, folks. But you will never hear this in the church because the church is trying to make merchandise out of you. They're trying to get you to, they're trying to sell their books. They're trying to make money. So anybody has an interest to make money, like Jesus said, you cannot serve God and mammon or money. That's what that is. See, when the interest of the church is to make money, is to deceive you. So they can't preach the Bible. A half truth is still a lie, folks.
Hey, I always say if I wanted to build a church and preach like the liars, man, I'll be the best liar. Why? Because I know the Bible is so good. I'll be the best liar, and I'm gonna steal all the congregation. They're gonna come to me. I'm gonna be the best feel-good pastor you could ever imagine. But you know why I can do it? Because it's not my nature. I've imagined, I'm like, okay, how can I go about selling bullshit under the name of Christ? I couldn't even see myself doing it. Like I couldn't. I'll break out laughing because I'll be like, this is ridiculous.
I'm telling you, man. Like people don't even realize that the Bible doesn't even tell you that you need a man to teach you. You know, a lot of these pastors want to tell you that you got to go to theological seminary school, you got to do this. But let me give y'all some biblical truth right here. And now listen to this. This is 1 John, and this is 2, and we're starting at 27. And it says, but the anointing which you have received of him abideth in you, and ye need not that any man teach you, but as the same anointing teaches you of all things and is truth and is no lie, and even as it has taught you, you shall abide in him. And what does they say? You need to go to school to teach. You know what the issue is? All you need to do is remove the indoctrination of the world. See, intrinsically, the law of God is already within us. It's just that we've been indoctrinated into so many lies, into so many deceptions, that we're actually serving the world and Satan and disguised and thinking we're doing the right thing because we're indoctrinated. You need to unlearn all the lies that the world has told you. Unlearn it. And then once you understand and unlearn everything, even if you don't know the Bible, you'll start to see things that make sense. Because you don't need the Bible to understand natural law. But once you understand and you become unindoctrinated, the Bible will then make sense. The Bible doesn't make sense if the world indoctrinates you. But once you unindoctrinate yourself to this political lie that we got going on right now, where everybody's looking for some man to be their savior instead of using common sense, once you unindoctrinate and unplug yourself from this lie of false knowledge and misinformation that they want to falsely so-called science. There used to be a science when it was based on natural law, the law of our creator, the design of his creation. But now when money got involved and science became funded by greedy elite people who tell lies to manipulate the minds of the masses, science became a thing of the past. Now we just have pseudoscience, lies and misinformation and deceptions. That's why everybody's walking around wearing a mask and yet we don't see people dead in the street. Go to a third world country where you see an outbreak of typhoid or some real illness. You'll see dead people everywhere. If you want to see a real outbreak, and I know Fasting, you can attest to this coming from Africa. When there's a real illness, you see sick people on the ground dying.
Dead people, like you see, what's the word? Cadavers.
Exactly. Yeah. I have not seen one dead person lying in the street for the deadliest virus in history. You would think that any virus so deadly has to shut down the world. I should have at least seen one person lying in the street dead. But but I don't see that, but I can go to a third world country right now and literally see dead people.
It could, you know what was funny when they were showing it in China? What were they showing in the videos? Somebody walking and just falling on the ground. We all
exactly
bullshit, right? They were actors, like
they were actors.
Yeah, because we know somebody who's passing out or falling, it's a what do you call it? It's a instinct move where you have no control over your body. The way they fall, it's a control falling. Like, come on, stop being ridiculous, right?
But not just that. They said that the worst is supposed to be in the U.S.
Yeah.
So we're supposed to have the most dead people.
Falling. Yeah.
And think about this. We knew that these mass shootings. Notice how they used the testing on us when they had these mass shootings. Anybody remember that Orlando LGBT club? They got allegedly massacred. Yeah. Do you know that they have video proof of those people acting like they were wounded, and then once they got out of view, they started laughing? They have video of these crisis actors, of these false flags. And look, I shouldn't even say it, but these things are not real, folks. Just because you see something on TV doesn't mean it happened. You watch movies all the time that elicit an emotional response, but guess what, folks? It's just a movie. Why do you think they get you hooked on watching movies? Because they want you wired to have an emotional response in an alpha state. An alpha state is the state you go into when you're watching television. Your brain shuts off its critical thinking and you start getting subliminal things in your subconscious. That's what television does. That's why when you watch The Idiot Box, you just get emotional about what you're seeing. So you don't even care if it's real or not. You just want the emotion. And that's what's happening. That's why when they show you see all the police and you see you don't have to see nobody actually getting shot or dropped, or you just see a lot of people. We watch movies with people, zombies getting shot all the time. We know it's a movie.
And
so if they can
and they watch a video about a supposedly policeman putting his knee on somebody.
Exactly.
For how long? What, 10 minutes, 15 minutes?
And people just believe it because they saw it on The Idiot Box. You know what? It's funny when people say that Tupac is probably alive and is chilling in the island somewhere. People thought that was a joke. But honestly, the truth is you don't know what is real. Remember, these are the same people that said you're a monkey and that somehow we have an atmosphere on an infinite vacuum. There's no scientific equation in quantum mechanics, quantum physics that can explain how an atmosphere, even with this alleged mass of the Earth, can create a magnetic force to hold an atmosphere in place against an infinite vacuum. There's no equation for that, folks. There's in all mathematics. And if there is, find it for me. I guarantee you won't. But they want you to believe that these things, the moon itself, do you know that if you put a rock in sunlight, it does not glow? But the moon glows. Guess what, y'all? The Bible says the moon is a lesser light. It gives off its own light. You can put a giant rock in the sunlight and it does not glow. And anybody who's seen the moon like I have, I've seen the moon out on the opposite side of the sky before the sun even rises. So the light is not coming from the sun, folks. That's another lie. So many lies that we can objectively test that we just believe. And we don't realize the world wants you to believe these lies because it's pushing you right into the agenda that you're into now, where they're about to lock you out of society. And the only way you can get back in it is to do what the government says. They're taking away your free choice, your free thought, and your free speech just because we chose to believe lies. Think about that.
Man, hey, when you mentioned that, you know what I was thinking of? The movie They Live. You've seen that movie, right? They Live.
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah, that's crazy. But that's exactly what's happening. Obey, consume, buy.
And what did they talk about? The signal.
Yep.
The signal that was basically making those aliens or gods look like us. And then once you destroyed the signal, what happened? We can see them. And you know what I think about that signal? You know what it is? It's those towers, the one, that shall not be named. The towers they're installing.
Yeah. Yeah, they probably, yep.
How is it? They were telling us. And remember talking about greed, right? Remember the homeless guy?
Mm-hmm.
He was, oh, come on, man. He's like, look, I'm rich. I got everything. And then they were like, hell no. He said, come on, man. It's over. They've taken he said they got everybody, they got politicians, everybody.
Yep.
Just give in. So it's showing you that even people who from your own, they will betray, they will join the other side. Why? For greed, for the physical thing. You know, they already gave up. They say, well, hey, it's over. Satan got this world. Well, you know, I know some people use this word. I know some people do it as a joke. What is it? It says, better rule with Lucifer in hell than serve in heaven. You've heard that before, right?
Yeah, but what they don't realize that Lucifer, it doesn't even rule in hell. He's burning in hell, and he just wants you to burn with him. Hell is actually the separation.
Yeah.
The lake of fire is where you're going. And people don't realize that Lucifer, it just wants company. He just wants to bring God's creation down with him. He hates his father so much, he just wants to destroy some of his creation and drag him into the perdition that he's in. That's all. He just wants to, because he's going to get pleasure knowing that he took some of God's creation down with him.
Yeah, that's his end game. Like, to show you the level of his, you know, there is no return. And you know what? You know how the scripture says that the creator gives everybody a chance. Do you know that Satan even knows it, but he's too far gone? Literally in the Bible, it says, if the wicked shall give again what he has stole, walk into the walk in righteousness, and basically turn his back on sin and look towards righteousness, it says what? I will forget all your iniquities.
Yeah.
So there is a speculation within the Bible for all the fallen angels, for Satan and all those wicked spirits to change. And you know, when I think about it, I'm like, maybe it's another way where the Most High did it so that there is no blame. Nobody can blame him that he's not merciful. He said, no, if you change, I'm gonna forgive you. But the thing is, there are some people, they're so far gone, it doesn't matter anymore. Like, you can't save them. Like, they already made up their mind. You know, it's.
Yeah, man. But look, I'm about to go ahead and turn it in, bro. But man, it's always a pleasure. Look, I know you're being shadow banned, but man, you got one of the greatest channels out here, bro. You see, this is what it should be. Speaking the truth, you know, men coming together, not screaming, not having an open mind, because clearly we can see that the world is not what we're being told. Clearly there's enough deception, enough evidence that we can see that this world is full of lies. So when somebody's trying to expose the world, we need to have an open mind. Because right now, all these people are scratching their head, wondering, how is this happening? They got all this evidence of corruption with the polls. Yeah, but you're trusting a lying world. What do you expect? And see, fasting is trying to tell y'all, he's trying to expose this, but y'all want to think that we're conspiracy theorists and we're crazy. Meanwhile, y'all trying to make sense out of nonsense. So who's the crazy one? The people who are trying to make lies make sense, or the people who are exposing their lies?
Yeah, you said it perfectly. You know, people gotta understand.
And see, and look, I'm always support you, bro. Always.
Yeah, I missed the show you had with Solo. I think Solo sent me the link, but I was sleeping, man. That
Hey,
was
it's all good, man. It's all good. Look, man, we're gonna have, hope God willing, we'll have plenty more shows. I look forward to, you know, I try to catch all your topics, man, because man, people don't realize, people might be sleeping on us now, man, but in time, everybody, people who actually want to see, they're gonna realize that we've been telling them the truth, and this world is gonna let everybody down. Because if they shut the world down again the next time with military martial law and all this entertainment and luxury is gone, and then people will be coming over here and they'll be praying, all right, and then we'll be there to guide you.
And they're gonna be watching. You know, at that time, what if they take down the internet? now what are you gonna do? But
Oh, you'll see me out in the street like
yeah,
John the Baptist.
yeah. You know what, Brother Hulk? I think that's what's gonna happen. And you know, it was one time I was sitting down. I think I don't know why I had this mind like where it was a time in my mind where we're escaping, right? And then you come to a dead end where you're like, you know what? Y'all go forward. I'm standing behind. And then somebody said, no, come with us. And then you're like, you know, in my mind, I'm like, you know what? I now know my destiny. I'm not supposed to go forward. My destiny was this is my moment.
Right.
Like when I thought about it, I was like, man, it's not us. It's the next generation. They're going to lead us to the promised land, not us. Just like in Egypt. Come on, think about I'm like, because everything that we're doing, it's not, we won't see the fruit of it. It will be the next generation. Why? Because Brother Holly, we need to have this conversation another time. Do you know that the calendar, they change? But watch this. Remember what the Messiah says, nobody knows the day or the hour, but he says, when it's about to rain, you know it's about to rain. What? The change of climate, right? You can tell it's changing, right? According to the Bible calendar.
Exactly.
We are in that season. We have a few years, probably a few dozens of years, but we're within that time where Christ was prophesied to cut it short. Remember? He said that if time is allowed to its fruition, no flesh shall be saved. So the Most High has to cut that time short.
Yep.
So
because now the elect will be saved.
Yeah. I'll probably have like a show. It's called Phantom Time Hypothesis. This German guy, he did a historian. They like the whole media and everybody. They were calling him conspiracy theorist, but he actually did his research and discovered that 297 years of history were added that never existed. Charlemagne, that we study in history, he said it never existed. It was all fiction. And he says a lot of buildings that they'll give a date, they'll be, oh, it's ancient building. He says those are actually modern creation. They never existed in quote unquote whatever calendar they're giving because it don't make no sense. Like it skips time. So I was like, wow. But you know what? The world label him as quote unquote a conspiracy theorist. Why? Because they have to make him look crazy for exposing what the Bible tells you.
Exactly. So respect to you, Fasting. Respect to the chat. All of those who hung with us. Respect to the men out there. And if any women, respect to y'all too. You know, we don't look, man. It's all about quality, not over quantity when it comes to truth. Not many can handle the questioning the narrative in the world. Most people are too indoctrinated to lost to even see through it. So respect to everybody, and I'm going to be out.
All right, Brother Hawk. See you next time.
All right, bro. Peace.
Peace. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. That was Brother Hawk. He came in to give a little support. You can check out his channel. Let me see. Let me look it up and post it so you guys can go watch some of his video. I remember I was subscribed to him for a while, and he was shadow banned, meaning he was like a 900 where he's supposed to reach over 1,000 subscribers. YouTube was like, oh no, you don't. They kept him less than 1,000 for like months, man, like months. So it's just got to show you, because I'll look at it this way. If our message is not threatening, right? Because, you know, God doesn't exist, right? It's all fantasy. Why are we shadow banned? If our quote unquote message is fiction, nobody's gonna listen to us. We have no influence. Why are we shadow banned? Why are we forbidden? Why are we penalized for speaking fiction? That should be a question y'all should, you know, think of, ask yourself, be like, why would they censor you guys if you guys, according to their logic, we're speaking fiction. What are they afraid of? Are they afraid that our voice, even though we're minute, will actually influence the masses against them? Is that why? But we quote unquote nobodies. We have no influence. We don't have millions of subscribers out here. We don't own TV station like the guy speaking out here in the screen. We know this guy. He's internationally known. He's famous. More people will listen to him than they listen to me. So why would you censor me? What are you scared of? I'm just a little old me, nothing else to say. I got nothing special to say. So why are you censoring? So that's something you guys should realize. And this is what's gonna happen, especially with this election madness that they're doing. It's all to play in people's emotion. Now, some people are like, well, I see you. I'm like, remember, to me, I know all of it is nonsense, but you gotta, it's like, I gotta play my part. I gotta, we are in the world, but I'm not of the world. So, we gotta play. It's like I call it, it's like fun. It's like sports. Just like they know, these two, they're not enemies. They're brothers. Do you guys know that? They're cousins. Same bloodline. Same ancestry. And you have people, bro, in social media and on Facebook, I witness it too. People who were friends for years since high school cut their relationship. Why? Because they voted against, or each person voted the candidate that the other person doesn't like. You meaning to throw away years of quote unquote relationship because your friend or your comrade decided to vote differently than you? But I thought this was America. I thought you have the right to pick your voting is a choice, right? So why would you disown your friend because they made a different choice than yours? I thought it's about free will, freedom. Just because to show you, man, people love to say the word freedom, but they don't really mean it. They don't mean it. It sounds good in here. Freedom, yeah. But when someone exercises freedom and that you don't like, they're the bad guy now. And that's the world we live in. So, will the election be canceled? I don't know. But it smells like it. Anything is possible right now. And you know me, I made my just. I'm like, Thanksgiving this year, even though I celebrate Thanksgiving, I say, Thanksgiving this year is gonna be bittersweet. Will there be even a Thanksgiving dinner? Oh yeah, okay. I see they're doing some mind games on the screen, so I'll go on mute and let you guys listen to this fake news. What if scenario? Hold on.
Tougher for President Trump. President Trump would have to win Pennsylvania. He has to win that. He has to win North Carolina. He has to win Georgia. Then he comes out west and he has to either win Arizona or Nevada, either or. You can see his number at 279. We've been saying this over and over again. The path is just longer and harder for the president. There are still a lot of votes out there. We want to make that point as well, but his path is tougher, George.
And he's only ahead in North Carolina. Thanks very much, Tom. Mary Bruce with the Biden campaign. And Mary, the Biden campaign waiting for these projections like everyone else, but we're going to hear from the former vice president either way.
George, I am told that we are still expected to hear Joe Biden come out and speak here tonight, but that he is not likely to declare victory until another status update from the former vice president. I suspect in that case, you would hear him continuing to project that growing confidence that we have been hearing over the past several days and continued calls for calm and patience. There's a sense within the Biden campaign tonight that this is really just a matter of when and not if. They are completely confident that Joe Biden will be the next president. But the win of
Oh, they're confident, huh? But I thought you guys were saying that Donald Trump announcing that he's a winner, he's wrong. But isn't it what you guys are doing? You literally announcing that Joe Biden is inevitably the winner of the election, even though the results are not here yet. Isn't this hypocrisy? Huh? Wow. Man, how much did they pay you? I want some money. Come on.
Is David Bossie to lead the legal fight going ahead, but really the day's been spent behind the scenes with this legal team trying to figure out this strategy going forward. They are showing no signs of giving up, George. Both the campaign and the president still continuing to fuel this conspiracy theory about the election being stolen from them. The president on Twitter seeming to try to get ahead of any kind of announcement that we may be getting from Joe Biden. He tweeted that he should not wrongfully claim the office of the president. President Trump said, quote, "I could make that claim. Also, legal proceedings are just now beginning." You'll remember that very first night, late into election night, the president did essentially concede, saying that we did win this election. He is continuing to call for an end to counting votes that were cast legally, those votes that just because they did come in after Election Day does not mean, of course, they were cast illegally. He's right now in the political fight for his life, George. He is hanging on. It seems at times this campaign is grasping at straws to keep this fight going. The president says he wants to take this all the way to the Supreme Court, and you will remember he said not too long ago, he's not one who likes to lose. He's not one who wants to admit defeat.
To see you, Vega. Thank you.
Thanks, brother Lou. I appreciate it. Hey, shout out to you on this support on Cash App. I saw the notification earlier. I didn't get a chance to verbally thank you, man. I appreciate the support, man. Hey, it's awesome. It's awesome. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
59 or 60%. But the point is, we don't think he's hitting the number that he needs, but he's not that far off. So it's in the window. We're not quite there.
There's a portion of provisional ballots in that number as well.
There is, but there's not as many provisional ballots.
I think it's
in
47,000.
Yes, and there's not as many, and we don't think it's going to. Pennsylvania is a unicorn. I really believe in all the different things for all the different reasons, the way the Election Day mail went, voting went versus the vote by mail. We're not necessarily certain that some of those patterns are going to replicate themselves in some of these other states. But this is another one. The lead he's cut into it. It still seems that he's going to come up short, but it's the president. But he's not out of the realm, which is why we thought we might be able to characterize tonight. I think we feel less certain we can characterize tonight. We need to see more vote, and we expect no more tonight from Arizona for what it's worth. But we do expect some beginning tomorrow morning, Arizona time, which would be late morning East Coast, close to lunchtime. Now let's go to Nevada. In Nevada, we've been getting some Clark County numbers, and they came in. And if you see here, let me give you the statewide vote. The vice president's lead has also grown throughout the day. I think we were at 11,000 when we went to. I'm getting my days. I want to say 11.
I seem to recall that.
That sound about right? And we've essentially doubled over a 24-hour period. But this is another one where we do have some questions about some provisional ballot situation here. And again, it's the same. Nevada had a same-day voter registration. And so one of the things we'd like to know is what was the same-day voter registration? There was a big chunk of same-day voter registration numbers in Clark County on Election Day. What is that party split? We don't have that yet. Our man John Ralston's trying to get it. Trust me, we've all been working together to get that. If we can get that split, if this does skew Republican, this provisional ballot situation, then that is going to, I would say, complicate our math and our ability to project this state. If it ends up breaking about even, because both parties were really pushing people to, hey, you can same-day register. This is the first time that was allowed in Nevada.
If you showed up and you said, I want to register and I want to vote, they would say, fine, and here's a provisional ballot. Is that correct?
No, well, in
They
if
called
you're-
that a provisional ballot?
That's not clear if it's fully provisional or if you weren't in the system you're in, but they do have to double check. But I don't think it's counted as a provisional ballot.
Okay, because we learned about aren't there about 60,000
There are some
ballots
provisional ballots,
now
but the
in
same day voter registration issue is not totally tied to the provisional.
Oh, Chuck.
Oh, Savannah. But I do want to take you to one more state that we're not calling tonight or probably ever until it's confirmed. But it is worth noting that we're basically have counted all the ballots. There's a few. They're waiting to see how many of the military ballots came in, which, by the way, one estimate I think had it. We had said that maybe it was be three of the 8,000 military ballots, maybe 3,000 would arrive, maybe less than that. But Joe Biden's lead is now. Before they said a large high school, 4,300, I'd say that's an extra large high school is his margin.
It's really
right.
a small liberal arts college.
There you go. All right, fair enough. And as you could see, he got such a big lead, he actually is up a tenth of a point. You know, they were tied essentially for the last 2 days. But in that sense, there's obviously Georgia's not going anywhere because the recount wouldn't even begin till November 20th. But the bottom line is Biden's lead is increasing there, but there's a provisional ballot question. Biden's lead is increasing in Nevada, but there's a same-day voter registration question. Biden's lead is dwindling in Arizona, but not at a rate fast enough, it looks like, for President Trump to catch him. But here we are.
All right. Well, it took 10 minutes, but that's the state of play.
Unfortunately, yes, it does take 10 minutes.
That's our election right now. Let's turn to somebody who's got a lot of attention on him right now, whether he wants it or not, the NBC News Director of Elections, John Lipinski. And John, I just want to put it to you plainly, because there are a lot of folks waiting for you. They're waiting for you and your colleagues there to come up with a call. And a lot of them feel that this is close enough that the decision desk should be able to make that call. We kind of just went through it with Chuck, but can you explain why it is and what level of certainty you really have to attain in order to make a projection that a race has gone one way or the other?
Yeah, we need to be 99.5% confident. And, basically, I mean, listening to Chuck, it makes me feel like I might be here for a while. And so what the issue here is that we need to make sure that we're 99.5% confident that the person who's leading isn't going to be caught by the second candidate. And the issue that we're really facing is we're really trying to figure out, sort of these differences between how the provisional ballots are going. We're looking at also how many ballots, for example, in Pennsylvania, how many ballots is Biden going to sort of net out? How much is his lead going to grow with these, remaining mail ballots where he's doing very well? And the big issue that we're seeing right now is that we kind of have an idea of how many of these ballots are out, but all of the ballots now that in our estimated vote out are hard ballots they're basically hard ballots for election officials to process because most of them have problems. And we're going to see a lot of rejections. And so that's why there's this uncertainty. We know that President Trump is going to net ballots in Pennsylvania, for example, in the provisionals. Biden's going to net ballots in the remaining mail ballots. But we don't have a really good sense yet of how many of these provisionals will be rejected and how many of these mail ballots will be rejected. I mean, we have a ballpark idea, but not a full, a hard number.
Had you factored in that large number of provisional ballots, or did that take you by surprise, that number, and did it slow down your analysis of Pennsylvania?
I think that the large number wasn't that much of a surprise just because of a lot of the changes that have happened in this COVID era and how elections are administered. But what did surprise us is that, provisionals usually break Democrat, and we are not seeing that at all in Pennsylvania. We're definitely seeing those provisionals look a lot like election day vote, and President Trump did really well in that. And so we're factoring that in. So that's why this lead right now in Pennsylvania, while it's growing right now for Vice President Biden. It's going to be chipped away at once those provisionals are started to count in serious ways, because the only provisionals that have been counted so far are in the really small and primarily Republican counties. They haven't started counting provisionals in Philadelphia. They're going to start doing that Monday and Tuesday.
Can I just ask you, because of the world we live in right now, are you being any more or less cautious this year than you would any other year?
We're always cautious on the decision desk. It's like sort of in our genetic makeup, I think. We have to get these right. But this particular year, There's just so many curveballs that have been thrown our way that we really are taking a little bit more time to make sure that we understand exactly what we're seeing and analyzing it. So it is taking us a little bit more time. We're giving it a second and third, sort of set of eyes to make sure that we're seeing the same thing. And when we look at the data.
Hey, John, let's go to Nevada, because I think Savannah and I confused each other just now with
Wouldn't
the
be
same.
the first time.
That's right. The same day voter registration issue. She actually brought up a good point. She stumped me. She goes, well, shouldn't those be provisional ballots if you've agreed to register vote the same day? This is new for Nevada. Explain this same day voter registration issue. People were registering to vote they could register the second they voted any day they chose to vote in Nevada. But it's election day itself that we're looking for. But are those provisional ballots if you are a new registered voters? Okay. So then they have to go through extra scrutiny?
Yeah, they do. I mean, but not all provisionals are treated equally. And also, Chuck, they were provisionals if they decided to change their registration also. So you could do two things, right? In Nevada, you could either register sort of as a new voter, or you could change your registration. We saw a fair bit of that. But they are counted as provisionals, and we'll have to just see. So in those provisionals, they may behave quite differently as what we are seeing in Pennsylvania, because they're different, right? And so that's what we're seeing, a lot of variation across the states. What's happening in Pennsylvania, not the same thing necessarily in Nevada.
All right. Well, looks like it's another sleepless night for you. John Lipinski, thank you for your work. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Well, joining us now is Arizona Secretary of State Katie Hobbs. Madam Secretary, thank you for being with us. We hate to be the kids in the back seat saying, is it ready yet? But are we there yet? But where do things stand? We saw a release of more a few hours ago. Where do you stand now?
We are getting closer, I promise you. As Chuck just said a few minutes ago, Arizona's got about 175,000 outstanding ballots. 92,000 of those are in Maricopa County. And I would expect that we would see a lot of those Maricopa County ballots counted tomorrow. They are going to update at 9 a.m. and then again at 7 p.m., both of those Arizona time. And every time they've updated, it's been around 60 to 70,000 ballots. So I would anticipate we get through a lot of those 92,000 tomorrow. The other thing, you were talking about provisional ballots. We've got about 47,000 provisional ballots in the state. I think it's really important to note that not all of those ballots are counted, because the reason they're provisional is we don't know if those voters are eligible to vote or not, and that has to be verified. And our counties have 5 days after the election, 5 business days. So a lot of those won't be ready to count until Tuesday. But again, it's such a small part of the total. I don't know that it's going to have that much of an impact. And again, they're not all counted.
Everybody just, when you said Tuesday, I'll just be honest, there was this big collective drop of.
The nation's heart broke, right? That Secretary House. So we know actually how hard folks are working there, including Maricopa County elections officials who have been pulling all-nighters. Are they doing that again? You said, I believe, that you felt like that 147,000 votes that are left over, the ones that are not provisional, could be counted as soon as tomorrow. Are they working all night again?
If they are updating again at 9 a.m. tomorrow, then yes, that would be the assumption that they're working pretty late into the night, counting tonight.
All right. Well, wind at your back. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. We're going to take a pause right here. We'll have a quick break. Our special Decision 2020 election coverage continues right after this. Stay with us.
ABC News, National Geographic. Out right before your eyes.
See those flames behind me?
And
Moment I spoke of on election eve.
watch ABC News Live right now and anytime. Streaming on Roku, Hulu, Facebook, and abcnews.com.
ABC News Live.
Streaming everywhere, right to you.
ABC News Live.
What's the most innovative daily news podcast out there to listen to every day? Well, the Edward R. Murrow Awards say it's Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. Even the New York Times calls us a top news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, free on Apple Podcasts.
Oh, look at the clear sky.
Hey, clear sky, guys. Made it through.
Change is difficult, but this is my home. This is where I want to be.
I love that town. I'm not going to bail on it.
It's a big deal. New beginning.
Rebuilding Paradise, network premiere Sunday at 9 on National Geographic.
Now, when it matters most, the straightforward facts. ABC News is America's #1 news. #1 in the morning, #1 in the evening.
Watching NBC News Now. We've got world.
You see the white power movement on the march.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
I didn't know, was my child dead? Was my child passed out?
I just kept saying, please be okay, please be okay. You rush your child to the hospital.
A woman came in, normal clothes. We get down the hallway, she closes the door. They were accusing me of child abuse.
And that's when the real nightmare begins.
Hey, calm down. No, it's my children. I can't calm down.
Do No Harm, a new podcast series from NBC News and Wondery. First 2 episodes available Tuesday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, guys. I think it's getting late. Gonna get some sleep. It's been a long day. I really appreciate y'all stopping by. We've been on for like 7 hours. Still no changes. I was thinking about maybe leaving this on. Leaving the news running while I sleep. I don't know. I'm like, if I do it and then I miss the new results, that's gonna suck. What are they saying? Hold on.
The lay of the land there, Jacob.
Hi, Lester. Good evening to you. You know, it seems as though Vice President Biden's lead here continues to gradually widen. And I think it's fair to say President Trump's, path or avenues to stopping that are certainly narrowing. And one way that happened this evening is a lawsuit that was put forward by his allies, including former acting director of intelligence, Rick Grenell, was basically ruled. It wasn't quite tossed out in federal court, but what they were asking for, the so-called relief, to stop using these signature automated validation machines, put some of their own election observers inside of the facility, was denied by this judge. They had a big press conference about it yesterday. They presented no evidence of voter fraud. And the judge said that there was little, if no evidence of any of the claims that the Trump campaign was making here. So it comes back to the vote at this point, which, as Chuck was outlining, was just yesterday an 8,000 vote margin. It has now increased from 12,000 to over 22,000. And not to wade into the great Chuck Savannah debate over provisional.
Yeah, they're gonna continue this drama forever. So just guys, remember, don't forget to subscribe to my channel. Stay tuned for more content. I'm gonna get some rest, and it's been a long week. And I appreciate all support, and stay tuned for more content. So y'all be safe. Have a great weekend. I'll see y'all real soon. Peace.